Please be seated. First item on the order paper is members' questions. The usual rules apply. Kilpatrick to Largy.
I rise today to note the work of Foyle Search and Rescue, a voluntary organisation in Derry. And many members of this chamber will be aware of the pivotal work that Foyle Search and Rescue do in assisting people in distress and despair in Derry and in neighbouring areas along the Foyle. Foyle Search have recently published their incident reports for 2024, noting that they provided support during 237 incidents. What's at the core of Foyle Search is that they aren't just statistics. These are lives, these are people saved and families supported. Unfortunately, Foyle Search also have to support many families through the bereavement and the loss of a loved one. And as with many families in Derry, my family is forever indebted to Foyle Search after losing our amazing Aunt Patricia. As with many other families, we have stood and will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with the courageous volunteers of Foyle Search and Rescue. Derry people are known for their generosity, for their passion and their love for their community. So I want to thank the volunteers at Foyle Search for their tireless work for our city, for our community and our families through the most difficult times. Gura Míle Maigad.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, the Rathcoole multi-storey flats have not just been a dominant feature of our local landscape for generations, but have been the home of generations of families who proudly call Rathcoole their home. For many years now, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive have been on a crusade to demolish these homes and make the residents of Abbotscoole House homeless. Despite 2 resident surveys carried out by that very body, with over 80% of residents rejecting the Housing Executive's proposals to demolish their homes, just last week they have submitted a business case to the Department for Communities seeking approval to demolish these vital local homes. Whilst the Housing Executive invest in other tower blocks in other parts of North Belfast, they expect the community that I represent to accept second best. Whilst local families are in a housing crisis, the Housing Executive expect us to accept dereliction in Rathcoole. Whilst they attempt to make a 87-year-old grandmother homeless in Rathcoole, they expect us to remain silent. The Housing Executive will underestimate the community of Rathcoole at their peril. They are known for their community campaigning and their sticking together in the most difficult of times. Last week, Mr. Speaker, when the Housing Executive informed us of their decision, we launched a community petition campaign to show the clear opposition to these proposals. In just 5 days, hundreds and hundreds of residents from across Rathcoole and North Belfast have signed up to our campaign, because they will no longer accept North Belfast being seen as somewhere of dereliction. They will no longer accept the fact that local homes will be demolished, and they will not accept proposals from the Housing Executive to replace family homes with dereliction and with grass seeds. My message to the Department for Communities is clear. There is a housing crisis taking place not just in Rathcoole but across North Belfast, and any attempt to remove these vital family homes will be strongly resisted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome the announcement by the Justice Minister into the review surrounding the case of Jonathan Cresswell. I submitted an urgent written question to the Minister regarding Jonathan Cresswell and his arrangements within the public protection arrangements. I am glad to see this review in 2 cases, both specifically into his case but also into the wider issue regarding referrals into those public protection arrangements. As more continues to emerge around the feelings surrounding the death of Katie Simpson, I am glad that this is being taken seriously by the Justice Minister and her commitment to shed light but also learnings. I have been working on uncovering the feelings surrounding Katie Simpson's death for a number of years, right across the community in Armagh, in Tynan, and also within the police service, within the social services, and right across many agencies in Northern Ireland. It's unfortunate that it has come to this circumstances, and we have seen the death of a woman in 2020 still being talked about without justice now in 2025. But long before the death of Katie Simpson, Jonathan Cresswell was convicted for the gruesome assault of a partner, and I commend Abigail Lyle for speaking publicly about that abuse and violence that she suffered at his hands. This conviction should have triggered public protection arrangements, but it did not. And hopefully we will have learnings from this review, and we will see what we can change, not just for Katie, but for all women across Northern Ireland. Tackling violence against women and girls is something that we will not speak platitudes about, but take action on. We will get to the root of the problem, of the causes, to the perpetrators, so that every woman in Northern Ireland is safe, and that no woman is failed like Katie again. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2024 was the first year in which the globe recorded a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. That number is an important one, but not in a good way. A decade ago, at COP21 in Paris, the major nations, the nations participating in that conference, agreed to limit global temperature rises to below 1.5 degrees centigrade. That was deemed, and has been deemed for decades now, to be a critical threshold that the world cannot pass beyond. Now, recording 1 year's rise of that scale does not, in a sense, completely breach that barrier, because the 1.5 threshold is one that has to be recorded over a number of years, a median number. But it shows that climate change, climate breakdown is happening faster and more aggressively than people thought in 2015 and than we have been planning for. It is frightening. It's chilling. No pun intended, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the images from Los Angeles over recent days. This is in January. Most wildfires that plague that part of the United States happen at the height of the summer. In January, those wildfires are raging. They've left dozens dead. They have destroyed thousands of homes and businesses, and that is in one of the wealthiest, most affluent parts of the entire planet. But across the world, in Spain, in Mexico last year, we saw extreme weather events. We're going to keep seeing extreme weather events as climate change, climate breakdown bites. It is happening. Climate change isn't deniable anymore, but nor is it something that we can simply put a stop on. We can mitigate it in terms of our policy response, but we can also continue to work to limit it by moving towards net zero. Often in Northern Ireland, we have acted as if this is happening somewhere else, and that we can continue living and acting as if it doesn't matter. Certainly in this place, it took us a very long time to adequately respond to it. I'm pleased that we passed a Climate Change Act at the end of the previous mandate. We were the last jurisdiction in these islands too. We have been a laggard, not just on dealing with climate, but in environmental action and nature restoration more generally. In this mandate, or what's left of it, we need to see those targets and those plans put into meaningful action. We need a climate action plan to be agreed by the Executive urgently. I commend genuinely the Environment Minister for bringing that to the Executive, but we now need to see practical action. This is not just going to affect us all, this is going to completely transform the way we live over the course of the century. Let's be serious about it, and let's start to deal with it in this jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Corlia. Last week, I was contacted by numerous Royal Mail staff members in Enniskillen expressing deep concerns about a decision by their employer to cut overtime for its postal workers. This decision will have serious repercussions for my constituents across Fermanagh, particularly in more rural communities. These cuts threaten the reliability of postal services, with delays already being felt by families, businesses and the most vulnerable in our society. Many of my constituents depend on timely delivery of essential items, such as medical appointments and social welfare correspondence. For elderly residents and those living in isolated areas, the post is often a critical lifeline. I have written to Royal Mail urging them to reconsider this decision, to prioritise investment in rural services and to engage with postal workers and the communities they serve to find solutions. But unfortunately, this is not the first time I've had to contact Royal Mail over delivery issues. In October last year, I had to contact them regarding complaints of delayed delivery of post in Balik and Kesh. And as far back as December 2023, I raised concerns from constituents in Enniskillen. So in my opinion, they have been chipping away at this service. Rural communities, like those across Fermanagh, already face challenges due to limited infrastructure and services. Cutting overtime for hard-working postal staff will only exacerbate these inequalities, potentially leaving my constituents at an unfair disadvantage compared to those in urban areas. This is not just an issue of efficiency, it's an issue of fairness. Royal Mail, which has universal service obligation, must recognise that its duty extends to every citizen, regardless of location. For many here, this isn't about luxury, it's about basic access and inclusion. Gurmayugat.
Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, this incoming weekend we'll remember those murdered at Teebane between Cookstown and Omagh. On the 17th of January 1992, 8 Protestant workmen were murdered and another 5 were injured when an IRA roadside bomb blew up their minibus at Teebane Crossroads. Apparently the men were targeted because they carried out work for the security forces. They were returning from work at Lisnahalli Army Barracks. They all worked for Carroll Construction. These men were simply tradesmen doing an honest day's work. The bomb contained an estimated 600 pounds of homemade explosives in 2 plastic barrels, and later estimates report a 1,500-pound device. The provisional IRA detonated the bomb from about 100 yards using a command wire, and witnesses reported hearing automatic fire immediately prior to the explosion. The blast was heard from at least 10 miles away. The Provisional IRA's Tyrone Brigade claimed responsibility for the bombing shortly after, saying that the workers were killed because they were collaborating with the forces of occupation. To date, no one has ever been convicted in connection with the bomb attack. It is important not to have a hierarchy of victims, and no murder is any more deserving of investigation than another. We will continue to remember those who lost their life and was taken during the Troubles, and again highlight the importance of bringing any knowledge and information regarding the activities of terrorists during the Troubles to the police. To those Kurds that ran away that day, and they did run away, if you are still on this earth, there will not be a day but you will think what you done. Not one day but you will think what you did. There will not be a night when your head touches the pillow, you will think about what you did. To those that think that there was no other alternative, there was. Those that carried this out may have escaped justice in this world, but you most certainly will not escape justice in the next. Most certainly not escape justice in the next. Those men that were killed that day were Gary Bleaks, Cecil Caldwell, Robert Dunseith, Oswald Gilchrist, David Harkness, Bobby Irons, Richard McConnell, and Nigel McKee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kate Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The skills shortages that we face in Northern Ireland are one of the most significant blocks to our future economic growth. We have serious levels of vacancy, and according to the Audit Office, more than 1 in 3 of those jobs are attributable to the skills gaps. They estimate that this is resulting in a loss of over £700 million gross value added every year. This is a substantial economic impact that we cannot afford to ignore. One UK government initiative aimed at addressing these issues is the apprenticeship levy. However, this initiative doesn't work for us here. The levy requires many employers to contribute 0.5% of their payroll towards apprenticeship funding. As stated by the Institute of Directors in 2023, Northern Ireland businesses contribute around £60 million as a result of this levy. Despite contributing, Northern Ireland does not directly receive funding from it. This is a critical issue that needs to be addressed. We must be more creative and innovative on how we get the right skills into our economy to support further growth. Devolution of the apprenticeship levy will allow us to reinvest this funding much more directly into skills redevelopment, addressing these gaps in a way that can be adapted to our local needs and priorities. In particular, we could focus on the skills required to support and expand the green economy. There is no green growth without green skills, and this ability to adapt and tailor investment locally will allow us to develop the skills we need in our economy and contribute towards our net zero obligations. Growing our skills base has the potential not just to unlock job opportunities, but to transform living standards, boost the economy and increase employment. The devolution of the apprenticeship levy could therefore be critical in helping us deliver economic growth and support people into work. I'll be writing to the Economy Minister and the UK Government on this issue in the coming days, and will continue to work alongside my colleague Saoirse Eastwood MP in Westminster to deliver a fairer, more effective model to support skills development in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Philip McGuigan.
I rise today to voice my concerns regarding the introduction of the electronic travel authorisation, an unnecessary barrier to travel by visitors to this island being imposed upon us by the British Government. The ETA requirement will mean that all non-European travellers will have to apply for and pay for a digital permission to visit here. After applying, it comes with a 3 working day processing delay, which will effectively end spontaneous travel northwards. Around 70% of tourists arrive in Ireland via Dublin, so there can be no doubt that this ETA will cause detrimental harm to the tourism and hospitality industry, to our tour operators, our accommodation and transport providers, as well as our many excellent restaurants, cafes, shops and bars, threatening the significant revenue which our local economy currently enjoys from these visitors. Recently, this value to our economy was estimated to be around 210 million over a 12-month period. The Economy Minister, Conor Murphy, has raised the issue directly with the British Home Office, urging them to listen to the concerns put forward by the sector here in the north, pointing out that this island of Ireland is marketed internationally as one entity and that tourism has been a success story of the peace process which should be protected. The ETA jeopardises years of progress and we must continue to challenge it. It is vital that an exemption to the ETA requirements is agreed for tourists wishing to travel throughout the island of Ireland to ensure we can maximise our tourism potential and continue to grow our economy. There can be no further delays. Tourism and hospitality businesses need action now.
Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, this day last week, the 9th of January 2025, marked the 35th anniversary of the cold, callous, premeditated, brutal murder of Oliver Kilpatrick, a young businessman in Castlederg. Oliver was a family man, a businessman, a part-time UDR soldier, and a highly regarded and respected by all who knew him within his community. Just before 5:30 p.m. that evening in 1990, when the shops were closing up for the day, Oliver Kilpatrick was serving 2 ladies in his thriving shoe business shop when 2 hooded and masked IRA men walked into the shop and shot him at close range. As he lay mortally wounded, these 2 bloodthirsty murderers, not content with their murderous act, then planted a bomb in a shoebox which exploded while police and army were securing the area, injuring 2 RUC officers and setting the shop alight, resulting in the fire brigade being unable to retrieve the body until the blaze was brought under control at 10 p.m. that night. While within 5 minutes of this brutal act of premeditated murder, the IRA gangsters were in their safe haven across the border in the Irish Republic, and all the family in Castlederg was left without a husband, without a father, with a community once again plunged into shock and mourning at such a brutal, callous act of murder of an innocent businessman in Castlederg. And this is what the First Minister for all has said there was no alternative to. A young wife widowed of her husband, children growing up without a father figure in the home, an elderly mother in mourning for her beloved son. How can anyone justify such a statement of no alternative to such an atrocity is beyond comprehension and must be called out for what it is. Oliver Kilpatrick is only one of the 23 people that were murdered in Castlederg, and today not one person has been brought to justice for those murders. Today I salute the memory of Oliver Kilpatrick, and I thank God he was a man who had a personal faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and he is with him today. But we will never forget the memory of those men and women brutally murdered by the IRA and the price that their families had to pay. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Last month I launched the online consultation for my private member's bill on regional economic balance. I am grateful to all those that have responded to date and who continue to do so during this period of consultation. It's a cause that many people will know that is close to my heart, and to me it is a law that is long overdue. I recently looked back at the 2011-2015 draft programme for government. It talks about addressing regional imbalance as we move ahead. It has specific interventions for places in my council area, such as Fort George and Ebrington, but words are cheap. But it lacks any mention of transformational legislation, and we know that regional inequalities are still running sore more than 10 years later. In fact, the poverty indices and gaps are actually getting wider. For many, this sounds all too familiar, and the places that this bill intends to help deserve better than doing the same thing over and over again. I think everyone knows that I'm never shy about standing up for my home city. It's our second city, and in order for the whole of Northern Ireland to grow, it makes sense that we invest in a place with such huge potential. If we turn a blind eye to the wider North West, the whole of Northern Ireland suffers. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill is for every single area of Northern Ireland that has been left behind. We are all too aware that it is simply a myth to say that everywhere east of the Ban prospers, while everywhere west of the Ban suffers. Our economy is much more complex than that. Yes, our city, second city, demands urgent intervention, but it's also important to say that there are areas of Belfast which face deeply rooted disadvantage. I'm looking at my colleague over there in North Belfast. Areas of Tyrone and Fermanagh that feel cut off from being able to get ahead as well. Areas of Newry, of Mourne and Down, where poverty is still too high. This bill is for every area that is left behind, so our economy can work for everyone. As this consultation progresses, we will be publishing our proposals on the specific case as we see it for legislation. I look forward to engaging with members from right across this House as we do so, and we seek to build an economy that works for all of our constituents. And can I ask members to have a look at the consultation and please respond. Consultation closes on the 16th of February.
Mr. Speaker, the vote on the protocol held in this chamber just before Christmas was the most significant vote in Northern Ireland's history. Never before had the representatives of the people of this province been asked to sign away their right to shape the laws to which they are subject. Yet on that occasion alone, for the first time in 50 years, the vote was decided on a simple majoritarian basis. Of course, even before the vote took place, everyone knew what the outcome would be because of the Nationalist and Republican alliance in this House. Having trashed the principle of cross-community consent on a key issue, the EU was quite happy to leave the completion of the process to its lackeys in Stormont, who duly delivered for them. Such an outcome was entirely predictable. However, before the restoration of devolution, the Unionist people were told that they had nothing to worry about on that score, because if there wasn't cross-community support for the protocol, that would trigger a review. Well, that review was announced last week and its terms of reference published. Of course, some people weren't interested in what the review was going to do and say. The Alliance Party, for example, had a statement out saying what Lord Murphy should be doing 2 hours before the NIO got round to sending anyone, including the library in the Commons, a copy of the terms of reference. I trust that there will be some within this House who will actually be interested in what they say, regardless. I draw the members' attention to paragraph 3.5, which states, in making recommendations to the Government in this report, the review must give consideration to and set out how any recommendations will command the support of both communities in Northern Ireland. So while the protocol required a simple majority within this chamber, the review, which has been triggered by the lack of cross-community support, requires cross-community support for any recommendations. No veto for Unionists in December, but a veto for Nationalists in January. Such double standards will only serve to underscore the feeling within my community that the process of which this chamber and the executive as a central plank is loaded against unionism at every turn. Will anyone on the benches to my right repeat the claims of their party that they use to justify their return to a terraced, inclusive executive. Once more, unionism has been treated as fools. Either the DUP were conned on this issue, or shamefully they sought to con the unionist people. Members, either way, the result is shameful.
Carl.
Thank you. I want to raise the issue of tenancy succession for house executive tenants, Mr. Speaker. In my office in recent days, I've been contacted by multiple West Belfast residents who are being evicted after suffering a family bereavement. This is completely unfair and completely counterproductive. The house executive has been dragging their own tenants through court to try and claw back homes under its succession policy. It's important that social housing use is maintained and protected, and an avenue for people to live somewhere and to have a place to live is kept open for all sorts of obvious reasons, not least because people are being ripped off with the cost of private rent in Belfast reaching over £1,000 per month. The housing executive, Mr. Speaker, should be preventing people from being made homeless rather than adding to the homeless figures by turfing people out of their homes. It defies belief that anyone in any constituency, but someone in my own constituency with a visual impairment, is being evicted from a home that was adapted to suit her needs. Another person, Mr. Speaker, in the Beachmount Clonard area is being kicked out of a housing executive home despite there being at least 200 empty homes in this area. This current succession policy, introduced by the then Communities Minister Deidre Hargey in 2022, doesn't work, is unfair, disproportionately affects children, women, people with disabilities, people from a Catholic background as well. It's causing havoc amongst communities, tearing up the social fabric amongst communities and the connections that people have made over years and generations. A reasonable question that could be asked is how many people are impacted by this, but the Minister has told us he doesn't have the figures. I seriously doubt that. The Assembly declared a housing emergency a matter of months ago. This is part of the housing emergency, and I support the call of CATU, PPR and Dram Jarrig and many organisations that are calling for an end to evictions, an end to the eviction of housing executive tenants, and a review of this current outdated policy, which I will be putting directly to the housing executive in a matter of days. Thank you.
Speaker, over the Christmas period, our emergency departments have been featuring very strongly on the news on a daily basis, and indeed each of us were inundated over the Christmas period by worried constituents who had loved ones, vulnerable family members sitting in overcrowded emergency departments, some people waiting a very prolonged period of time on seats, often in pain, not getting the attention that they need or deserve. There is no dignity in the emergency department whatsoever. You're exposed entirely in your very vulnerable state and in a very stressed environment as well. For a person that is unwell and sick and going there as a last resort, and believe me, Mr. Speaker, it's becoming more and more of a last resort for people because often many try to avoid our emergency departments. It really is getting worse. We talk about the state of these departments every year, but yet they seem to get worse. The situation seems to worsen, and our staff seem to be under even more strain and pressure. And as a result of that, we're going to see a significant increase in sickness rates and people not taking up these important posts. So the unfolding crisis is going to worsen. Galvin in particular, the emergency department there, it can only be described as an absolute disgrace, to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker. And people who are expected to go there, people who have mental health issues sitting in an overcrowded, busy environment, people who are intoxicated with drugs and alcohol, vulnerable elderly people, some of which have no family members to support them sitting there, that are scared, that is the word that I've been told, dementia patients sitting in that environment without proper support, access to one toilet, Mr. Speaker, in the emergency department in Galvin. This is an absolute shambles, and it is time that the Western Trust and the Department of Health and the Minister and the Executive collectively got a handle on this situation. Because, to be very blunt about it, this affects each and every one of our families. People don't go to emergency departments to sit in there for no reason. They're going there because they are seriously ill. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, people are dying in these emergency departments because they're not being triaged or seen on time, or triaged appropriately. They've been left on seats for hours. And unfortunately, over the last few months, I'm dealing with a huge increase in complaints about how people have been treated in these emergency departments. And it is not down to the staff. The problem is that every problem, the solution is for the GPs, for the mental health services and everything else, go to the emergency department, go to the emergency department, go to the emergency department. It is an absolute shambles, and it is getting worse. We need to get a handle on this. It affects each and every one of us in this House, our family members, our grandparents, our parents and our children. And it's time we dealt with this very serious problem.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion member statements. If members just take their ease before we move to the next item of business.
The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on ending violence against women and girls. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses horror at the epidemic of violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland, expresses regret that several recommendations made in the Gillen Review report into the law and procedures in serious sexual offences in Northern Ireland, particularly those relating to reforming laws around the defence of reasonable belief and to introducing pre-trial jury education, have not been implemented, and calls on the Minister of Justice to introduce pre-trial jury education and to bring forward legislation to reform the legal definition of reasonable belief in line with the Gillen Review by the end of the 2022-27 mandate.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you, Sinead. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for debate. Before I invite you to open the debate, I wish to inform the Assembly that the Justice Minister is not able to be in the chamber today, and Junior Minister Riley will be responding on behalf of the Executive. Sinead, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to begin by putting on record my horror and deep concern over the epidemic of violence against women and girls which continues to plague Northern Ireland. It is a subject which we have discussed here many times in this chamber, and one which continues to blight the lives of far too many women and girls in our communities. In 2023, 33,000 domestic abuse incidences were reported to the police. That's 33,000 individuals who have gone through the most unimaginable horror and will have to go through an incredibly difficult healing process. But we all know that this is only the tip of the iceberg. The wider societal consequences that many children and families have to endure with the trauma of domestic abuse and violence is really affecting our society. No part of this island has been untouched by this epidemic of violence. We have seen an unprecedented amount of violence right across our towns and city centres, which have left women and girls fearing for their safety and unable to leave their homes. This is just unacceptable in a modern society. The ending of violence against women and girls is not just a policy matter, it is a moral obligation for all the members of this House to ensure that this violence is stamped out and women and girls are no longer subjected to it. The recent publication of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy represents a step in the right direction. The strategy focuses on important aspects of this issue, such as prevention, protection and justice. However, it would ultimately fall short in generating the real change we need if we do not address critical legislative gaps. That is why the full implementation of the Gillen Review must continue. As has been said many times before, this comprehensive piece of work offers us the potential to transform how the justice system responds to sexual and domestic violence. While admirable progress has been made in some areas, some of his recommendations remain unfulfilled. Reforming the reasonable belief defence and the pre-jury trial education absolutely needs reformed. The reasonable belief defence is one which has allowed subjective excuses to shield offenders from facing the consequences of their actions. We saw this play out in 2018 during the Rugby rape trial, as the defendants, who were ultimately found not guilty, argued their innocence based on the presumed belief that the victim had consented. We must introduce a robust and objective standard which ensures perpetrators cannot easily claim ignorance about whether consent was given or not. Not only would such a reform better protect victims, it would also help strengthen public confidence in the justice system. Restoring public confidence and addressing societal issues and attitudes through a form of pre-jury trial education is also an integral part of the Gillen Review. Research has previously found that the conclusions of the juries are sometimes determined, at least in part, by the jurors' previously held beliefs. Indeed, instead of evidence and on the actual deliberation. We must ensure informed decision-making based on facts, not stereotypes, not myths, happen during trials. As with many things, education can be the greatest tool to deal with an issue, and that is why we are calling for pre-trial education. The road to eradicating violence against women and girls is long, but it must be one that encompasses the whole of society through both education and awareness campaigns. That challenge deeply entrenched misogynistic attitudes. This motion gives the Assembly the opportunity to dedicate our support to the countless women and girls who have suffered due to violence and systematic failures. Such support and reform cannot be achieved by the Department of Justice alone, but must be the responsibility of the Executive to deliver. It is time for us to come together to ensure that this motion translates into tangible progress, delivering justice and safety for women and girls right across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Joanne Bunting to move the amendment. Thank you, Joanne. You will have 5 minutes to propose the amendment and 3 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 3 minutes. Joanne, I call you to move the debate on the amendment.
Thank you. We agree with the thrust of the motion, but have sought to add in an additional layer to the process by inserting consultation. These are very sensitive, difficult and finely balanced issues and rights, and it's imperative that everybody, complainant, victim, witness, defendant, their families and society as a whole can have confidence in the law, the justice system, due process and a fair trial. Gillen came in post-Rugby trial. We're years on and there's been considerable learning since that was introduced, and society has moved on in some ways with regard to relationships and intimacy. So it would be helpful for the public to have its say. From the outset, I wish to be clear that we in the DUP are committed to supporting measures which improve experiences of the criminal justice system for victims of violent and sexual crime throughout Northern Ireland. In particular, we want to raise confidence among women and girls who are victims of such abuse to pursue prosecutions, bring their perpetrators to justice and obtain the support they need. Consultation, engagement and building a clear and informed evidence base for moving forward are necessary to also uphold the right to a fair trial for defendants in such cases. That said, our proposal for consultation should in no way be regarded as an attempt to delay or limit progress towards providing better support to victims of violence against women and girls. I feel it's important to say that a sexual attack or sexual abuse, to my mind, is one of the worst things that could happen to a person. It's life-changing. But likewise, to be wrongly accused, also devastating, also life-changing. That's why any move we make must ensure the balance within a trial setting is right and that the pendulum does not swing in one direction or the other. The focus here must be on due process in which everybody concerned and everybody looking on can have confidence. Therefore, with regard to the defence of reasonable belief, however we move, we need to be very clear around what exactly in law is a failure to ascertain consent And rather than on a case-by-case basis, which can be a movable feast, instead there should be a degree of certainty about what constitutes an offence and a breach of the law. There needs to be clarity around what are the reasonable steps to ascertain consent and what constitutes a failure to take them, not just for jurors, the judiciary and lawyers, but actually for society. People navigating relationships in this difficult age need to be very clear what the law is and what will be regarded as a crime. In some cases, it will be incredibly obvious, but unfortunately, those are not the cases that these recommendations seek to address. Moreover, in these difficult cases, it's often likely that judgment on one or both sides will be impaired by drugs or alcohol, and in these circumstances, it's going to be very difficult for jurors to establish one way or another what the position is on consent. So there needs to be a discussion as to whether or not everything around this can be more straightforward and clearer. Additionally, consultation will prove valuable in that it should focus the public's mind on the issue of consent and allow public discourse. In terms of rape myths education, a number of steps have already been taken by the Chief Justice and the Court Service to advance Gillen recommendations in respect of trial education of jurors, particularly in respect of their legal responsibilities and use of social media. We welcome this, as will those affected by cases. The outstanding commitment to provide jurors with rape trial myth education materials engages sensitive issues, and we agree that Northern Ireland should await the findings and insight from the pilot in England and allow that to inform us. We will need to be very clear what rape myths are and what exactly the jury is being educated in. Jury education is fundamental and has immense power to sway or determine the outcome of any case. Therefore, it must be done in such a way that it does not constitute putting a thumb on the scale either way. So again, consultation is helpful and allows the public to engage in the debate, keeping these issues to the fore. Whilst this motion focuses on two discrete elements that impact the handling of prosecutions relating to violence against women and girls, there's one further point I wish to make. We must remember that this is a societal problem requiring a collaborative whole-society approach. Also, it should not be the case that the executive strategic framework on ending violence against women and girls translates into lesser focus and lack of urgency on the part of the police, the criminal justice system and our society in terms of tackling harm against male victims of this terrible abuse. However we proceed, we must do so with due care and diligence. It is essential that we get this right. Sexual offence cases are complex to investigate and prosecute, and we must enable and encourage victims to seek justice, ensure prosecutors have the opportunity and tools to bring forward these cases, and equip jurors and the judiciary with an informed and impartial understanding of the law in these areas. We must ensure that everyone with a stake in the criminal justice system is treated equitably and fairly. The recent steady long-term picture in terms of sexual offence prosecutions must not be undermined by legislation that adds confusion or complexity. Ultimately, it is critical that the guilty are convicted, but crucial that the innocent are acquitted. And I urge members to support the amendment.
Thank you, Joanne. I call Emma Sheeran.
Agath, Priu, Lash, Concordia, and I rise in support of the motion. The last time that I spoke about this issue in this chamber was just the 21st of October last year, at which time I lamented the fact that in the previous 8 years, 42 women had been murdered in the north, and even since then, another woman has been murdered here, and at this time I want to send my condolences to the family and friends of Karen Cummings. Just 3 days ago, we learned of the murder of another woman just across the border in County Cavan, Annie Heineman, and again I want to send my thoughts and sympathies to all affected by that. And all of this is to say that we can barely get through an assembly recess period without the murder of a woman or girl in this part of the world. That these headlines have now become the norm here. But nothing about this is normal, and we need to reflect upon that. The north of Ireland is the most dangerous place in Europe to be a woman, and the most dangerous place to be a woman in the north of Ireland, her own home. Most of these women are murdered within their own houses by people that they know. And again, the statistics tell us that the most at-risk time for a woman in an abusive relationship is when she attempts to leave that relationship. And yet still we hear, why was she with him? What did she stay for? That's why she stayed. Because it doesn't begin with busted lips or black eyes or broken glasses. It doesn't begin with another less and less shocking as they build up headline. It doesn't begin with a murder. We know that there is a pyramid of violence against women and girls. It begins in playgrounds. It begins in changing rooms. It begins within the confines of group chats, memes, innuendos, remarks, a running commentary which overtly sexualises women, which dehumanises an entire section of our society and reduces an awful lot of women to the sum of their body parts. Ultimately, body parts which they do not own, because they end up another statistic. And I want to take this opportunity at this point to send solidarity to our former colleague in this House, the Alliance MP Sarah Eastwood, for her incredibly brave statement the other day, which I'm sure many of you will have seen. So commendable for her to speak so openly about her experience, and I'm sure that there's not a woman in this building who will not have found herself relating to some of the words that Sarah sadly expressed. We have a duty. There's a duty on all of us to work together to end this phenomenon, and I'm glad that the strategy is going to work.
Thank you, Emma. And our next speaker is Connie Egan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I stand today to make some of my first remarks in a debate in 2025. Despite it being a new year, we are unfortunately faced with the same problems. I and my colleagues are still filled with the same horror and concern at the endemic of violence facing women and girls in Northern Ireland. Still in 2025, one of the most dangerous places to be a woman. The Gillen Review has made good progress over recent years despite the stop-start nature of our government, and I commend the work of Justice Minister Naomi Long in enabling her department to deliver on this. I was pleased to learn recently in Justice Committee meeting that 195 out of 253 recommendations from the Gillen Review have been actioned or partially actioned, with plans to bring forward much of the remaining needed actions by the end of this mandate. This is particularly considering that the Gillen Review Action Plan was published in 2020, and for 2 years of that time, since then, the Assembly was down. It is welcome, and we are making progress that we need on this issue. The motion deals substantively with two aspects of the Gillen Review recommendations: pre-trial jury education and the legal definition of reasonable belief. I will respond to each of these separately in the limited time that I have. It is imperative that we do put in place a legal definition of reasonable belief to create an increasingly victim-centred definition of consent in the law. The Gillen Review made a series of recommendations on how to improve the current definition of reasonable belief within the 2008 Sexual Offences Order. I welcome the fact that while this matter is complex and needs sensitively considered, proposals are planned to be developed by the end of the mandate. A more informed definition of consent is key for us to ensuring our legislation is inherently victim-centred and trauma-informed. As the motion notes, the Gillen Review also made recommendations in relation to pre-trial jury education. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that rape myths influence every stage of the criminal legislative process, and some individuals are likely to allow that to impact their judgment while acting as jurors. It is crucial that there is some form of education. However, we must accept that a minister cannot direct how the judiciary operates in the courtroom, and that training for the judiciary is at the discretion of the Lady Chief Justice. Yes, I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Would she agree with me that, and she's made reference to the point, that judicial training is the key element in all of this, that our judges have a clear understanding of what it is that is in front of them, and that the Lady Chief Justice has a clear responsibility to ensure that that training is rolled out to all of our judges?
The members an extra minute.
Thank you. Yes, I absolutely would agree and align myself with those comments. Ultimately, we need a legal system that places victims at the centre. And hopefully one thing we can all agree on across this chamber is that introducing pre-trial education and reforming the definition of reasonable belief are some steps we can take to do that. I have very little time, but on the wider issue of violence against women and girls, it is an endemic in our society, and I do believe we need a whole society approach to tackle this. This is not just an issue for the Department of Justice. The Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy recognises that we need cross-departmental collaboration and initiatives across the executive, local government and in our communities. 25 women have been murdered since 2020 in Northern Ireland, and evidence shows that 98% of women have experienced at least one form of violence or abuse in their lifetime. This has to stop, and we all need to work together to end it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call Doug Beattie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Violence against women and girls, particularly serious sexual offences, is an issue we are going to have to face head on, and lots of people have mentioned that it is a cross-departmental issue. It's not just for justice, it's for health, it's for education, it's for the Executive Office. The framework for ending violence and abuse against women and girls is welcome, and I've added the word abuse because it's not just violence, there's abuse there as well. It starts with something else, and that word abuse needs to be added. But in the delivery, the Executive Office must be far more robust than what I'm witnessing now. Throwing money to local councils to do something in regards to ending violence against women and girls is, in principle, good practice. However, in reality, the local councils are bidding for money without a joined-up plan on how best to use it, which is making it absolutely ineffectual. So we need to look at it. This motion is absolutely welcome, and of course the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this motion. It raises a couple of issues. The first issue for me is education. At the heart of how we deal with ending violence against women and girls is through education. That education must be delivered at every level, in our schools, in our workplaces, to our public service, and in various arms of government. Via education is important that young men, for it's predominantly young men, but not confined to young men, understand what sexual consent actually means. There can be no ambiguity. There can be no blanket reasonable belief defence. There must be detail, there must be guidance, there must be legislation to assist our judiciary. Our judiciary needs compulsory, continuous training if they are to fully understand the issues faced by women and girls. Their language should reflect that understanding. We were all outraged by the judge telling a convicted sex offender, find a wife, in his summing up. It's awful. There must be pre-trial education for jurors on sexual offence trials, or if there are any aspects of the trial that may include matters of a sexual nature. This pre-trial training must be substantial in its nature and not a watch-a-video training package. The judge must be curious in regards to it. The second point is sentencing. We must use sentencing as a means to say to people, this is not acceptable. The processing time for sexual offences here in Northern Ireland is approximately 675 days. Our criminal justice system is too slow and it is too weak, and we need to do something more. We need to stop talking about ending violence against women and girls, and we need to start acting to stop violence against women and girls. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Doug. I call Sinead Ennis.
Prelas and Corlan, I want to thank the members who brought this motion for the opportunity to discuss this important topic today. Because violence against women and girls casts a long shadow over our society, and it is a subject that we cannot afford to ignore, particularly here in the North, where the statistics are both alarming and heartbreaking. Because it's already been outlined, between October to December 2024, 5 more women and girls were murdered. And violence against women is not just a private tragedy, it is a public crisis. Every act of abuse, whether physical, emotional or sexual, ripples through our families, our communities and our collective conscience. In the North, police reports reveal the stark reality. Incidents of domestic abuse are at record levels. And this is not just a statistic, these are lives. These are women waking up each day in fear, children growing up in households where safety is a fragile dream, and communities struggling under the weight of silence and stigma. The impact is profound. Economically, the cost of gender-based violence drains resources from our health service, our justice system, our social care system. Socially, it erodes trust and perpetuates inequality, reinforcing cycles of abuse that we are morally obliged to break. Emotionally, it leaves scars that linger for generations. But we must speak of hope, and we must give hope. Because change is possible. Across the North, there are organisations and advocates and survivors raising their voice, challenging outdated attitudes and demanding better protections, and we need to support them, not just with words but with actions. And like my colleague, I want to commend those both inside and outside this chamber who recently and previously have raised their voice and spoken about their own experiences. And I want to just say to those people who maybe aren't able to speak about their own experiences at this time, that you will be believed and you will be supported. That is why I'm proud that Sinn Féin and the Executive have made ending violence against women and girls an executive priority, and Michelle O'Neill recently outlined the Executive's delivery plan to do that, which will be accompanied in the first instance by a £3 million fund for change. But eradicating the scourge of violence on women and girls also means better education. It means robust legislation, ensuring resources for prevention and support are prioritised. And above all, we need to confront the cultural underpinnings of this violence, the normalisation of misogyny, the silence that enables abuse, and the lack of accountability for perpetrators. Let us never forget that every woman has the right to live free from fear, and every one of us has a role to play in making that a reality. Together we can create a new society and a new Ireland where violence against women is not just addressed but eradicated. I want my family, my sister, my friends, my colleagues, my daughters, and I want for myself to live in a place where every woman feels valued, protected and empowered. That is our right. It is the right of every woman, and we need to make sure that that is the reality for every woman. Guramagat.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Stephen Dunn.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important issue here this morning. The statistics around violence against women and girls are truly shocking, and they also are totally unacceptable. The sad reality that these figures may not even be an accurate or an up-to-date reflection about where we are with this terrible issue here today, or won't demonstrate the true scale of the problem, as many cases of both domestic and sexual abuse tragically go unreported through fear and through coercive control, and as has been said already, not even a home is always a safe place, and it is a scourge that cannot and must not be ignored. Every life, every harrowing account, and every family left devastated by such acts of violence calls us to act decisively. And I hope the measures discussed today would seek to make a positive impact on both female and male victims of gender-based violence as we seek to eradicate this scourge affecting every corner of Northern Ireland today. The Justice Minister must take affirmative and clear action to ensure that our laws and justice system are robust enough to protect victims, deliver justice and send a very clear message that this kind of violence has no place in our society. And a key part of this process is supporting measures that increase confidence amongst women and girls who are victims of such abuse in supporting and pursuing prosecutions and bringing their perpetrators to justice. And I do welcome the work undertaken by the Justice Department and through the Executive Office, including the recent investment in the Local Change Fund announced this month in collaboration with local councils. I think that will be a positive step forward and something certainly to build upon. Unfortunately, recent evidence from the Commissioner for Victims of Crime through the recent Victims Survey suggests that confidence is currently lacking within our criminal justice system, with 50% of victims reported to be being dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with how they were treated. Meanwhile, 77% of those who responded to the survey reported that they had been not given enough support during their court experience. So I think these startling realities are reminders of the need to do better, and the lack of support and confidence in our system will only discourage victims from coming forward, and there certainly is a clear body of work to be done to improve the experience for everyone through our justice system. Our amendment, ably brought forward by my colleague from East Belfast, Joanne Bunting, does seek to ensure any changes in approach are firmly grounded in careful assessment and prior consultation, and doing so will ensure protections are improved for victims whilst maintaining the important right to a fair trial. I also want to acknowledge the valuable work carried out day and daily to support women through violence against them. Organisations such as Women's Aid, and I know even within my own constituency I've seen how valuable that life-saving and life-changing work is. Legislation alone cannot address this epidemic. Education, prevention and support services must go hand in hand with urgent legal reform. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stephen. I call Stuart Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the opposition for bringing this very important motion to the House today. We stand here today confronted by a very harsh truth, that violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland is not just a problem, it's an epidemic. Statistics show that women in Northern Ireland will face at least one form of gender-based violence or abuse in their lifetime. More than 2/3 will have at least one experience of unwanted sexual contact during higher education alone. This is a harrowing statistic. It's shameful, and it represents a collective failure to educate perpetrators, to protect survivors and to deliver justice. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, my party colleague, the Justice Minister, and I want to send best wishes to her today, as members will know she was struggling with a cold yesterday, has shown remarkable leadership in this area. And I want to take this opportunity to thank her for the work that she's done. Her department has overseen many critical reforms, particularly from the Gillen Review, which continues to address some of the failings of our justice system in handling serious sexual offences. The establishment of the Sexual Offences Legal Advisor has provided more than 2,000 adult survivors with vital access to legal advice and support. This will soon be expanded to children, making sure their voices are heard in the courtroom. The creation of remote evidence centres, which I visited during my tenure in the Justice Committee, has provided so many vulnerable witnesses, including children, with a safe, comfortable space to give their best evidence by video link. These centres have supported more than 300 people in 2004. These strides are in the right direction, but there's still a long way to go. The Gillen Review has laid bare the systemic issues and changes needed to deliver justice and support for survivors. But some recommendations remain outstanding. Reforming the legal definition of reasonable belief in consent must be considered urgently. The current legislation fails to understand consent and leaves far too much room for ambiguity and dangerous assumptions. Likewise, we must do as much as we can to create a system that doesn't re-traumatise survivors or dismiss their experiences. The introduction of pre-trial education is a vital step that must be prioritised. Myths and stereotypes continue to pervade public understanding and courtroom decisions, and educating jurors before they hear cases will be a very simple but powerful step in ensuring that justice is indeed based on facts and not misconceptions. Turning to the amendment, while I acknowledge the amendment from the DUP today, the issue at hand, the amendment does risk undermining progress made so far and further delay and reforms which are so urgently needed. The Gillen Review was built on extensive consultation with survivors, experts and stakeholders, and therefore to call for more consultation at this stage will only further stall urgent reforms that survivors deserve. So therefore, I and the Alliance Party cannot support that amendment today.
Time's up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate that. I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Principal Speaker, this morning I welcome the motion brought to the Chamber, and many members have articulated very clearly the horrifying impact of violence against women and girls. But this is a societal issue that even the parameters of this Assembly cannot truly come to grips with. 25 women have been murdered in Northern Ireland since 2020, and worse than that, since 1996, 272 women in the Republic of Ireland have met a violent death, the most recent a woman in Ballyconnell, and to her family I do send my sincere sympathy. These women aren't just names. They were people with families, friends and lives to live, brutally cut short. But they must not be forgotten, and we must tackle the ever-rising rate of femicide. However, we cannot let emotions cloud our judgment. We must legislate carefully and ensure what is done is practical, not rushed and impotent. The lived experience of female students at university here shows that 67% of this cohort have at least one unwanted sexual experience. That's not to mention the many victims of spiking in clubs or bars, or who are being catcalled and harassed in the street after dark. These actions represent a vile and pervading misogynistic underbelly that is prevalent in society. There has been a systematic failure to safeguard women and girls on such issues. Indeed, we have seen just recently how in England victims of grooming gangs have been failed by the refusal of the Labour government to set up a public inquiry. It is imperative that we do not allow something as sick and gut-wrenching as organised grooming gangs to operate here. Perpetrators of such heinous and depraved gangs and crimes must need to be apprehended and should face the full force of the law. We desperately need transparency on what the Justice Ministry is doing to stop this gender-based violence. This ministry is the primary institution responsible for upholding justice and protecting citizens, so the answers must come from the Minister. Women and girls are terrified in their own homes, their place of work and education, places where they should feel safe to flourish, but instead must live in fear. In Northern Ireland, the PSNI receive a call related to domestic violence every 17 minutes. The onus of protection for women against violence and abuse has seemingly been left to women themselves, policing themselves where they can and cannot go without someone knowing where they are and having someone to go with them. To address the amendment, there is a distinct need for consultation before implementation to ensure pre-trial jury education does not bias the jury. Moreover, consultation allows stakeholders and support groups to have input in important legislation while providing educational content that is relevant and does not overwhelm jurors. There is a desperate need for consultation on the legal framework for reasonable belief and consent, as it can vary in interpretation, leading to inconsistencies in court rulings. Consultation helps refine this definition
Time's
to
up,
ensure
Diana.
it is clear and consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call Justin McNulty?
I rise today to speak on this important SDLP motion calling for immediate actions to put an end to the scourge of violence against women and girls, a scourge that is rampant in our society. The north of Ireland is one of the least safe places to be a woman in all of Europe. The north of Ireland is one of the least safe places to be a woman in all of Europe. This is both frightening and shameful. Yet, unfortunately, it's not surprising. Violence is embedded in the very fabric of our society. And this has contributed to 25 women being tragically murdered here in the past 4 years, in most cases by someone known to them. Figures on domestic and sexual abuse paint a similarly disturbing picture, and the experience of victims and survivors pursuing justice through the justice system is shaped by more trauma. Significant resources have been put into reviews and strategies, and we know what is needed to improve the system, so why is it not being done? Almost 6 years since the Gillen Review was published, we are still waiting for many of the recommendations to be fully implemented. The pace of change has been far too slow, and people here are facing the consequences of this inaction. The Gillen Review calls for the defining of what does and doesn't constitute consent, and I would urge the Minister of Justice to bring forward the recommended changes to the existing legal definition of consent to ensure that victims of sexual violence are taken seriously and given the opportunity to pursue justice unhindered by loose definitions of consent predicated on misogynistic stereotypes. Similarly, rape myths are all too prevalent across our society, and those stereotypes pervade each step of the justice system and process, from the moment that someone decides to come forward to report a crime to the moment that the jury issues a verdict. This is a direct barrier to accessing justice. I would like to know why the Minister has not implemented the numerous recommendations in the report in order to tackle rape myths across society and in particular in the justice system. The overarching theme of the review was that of cultural reform. We must challenge the violent, misogynistic stereotyping and victim-blaming attitudes present through all levels of society that have fostered an environment that allows murder, domestic abuse and sexual abuse to take place. I must pay a tribute to my colleagues in Urymore and Down Council who brought forward a motion on tackling violence against women and girls. Consequently, the Council are leading with 16 training days in this year to tackle this issue. And finally, I want to highlight my concern at the low levels of investment into the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework. Serious reform is required to tackle this issue, yet only £3 million has been allocated thus far. This is totally inadequate given the severity of the issue, and I urge the relevant executive parties and departments to make sure that the strategy is fully funded so it can actually be effective. I want to finish by returning to the 25 women murdered here since 2020. 25 women who are mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, and so much more. My heartfelt sympathies goes out to the families of each of those 25 women.
Time's
25.
up, Justin. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I call Timothy Gosson.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I want to preface my remarks by saying that I have listened with some disbelief this morning to the Sinn Féin Speaker pontificate about violence against women and girls today. But there was no such concern by the Republican movement, who decided that an innocent woman in my constituency, Yvonne Dunlop, should die. There was no pre-trial education for the killers of Mother of 10, Jean McConville. Members, we all know the name George Floyd. This building was lit in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement. We all know the name Stephen Lawrence. His family are to be commended for their fight for justice. But how many people in this chamber know the names Lucy Lowe, Charlene Downs, Victoria Agoglia, all murdered by Pakistani rape gangs? When there was a chance to do something about that issue and call a public inquiry, what did the parties represented in this House do when it came to their MPs? Sinn Féin, the SDLP, Alliance and 3 out of the 5 DUP MPs were nowhere to be seen. The calls for a national inquiry into abuse by grooming gangs will, however, not go away, nor should they. I have always been opposed to violence against women and girls. That is not something the First Minister can bring herself to say. When I tabled a question on the 24th of September asking the First Ministers, in light of the publication of their strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, for their assessment of whether violence against women and girls in the period between 1969 and 1998 was wrong, the reply came back 2 months later. All violence against women and girls is wrong. Members, I'm still waiting for an update to a follow-up question asking them to provide an answer in the past tense. That said, I want to explain why I will oppose the motion before the House today. My opposition relates to its call for the introduction of a pre-trial jury education. Jury independence is of paramount importance. Pre-trial jury education smacks of trying to shape jury thinking as per the educator. Importantly, juries in sex cases already get special direction, such as, for example, a juror cannot infer anything from how the victim was dressed, and in addition, like every jury, they are directed on the law by the judge before they retire to consider their verdict.
Does he see the contradiction in what he just said? He said he doesn't believe in pre-trial education, but he's then said judges direct juries in every single criminal trial. Isn't it the case that there is, by definition, instruction and education for jurors in every trial, and our motion is calling for that, as the Gillen Review does, to be enhanced?
The member has an extra minute.
I think the member for his intervention, I think where the difference is, it's up to the judge to direct in the setting under the legal basis and not out to somebody who can put their own slant on it. This will be very carefully managed in the courtroom by the judge, not by what the motion brings forward today. There's no stipulation around the guidance of what that would look like. So, where the member fails to recognise what would be dressed up as education is actually in danger of colouring the thinking of the jury and thereby diminishes their independence, which comes from life experiences. So I do want to see an end to violence against women and girls, but members, I am not in favour of meddling with our tried and tested jury system.
Okay, the next speaker is Jerry Carroll, and Jerry, just to advise you, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Speaker, I support today's motion, and we should be horrified, as people have said, and outraged that 42 women have been murdered in the North in the last 8 years. Should be a source of shame for the executive that no meaningful progress has been made to tackle gender-based violence. The epidemic is unfortunately getting worse. In 2023 alone, more than 33,000 domestic abuse incidences were recorded. Lip service from the executive parties won't cut it. Women deserve so much more than aspirational. Yeah, we'll go away.
The member recognised that changes in the last mandate regarding legislation actually has brought about significant change with what we can charge perpetrators with. I think non-fatal strangulation is just one of them. So whilst I do recognise that he's passionate, as we all are, about this issue, credit where credit is due to members of the executive, and I'm not just talking about the Minister of Justice.
Okay, interventions are meant to be brief. Excuse me, interventions are meant to be brief, and unfortunately, Jerry, there isn't enough time in the debate to award you an extra minute.
Change has been slow, is all I would say that, because of limited time. And I also want to send my solidarity to all women impacted by violence, threatening and abusive behaviour, including women in this building who spoke out in recent days, the Lagan Valley MP as well. And I think also, Deputy Speaker, we need to be careful about our language that really focuses on racialised minorities, that somehow thinks or perceives that people who are maybe from the Muslim community or Asian are more predisposed to violence against women. This is nonsense, it's factually incorrect, and it's very, very dangerous language and territory to go down. Perpetrators are more likely across these islands to be white, and as I said by the member opposite, more likely to be known to the victim and a family member. So people should be very, very careful about the language they use in this debate. But any serious plans to end violence against women and girls must be clearly targeted at the roots of gender-based violence. Deep-rooted institutional misogyny stems from old ideas about women and their bodies being personal property of men. These ideas, outdated as they seem, are still reinforced by today's system. I've plenty more to say, but unfortunately time is against me.
Yes,
Thank you.
Unfortunately it is, and apologies about that. It was just the length of the debate was agreed by the Business Committee. So our next speaker is Junior Minister Riley to respond on the debate. And Junior Minister, you have 10 minutes.
And I am responding to this motion today on behalf of the Minister of Justice, and wish her well, and I know she'll be back in the chamber as soon as she can. The Minister is grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this important motion before the House. In relation to the amendment that has been brought forward by the DUP, I can confirm that it is the Minister's intention to consult on proposals to clarify the legal definition of what constitutes reasonable belief and consent before the end of the current mandate. In relation to jury education, there are a number of existing resources already available to assist and educate jurors, including written guidance in relation to their legal responsibilities, contempt of court, and on the laws around their use of social media. The judiciary also provide oral directions in this regard in relation to rape myths. The Minister will continue to keep under review whether further actions and/or resources could enhance jury education, and will consult as appropriate. The Minister of Justice wants to make it absolutely clear that all violence against women and girls is completely unacceptable, and knows that all members are deeply appalled at the increase in violence against women in recent months. There must be a collective effort from across society and all executive departments, not only justice, to address these issues. And that is why it is right that we in the Executive Office have laid responsibility for the delivery of the strategic framework for ending violence against women and girls. Of course, the Department of Justice has an important contribution to make, and the Department is making that contribution, particularly through work to address domestic and sexual abuse and through delivery of the Gillen Review. The Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy, which launched last September, sets out a range of specific actions intended to create lasting change and fundamentally to keep those at risk from domestic and sexual abuse, including women and girls, safer. Clearly, there are interdependencies between this work and the Executive Office Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework, and the Justice Minister will ensure that her department continues to work in partnership with TEO and other executive departments to deliver positive change. I know that for the First Minister, Deputy First Minister, as well as myself and Junior Minister Cameron, ending violence against women and girls has been a day one priority. We're determined to work together, along with our executive colleagues and with the groups and organisations who already do sterling work on the ground, to end this scourge of violence, harm and abuse which impacts right across our society. This motion focuses particularly on delivery of the Gillen Review programme. This is a critical programme of change that will deliver vital measures for victims of serious sexual offences, and we know that women and girls are affected disproportionately, but not exclusively, by these offences. Of course, the vision set out in the Gillen Review cannot be achieved solely by the Department of Justice. The review envisaged societal change that needs a collaborative cross-executive response involving education and health, and cutting across the Executive Office responsibilities on ending violence against women and girls. And that collective approach and collective responsibility underpins the Executive's work to build a changed society where women and girls feel safe and are safe everywhere. Collaboration is essential for us to start to build the transformative change needed to achieve that aim. The Justice Minister is fully committed to the implementation of the review, and good progress has been made in partnership with others. The focus has been on progressing the recommendations that have the most beneficial impact on victims, and in spite of challenges, DOJ has introduced many new measures, services and reforms that are delivering real and meaningful improvements for victims of sexual crime. So in practical terms, what's different now? The justice system can be disorientating and difficult to understand, and so complainants in sexual offence cases are now able to access new supports, including the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Advocacy Service and the Sexual Offences Legal Advisor, or SOLA, scheme, which helps to inform and empower complainants by providing free legal service. The SOLA scheme has helped almost 2,000 complainants to date, and feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. The Justice Minister plans to build on this service by establishing equivalent support for child victims, and that service should launch next month. and also by legislating to clarify complainants' rights to pre-trial third-party legal representation. This would allow SOLAS to represent them in the courtroom to object to the disclosure of their private material or to the introduction of their previous sexual history. Many victims say that the most stressful aspect of their criminal justice experience is standing up in a courtroom to give evidence. The Department of Justice has been working to reduce that trauma. New legislation is in place to protect victim anonymity and to exclude members of the public from the courtroom during serious sexual offence trials. In addition, remote evidence facilities have been established in Belfast and Craigavon to reduce trauma and provide a less intimidating, secure venue away from the courthouse to give evidence. Promotion of the remote evidence centres has led to an increase of over 600% in bookings last year compared to 2023. While it is still early days, it is also noteworthy that in the last calendar year, up to the 1st of November, the conviction rate for completed trials where the witness had opted to use one of these facilities was 92%. Almost half of these convictions were by guilty plea, without the need for the victim to give oral evidence at the trial. The use of the Belfast Remote Evidence Centres for Domestic Abuse contest has proved equally successful, with again a conviction rate of over 90%. On disclosure, the PSNI and PPS have led work to improve the operation of the disclosure process, and this is making a significant difference under the Disclosure Improvement Plan. Training has been delivered to prosecutors and police officers, and new file standards have been agreed. As a result, the volume of prosecution files being returned to PSNI as a result of failing requirements dropped from an average of almost 78% in 2020 to around 11% in 2024. Further measures are planned, and the Department of Justice is currently consulting on legislative proposals to regulate the disclosure process and enhance the protections relating to the disclosure of private information in serious sexual offence cases. Separate work through the judge-led Under-13s protocol is reducing delay in cases involving young children, and this helps to reduce re-traumatisation and to allow children to start their recovery journey sooner. Criminal justice organisations participating in this protocol have agreed to seek to expedite similar cases involving witnesses aged under 16 years across all court divisions. Wider work is also improving the experiences of child complainants, including dedicated child-friendly remote evidence centre facilities, the imminent launch of children's sexual offence legal advisors, and working to improve Achieving Best Evidence. Achieving Best Evidence interview training has improved with input from registered intermediaries, child psychologists and members of the legal profession. Appropriate interview suites have also been refurbished, with children's toys or props available where required. An ABE cadre of police officers and social care staff was piloted and proved beneficial. Other measures are designed to deliver cultural and organisational change, again to benefit victims. This includes the development and rollout of a trauma-informed training framework to enhance the understanding, skills and sensitivity of those working with victims of sexual crime in the criminal justice system. The Department of Justice has also worked with the PSNI and the Executive Office to develop a campaign to tackle the underpinning behaviours and attitudes that can fuel sexual offending and gender-based violence. The Minister of Justice anticipates that this campaign will launch later this month. The motion specifically cites recommendations relating to reforming the laws around the defence of reasonable belief and introducing pre-trial jury education. The Minister of Justice supports the conclusion that legislative steps need to be taken to underpin the key principle of consent as defined in Article 3 of the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, that a person consents if he agrees by choice and has the freedom and capacity to make that choice. The review made a number of recommendations as to how this might be achieved. It remains the Minister's intentions to develop relevant policy and legislative proposals in this regard before the end of the current mandate. On pre-trial jury education, the review specifically recommended that the judiciary should give clear directions to jurors in relation to their use of social media during trials. While the judiciary are wholly independent, officials in the Department of Justice have engaged extensively with the Lady Chief Justice's Office to work collectively on a number of the Gillen recommendations in this area. The Lady Chief Justice's Office has advised that guidance on this matter is provided on the Judicial Bench Book, which contains specimen directions for judges to give to the jury. The Lady Chief Justice has statutory responsibility for the provision of training for the independent judiciary, and judges have received specific training on this matter, and it is standard practice for judges to give clear and concise directions to jurors on their legislative obligations on the first day of the trial and is required at the conclusion of each day's hearing. As previously mentioned, the Lady Chief Justice has statutory responsibility for judicial training, and in relation to raising juror awareness of rape myths, the Lady Chief Justice's office has advised that judicial training on such matters is regularly delivered and refreshed. The judiciary provide oral directions to rape myths at the start of the sexual offence trials. These instructions are straightforward and cover everything required. Judges will also intervene during the trial as appropriate. Marachal Skur, Alaskan Corla, I end by reiterating the condemnation of all violence against women and girls. I reaffirm the Minister of Justice's commitment to working with executive colleagues and other partners to end violence against women and girls and to safeguard all those who are at risk from harm. Violence against women and girls is wrong, has no place in our society, and there is something that everyone can do to stop it. It can affect anyone in villages, towns, cities, right across our society. My thoughts are with those who have lost their lives to this horrendous epidemic, but also to those who suffer with it every single day. We see you, we hear you, and we will work together to change our society for the better.
Thank you, Junior Minister. Morris Bradley to wind on the amendment, and the advisor Morris that you've got 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the DUP motion on this serious issue, violence against women and girls. I would highlight that this is a societal problem that must never be tolerated and is our collective responsibility to protect victims. Legal reforms must be carefully considered, evidence-based and balanced to ensure fairness for both victims and the accused. Sexual crime cases often face low conviction rates and difficult legal processes, but progress is being made with increasing conviction rates. The focus should be on fair, transparent justice, not just statistics. Education is vital. It's vital to challenge harmful rape myths, but interventions must be carefully calibrated to reflect juror attitudes. Delays in sexual offence cases harm victims further. The justice system must be reformed to address inefficiencies and reduce these delays. Laws around consent must be clear and fair for all parties, developed through consultation with victims, legal experts and the accused. Any legal changes, particularly regarding the reasonable belief defence, must consider the rights of defendants, ensuring a fair and balanced justice system. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, many speakers have highlighted the disgust that abides in this chamber over violence against women and girls. Sinead McLaughlin called for greater education to ensure confidence in the justice system. Emma Sheeran made a passionate plea for the case in Northern Ireland as the most unsafe place in Europe, highlighting that 25 women have lost their life since 2020. Connie Egan, problems still exist. The Gillen Review, while welcome, needs further implementation and calls for judicial training. Doug Beattie calls for a cross-departmental issue to deal with this problem and would add abuse to the heading violence against women and girls. He calls for the importance of early education. Sinead Ennis highlights unwelcome shadow of violence, domestic abuse and the effect that it has on children and families across Northern Ireland, calls for the safety of all women and girls throughout the province. Stephen Dunn highlights the number of incidents that go unreported because of fear. Stuart Dixon, violence against women and girls is an epidemic, according to Stuart, and I would agree with him, and calls for a collective issue to tackle this failure, in taking on violence against women and girls in a firm manner. Diana Armstrong highlights failure to tackle violence against women and girls and the misogynistic mindset across Northern Ireland, where women are living in fear in their own home, in their workplace and in society in general. Justice McNulty made another passionate plea and calls for an immediate end to this scourge of violence against women and girls, and criticises the slowness in implementing the Gillen report. Timothy Gasson highlights historical violence against women and girls and the lack of movement in recognising violence against women and girls.
Morris, your time's up.
Oh, well, I apologise for Jerry. He didn't want time either. So thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind up the debate on the amendment. And Matthew, just to advise, you've got the motion, you've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all those who participated in the first of today's Opposition Day motions on violence against women and girls. It has been said repeatedly during this debate that we face a crisis in this society, and that's true. Can I first of all thank all those who participated in the debate and commend colleagues for the seriousness and depth with which the debate was conducted. I won't go through every point that was made, but I will tackle a few of the points. But I first of all want to reflect on the depth of the crisis that we face and what it means for our society and our people, and I suppose ourselves and our families. A lot of the most impassioned speakers on this subject are necessarily women, and female MLAs have today spoken with extraordinary intensity, as Saoirse Eastwood did in the House of Commons last week. My colleague Sinead McLaughlin opened the debate. Emma Sheeran spoke with immense, I think, insight and passion, as Emma has done many times in this chamber. Joanne Bunting, Connie Egan, Diane Armstrong gave a passionate speech talking about the most recent victim of this horrendous epidemic of femicide on this island, just near where she represents in Ballyconnell in County Cavan. But it's important that men also speak about this, male politicians and men in general, because in many ways, male behaviour are at the root of many of these problems. And it is important that we speak sincerely and honestly about the seriousness of these challenges and what we need to do to overcome them. And today's motions are about tackling the range of policy interventions that we can make, some of which are covered in the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and others which aren't. But as a husband and a father, sometimes it's important to reflect on this at a personal level. I was having a conversation recently with my wife about something as mundane as going running and taking exercise. And we live in southeast Belfast, quite close to Craigie Glen, which is just on the border of my constituency and Joanne Bunting's. And I was encouraging my wife, who is no shrinking violet, that she should go for a run or a walk in Craigie Glen, which, if you haven't been to, is a lovely little glen just off the ring road. And I said, I sometimes go there for a run. It's a great place to clear your head at lunchtime. And she said, just kind of casually, well, I wouldn't, because I'd feel a bit exposed going there alone. And it sort of stopped me in my tracks. And I thought, geez, this isn't something I ever have to think about. And in a couple of months' time, my wife's going to give birth and we're going to have a baby daughter. And it really does stop and pause and make you think, not just as a politician, but as somebody who has a wife and will have a daughter soon, about the extent of what we face in terms of a crisis of violence against women. 25 people since 2020 having lost their lives, and they aren't just statistics. They are Natalie McNally, an activist, and Armagh fan, a passionate, brilliant campaigner in County Offaly. They are Aisling Murphy, a primary school teacher. They are the woman Anne Heineman, who's just lost her life in County Cavan. They're Karen Cummins, the nurse who lost her life from Banbridge. They aren't statistics. They aren't dry, abstract numbers. They're real people who had lives that were taken away from them cruelly. Our motion today calls for implementation of two specific parts of the Gillen Review. One is around reform of the reasonable belief defence. I welcome the fact that the Junior Minister has confirmed that the Justice Minister is going to consult on taking action. That I acknowledge that the Justice Minister was suffering from a cold yesterday, so it's fair enough that she isn't here today. I had asked her a question late last year, I haven't received a response, but I'm glad now that we have some confirmation that we are going to see reform of that. I don't think I'll get an extra minute, and I have a few things to get through, but I welcome that. On the question of pre-trial jury education, there were a number of points made about that. It is really critical that in our justice system we retain free, fair trial processes, and the judiciary have discretion, but this happens already. There were a few particularly lurid comments that were made about that, has to be said, particularly from Mr Gaston. Judges give direction, jurors are given education. This was something that was reflected upon in the Gillen Review. The justice system is the downstream part of the policy intervention on this crisis that we face, but there are very real things that we can do. Our motion today calls for specific action, overdue action in terms of implementing them. Justice Gillen is not some left-wing, trendy academic. This is a former appeal court judge. These are serious, practical proposals. Let's get on with them. This is the first of our motions today. I'm a little bit concerned about the DUP amendment, which we've had a lot of consultation in this area, but let me just say we commend this motion, and I thank all those who spoke today for the seriousness with which they approached the subject.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Joanne Bunting, Maurice Bradley and Stephen Dunn be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries, if any, noes. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Will you please resume your seats? Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Joanne Bunting, Maurice Bradley and Stephen Dunn be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Joanne Bunting and Maurice Bradley. Tellers for the noes are Colin McGrath and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right. Clear the doors. Order, members. Order. Clerk, could you please read the result?
78 members voted, 31 members voted aye, 47 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
So the amendment falls. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business on the order paper is a motion from the opposition on tackling online violence against women and girls. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses alarm at the growing issues of online violence. This Assembly expresses alarm at the growing issue of online violence against women and girls, particularly the increasing use of deep-fake imagery. Notes that deep-fake abuse disproportionately targets women, with studies indicating that over 90% of non-consensual deep-fake imagery involves female victims. Acknowledges that current legislative frameworks are unfit in addressing emerging forms of online abuse, such as deepfake technology. Calls on the Minister of Justice to commission a comprehensive review of existing criminal law on online violence against women and girls to ensure all forms of abuse are adequately captured and dealt with. And further calls on the Minister to write to the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport and the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, requesting a clear timeline for the introduction of legislation to adequately criminalise deepfake abuse.
Thank you. I call on Cara Hunter to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you, Cara. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for debate. Before I invite you to open the debate, I wish to inform the Assembly again that the Minister of Justice is not available today to be in the Chamber due to illness, and Junior Minister Cameron will be responding on behalf of the Executive. Cara, please open the debate on the motion.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today and rise to address this critical and timely issues that affects not only individuals as survivors and victims, but also acts as a threat to our democracy. Today I rise to discuss the need to regulate deepfakes, a technology that has moved from the realm of novelty to becoming a tool for harm, exploitation and of course deception. I welcome in recent weeks that the British Government has moved and announced plans to change the law to address the use of this technology maliciously. And while this is a step in the right direction, I'm here to say we cannot wait to have this law brought forward, and we cannot afford to wait. We need action now, and we need to keep the pressure on to ensure there is immediate implementation. The words from the mouth of the British Government say, when time allows, but that language will offer little comfort to victims and survivors and future victims of this technology when used maliciously. Deepfakes are manipulated digital content that appear as real. They are being used to humiliate, exploit and of course intimidate, particularly targeting women. They are so easily made in mere seconds through the click of a button on an app. A recent survey found that 96% of deepfake videos are of course non-consensual pornography. And in the UK, in a 2023 report, image-based abuse, particularly deepfake creation, is up 80% over the last 3 years. This rise really underscores the urgent need for our legal framework to catch up with technological advancement. Without adequate protections, victims are left vulnerable and perpetrators will continue to act with impunity. The harm caused by deepfakes goes far beyond individual cases. It is a threat to the very sanctity of our democracy. Doctored videos of politicians and public figures spread misinformation, eroding trust in institutions, the people within these institutions, and of course influencing elections. In a study conducted by the UK's Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation, 62% of people expressed concern that deepfakes could manipulate our political outcomes. Democracy relies on truth, and deepfakes distort truth. The longer we delay, the more vulnerable we become to this insidious threat. I'm mindful aspects of this law to do with communication are of course reserved, but let me move to what we can do. And although the Justice Minister isn't here today, I really believe that we can make the changes within our devolved institution that can help support victims and to push for action with perpetrators. I'm calling on the Justice Minister here in Northern Ireland to treat this issue with the urgency it rightfully demands. First of all, I believe firmly that we need to ensure that sentences for those who create and distribute harmful deepfakes are robust and can act firmly as a deterrent. Victims deserve justice, and perpetrators must face real consequences for these horrific actions. Secondly, we are asking the Justice Minister to commission a comprehensive review of existing criminal law on online violence against women and girls to ensure all forms of abuse are adequately dealt with. This must include investing in cybercrime technology and resources for the PSNI so they have the capacity to tackle this growing issue effectively. Currently, sadly, only 15% of UK police forces have dedicated cybercrime units, so that shows the glaring gap in our ability to respond to these ever-growing technological threats. And, you know, we're failing people. We're really failing people, particularly women. They're really on their own with this one, and I feel very strongly that it's just not good enough. We must recognise the need for investment in cybercrime units to ensure law enforcement have the tools and the expertise to tackle this ongoing problem. This technology is advancing rapidly, and our capacity to combat it must advance just as quickly. This means that we need adequate training, resources, and collaboration with tech experts to stay ahead of those who seek to maliciously use this technology. And I'm particularly concerned on how this technology can be used to harm children, so I think that's really something important to include here today. We need to step up, be firm, and show perpetrators who maliciously use this tech that they will be dealt with. Sentencing here must be a strong deterrent. Lastly, I urge the Minister of Justice to write to the Secretary of State for Digital Science and Innovation and Technology and the Secretary of State for Justice as well, demanding for a clear timeline for the introduction of legislation to adequately criminalise deepfake abuse. This is not a problem that respects our borders, so our response must be unified, swift and comprehensive. And right across Europe, there are AI centres that provide support for victims of deepfake, so I think here in Northern Ireland, we must see those changes and supports with ethics here in the AICC, which is currently being developed. AI has incredible potential. It can be used for good, but we must use our devolved powers to stamp out it being used maliciously. Today, each and every one of us are speaking up against online violence and harm against women and girls, so I would urge every member to support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call Connie Egan to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Connie. You will have 5 minutes to propose, and there'll be 3 minutes to wind on the amendment, and all other speakers will have 3 minutes. Connie, please start the debate on the amendment.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise today again to speak on the horrendous violence facing women in Northern Ireland, in the UK and also much further beyond. Online spaces, apps, social media is something that's become part of our everyday life. We use it every day, whether it's for work, connecting with friends and family. However, I know I'm not the only person in this chamber today who has sincere and deeply felt concerns around how spaces on the internet are used to torment, humiliate and cause harm against women and girls. In 2021, research exposed that 1 in 3 women in the UK have experienced online abuse at some point in their lives. This is only compounding and we need to act quickly. I really want to sincerely thank the SDLP and Cara Hunter in particular for shining a light on this, particularly deepfake imagery. I commend her bravery for speaking on this topic, something that I know is deeply personal to you, as well also as Diane Forsyth, who shared her experience of being targeted with online abuse in the 2022 Assembly election. Both horrendous experiences which should not have happened, which you should not have had to endure. I stand here to present the amendment not at all to dilute the contents of the motion, but to instead try and strengthen its place within the Executive's ongoing work of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. Tackling the online abuse of women and girls, responsibility lies across the entirety of our Executive, and prioritising tackling this horrific misogyny is something our Justice Minister has prioritised since taking office. We must work together on this cross-cutting issue, not just to create robust legislation that criminalises such heinous acts, but a whole society approach to change the growing culture of acceptance, We need to show leadership, embed prevention, and deter those who create this imagery and protect victims. Additionally to this, the amendment seeks to recognise that online communication is a reserved matter and that it should be placed with the First and Deputy First Minister on behalf of the Executive to liaise with the UK Government to ensure changes are made as quickly as possible. I hope those across the Chamber today will support the amendment. The current legislative frameworks that deal with emerging forms of online abuse are clearly unfit for purpose and not victim-centred. We need coherent and unified legislation that is aimed at online activity. As the motion itself reflects, we welcome the recent commitments from the UK Government to bring legislation on deepfake imagery, particularly deepfake pornography. Artificial intelligence has grown and learnt at an alarming pace, becoming more and more accessible to the everyday person each year. It's become extremely sophisticated and then through that hard to decipher between what is real and what is not. The hyper-realistic falsification of images, video and audio poses a sincere threat to how we both perceive and protect what is real. Between 2022 and 2023, the amount of deepfake pornography created increased by 464%. This quickening pace of development does not have adequate legislation to get ahead of it. The issue of deepfakes, as the motion correctly infers, is an entirely gendered issue, with 96% of deepfakes online being non-consensual fake videos of women. This is one of the most recent ways to degrade, humiliate and harass women online. We all have a role to ensure legislation and its accompanying actions are victim-centred. This being funnelled and coordinated through the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls Programme Board will allow a coordinated approach that results in long-lasting culture change. Right now, instead, we see organisations and the community and voluntary sector, such as Women's Aid and Nexus and all those which are in our communities, bear the brunt and consequences and the impact that this has on victims. We need a comprehensive legislation and we need to work with the Government to get increased detail of the contents of their proposed law. But also, in light of our shortened mandate, working with the UK Government is the best and most effective way to create change. We need a consistent approach because, all in all, this is about ending the exploitation and abuse of power to punish people, usually women and children, for merely daring to exist. The solutions cannot be asking women to change their behaviour or just not engage online, as that makes us complicit in taking away the autonomy of those across our society. We need to permeate prevention across our culture, changing it to one that overwhelmingly finds this unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call Deirdre Hargey.
Thanks very much. And these are important topics that we're discussing here in the Chamber today. And indeed, online abuse and the use of cyber flashing, catfishing, targeted abuse and the emergence of the use of deep fake imagery is extremely concerning. We know that with the advancement of technology and indeed artificial intelligence, that their use have become more widespread and indeed often more sinister. And I've been raising this issue of the fast emerging technology at the Justice Committee and have been asking what the Department and the Minister are doing in terms of responding to these advancements. Their impacts are devastating to their victims, with profound impact and consequences that can often be long-lasting. The use of deepfake imagery is an extremely deep form of abuse that violates the intended victim and survivor, often impacting on their safety and well-being. It's perpetrated without consent and often involves sexually explicit images being shared, which have been altered, and often the victim and survivor do not know the identity of the sender. The concerns around the online abuse is amplified in the fact that they disproportionately target women and young girls, and this again amplifies what we have already listened to in the earlier motion concerning the increase in violence against women and girls. We live in a society where technology is an ever-increasing part of our lives and our work. For many of us, we can't do without our phones or our laptops. So it's essential that this technology is now being used, obviously, to further target people with the aim of discrediting, undermining, or to perpetrate often sinister and violent actions virtually. And we know that it doesn't stop within the virtual world. Their impacts reach beyond that through harassment and sometimes death. And we've seen that in the case last year of Alexander McCartney, one of the largest catfishing cases with in excess of over 3,500 people impacted throughout the world, which seen extreme sexual abuse of children and indeed the manslaughter of a 12-year-old girl. So that's how sinister and far-reaching this action can be. We therefore need to ensure that our laws are equipped to deal with such incidents, that the law can respond to advances in this technology, whether they are reserved or devolved matters. An ongoing review and looking at best practice are also essential. Alongside this, we need more robust adherence and guidelines by social media companies, and to ensure that there is robust enforcement if they fail in their duty to protect people. Indeed, wider strategies are important, including the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, which is being led by TEO, but it is a wider executive strategy for all ministers and all departments. And indeed, all of us within this chamber and society have a duty to drive systemic change and also to support grassroots support and education. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. I call Joanne Bunting.
The internet is a great thing when used for good. However, it's also brought about and normalised some of the worst behaviours in human nature, and the problem has exponentially worsened as technology has improved. This, now coupled with the advancement of AI, must be harnessed before things that are out of control now grow beyond any control. The inception of social media has brought about horrific abuse of those who do not share the views of the ubiquitous trolls, and frequently the aim is to intimidate, embarrass and ultimately silence. Within the last few years, the situation has plumbed a whole new level of low, and it's critical that there's action without delay before nothing meaningful can be done. For too long now, the online world has been a deeply unpleasant place where people abuse others to the extreme, usually behind a cloak of anonymity. No one should be expected to accept this kind of disgusting abuse, particularly the vulgar abuse targeted at many females. The DUP wants to see an improved response to the many forms of technology-facilitated abuse against women online. Far too many women and girls have experienced violence and harassment, including online, due to their sex. Indeed, shockingly, a 2023 study by Security Hero showed a 550% rise in deep-fake pornographic videos since 2019, and evidence shows these target women. These deep-fake videos degrade, demean and deceive. During the last Assembly elections, some female candidates were subject to horrendously offensive deepfake content. In addition to the personal trauma this will cause for our colleagues in elected politics and their families, it's also concerning and sinister that such content may be used to attempt to influence the outcome of an election. Technology to create explicit deepfakes without consent is readily available, with research showing 1 in every 3 deepfake tools allows users to create deepfake pornography. This means that someone with access to the internet who has a clear photo of a person's face can make a deepfake video of them in less than 25 minutes. The pace of development with generative AI is concerning, and we must be in no doubt that the impact of its misuse could and likely will be far-reaching, including in cases of child sexual abuse, where the NCA and the police can't distinguish whether it is a real child or a generated image. Progress has been made to strengthen the police and legal response in the Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill 2022 by including 4 new offences. However, the pace at which technology advances is staggering, and so we must ensure that the police have the means to tackle online abuse in all forms, and that our legislation keeps pace with technological progress to avoid loopholes. It will be important going forward that there's a comprehensive review of existing laws across Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK to establish where are the gaps, what more could and should be done, and what is best practice in and beyond our shores.
Joanne, time's up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I call Diana Armstrong, please.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Opposition for bringing this motion to the House today. As others have outlined, deepfake imagery is an image-based form of sexual abuse, having a horrific impact as a deeply violating form of abuse predominantly targeted against women and girls. Cases of online violence and non-consensual deepfake imagery have escalated in an online environment where social media platforms' mechanisms to remove content offer limited redress to victims after the harm has already occurred. This results in profound mental and psychological distress for victims and impacts on their safety and well-being. It is welcome that the British Government has responded to this form of abuse, indicating that in addition to the Online Safety Act of October 23, it will introduce the Crime and Policing Bill later this year. This will create a new offence where an individual takes intimate images without consent. Very often image victims have not consented, nor are they aware that these images are being circulated, and threats to share them with family and friends often lead to further exploitation of victims and a sense of violation. The aim of this bill will be to make this behaviour criminal so that the perpetrators can be caught and brought to justice, and I support the call in this motion for the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to work with the UK Government on behalf of the Executive to ensure this new legislation protects victims of online abuse with appropriate sentencing for perpetrators, and that it ensures zero tolerance of deepfake generation in all its forms. Intimate image abuse is a national emergency that is causing significant, long-lasting harm to women and girls who face a total loss of control over the digital footprint at the hands of online misogyny. Women should not have to accept sexual harassment and abuse as a normal part of their online lives. In tandem with legislation being introduced, misogynistic attitudes from young men and boys need to be addressed. Surveys show a prevalence of traditionalist views amongst young males, predominantly in their 20s. These views may be perpetrated due to peer pressure and other environments where they believe it is manly to exercise power and control over others, and that real men shouldn't have to care about women's opinions or feelings. The influence of online pornography on young men and boys is also a determinant in developing attitudes towards women. To close on supporting this motion, more work needs to be done to address young men's damaging attitudes towards women. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Principal Deputy Speaker, legislation to tackle platform promoters who provide the platform for such social abuses to be first published and then shared. That needs to be addressed as well, because they are guilty, because they have provided a platform. To use a platform, you must be a member, therefore they're responsible for their membership. It is too easy, Principal Deputy Speaker, to acquire a fake profile or a fake account, and more needs to be done by the likes of Facebook, X, which was Twitter, Instagram and Meta, to regulate their platform, because they're the ones that's making the money out of it, and they're the ones that's propagating the abuse of others. Not only are they not doing enough to regulate who becomes a member of these social media platforms, they are not doing enough to remove the videos or the offensive material once they've been identified. And legislation needs to be put in place to tackle that, so that doesn't happen, rather than tackle it after it has happened. Owners must take responsibility for what content is published on their platforms, and that's something that hasn't come across yet, and it's something that the government in Westminster and here needs to take account of. They must be held responsible for any content they publish, just the same as a newspaper is. Legislation has not kept the pace with internet expanse. It's too easy to make a false profile, and it's too easy to hack a social media account, and thereby you cause offence not only with the material published but also to the account holder who has been hacked. When this happens, it creates offence right across the board. Anybody that puts out a deepfake video, there's something badly wrong with their mindset. It could be a sickness, or it could be pure deliberate vandalism, trying to cause harm to an individual or an organisation. And I support the motion, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, and I hope that it goes through here and that something concrete comes out of what we decide to do here today.
Thank you, Maurice. I call Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity as well to speak on what is a very important issue, as other colleagues have said. The alarming rise in online violence against women and girls, particularly through the misuse of deepfake technology and social media, is an issue that demands our urgent and decisive action, and it is a rapidly evolving issue indeed. AI is becoming an increasingly important part of all of our daily lives, and just yesterday it was interesting how the UK Government announced a major plan to enhance how it is used across our nation. However, it is vital that we grasp both the opportunities that it provides but also be acutely aware of the dangers it can possess, particularly in the wrong hands. Deepfake technology has been weaponised, unfortunately, to perpetuate abuse and humiliation, disproportionately women and girls, and studies indicate that over 90% of non-consensual deepfake imagery involves female victims. These manipulated images are not mere pranks or jokes. They are violations of dignity, breaches of privacy, and sources of profound psychological and emotional distress and trauma. More robust and proportionate regulation of data and emerging technology is required in order to crack down on this abuse and harmful practices such as deepfakes and efforts to undermine democracy through misinformation and disinformation, often through the lens of anonymity, as already has been mentioned today. And I think that's key to and fundamental when we're looking at this issue, that it is so easy to access things through the lens of anonymity. For the women targeted, the consequences are devastating. Careers can be ruined, relationships strained, lives disrupted, and even tragically ended in some cases, as we have seen across our world. This form of abuse has knock-on effects for children, family members and loved ones. With the deepfake imagery becoming more prevalent, Ofcom recently revealed that 43% of people aged 16 and above say that they have seen at least one deepfake online within the last 6 months. And for too long we have seen dither and delay in addressing these issues, whilst individuals have continued to suffer and actors have continued to escape punishment for their vile abuse and the trail of destruction that they are leaving right across our country and beyond. And we must address the loopholes that do allow perpetrators to exploit these issues and the technological gaps to harm others. Any review must not only focus on the criminalisation, but also consider prevention, education and support for victims. And education campaigns will be crucial going forward. And I think there is a role too for our education sector to look at this issue, given the rising use of this technology from all ages. Legislation alone cannot solve this issue, and we must confront the underlying cultural attitudes that enable and normalise online violence against women and girls. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Much appreciated. I wish to call Junior Minister Cameron, who's responding on behalf of the Justice Minister. And Minister Cameron, I want to advise you of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And firstly, can I apologise on behalf of the Minister for Justice for not being available today, and offer my best wishes to her and hope that she makes a speedy return. And I do hope that we're not replacing one cough for another cough. I'll try to keep my coughs to the minimum. But on behalf of the Minister of Justice, I'm grateful to the Opposition for bringing this really important motion before the House today on an issue which has impacted many thousands of women and girls, including members of this House, as we have already heard. The level of abuse and violence against women and girls, whether online or not, is completely unacceptable. And members know that we remain committed to strengthening the law where possible to try and stop this blight on our society. In the last Assembly mandate, the Minister for Justice brought forward legislation which strengthened existing law and introduced new offences of stalking, upskirting, downblousing, cyberflashing and 4 new offences designed to tackle the particular behaviour of an adult pretending to be a child, mainly perpetrated online, and making communication with a child under 16 with a view to sexual grooming. These offences have added real, tangible and valuable protections against both online and offline abuse. As Junior Minister Riley has said in response to the previous motion, the Department is continuing to work collaboratively with others to help eradicate such abuse. And this includes work with the Department of Health on the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy, and with the Executive Office, where online abuse and violence against women and girls is an area of focus identified through the development of its Ending Violence Against Women and Girls Strategic Framework for 2024 to 2031. The framework will enable collaborative working across departments and wider society to address online abuse. Identified areas of abuse include cyberstalking, cyberflashing, sexual harassment, grooming for exploitation or abuse, and image-based sexual abuse. Unfortunately, the fast pace of advances in technology mean that the prevalence of online abuse is increasing. Our challenge lies in the influence of the online world on our community, particularly on our young people, in shaping attitudes and the capacity to establish safe and healthy relationships. As the motion makes particular reference to the making of sexually explicit deepfake images, I will address this issue first. These images, where people's faces, usually of women and girls, are placed on pornographic images without consent, cause immense harm and distress. They can destroy lives of its victims, who report feeling embarrassed, violated and unsafe, and there are far too many victims. On a recent Women's Hour feature on Radio 4, it was stated that in 2023 more deepfake videos were viewed than in all the preceding years put together. On top of deepfake sites, videos have been viewed more than 4.2 billion times. The psychological impact of knowing that these images are out there must be severe, and wondering who's seen them must prey on victims' minds constantly. And such images also harm society. They are a tangible form of misogyny and an over-sexualisation of women and girls. What impact are these images having on those who watch them? I believe that these images desensitise people, mainly men, to the harm that they cause and deprive women and girls of the right to autonomy, dignity and privacy. The creation of deepfake images should not be tolerated, and as I said, I am determined where I can to send the message to perpetrators that sexual offending against women and girls, whether online or offline, will not be tolerated. Last week, the UK Government announced that it planned to bring forward in a crime and policing bill proposals to make it an offence to create sexually explicit deepfake images. The Justice Minister has already been approached by the Minister responsible, the Minister for State of Policing, Fire and Crime Prevention, on a possible extension of the offence to Northern Ireland. And subject to the agreement of the Executive, the Justice Committee and members, the Minister intends to take this opportunity to ensure there is similar provision here by extending the offence to Northern Ireland. DOJ officials are currently liaising with UK Government officials on the detail of the legislative proposals. The Department constantly keeps the legislative framework governing online and offline offending against women and girls under review, as evidenced. If you don't mind, I can't have a lot to get through, but I'm sure the Minister will be watching and reading Hansard, and she'll be able to answer any questions forthcoming from this debate. So the Department constantly keeps the legislative framework governing online and offline offending against women and girls under review, as evidenced by the offences that I've already referenced and which were introduced in the last mandate. The Minister continues to look for opportunities where she can to strengthen the law further and to enhance protection from this type of abhorrent behaviour. This is why the Department of Justice is seeking to take the opportunity to provide for a deepfake offence in Northern Ireland. Turning to wider issues of online communications and harms, members will be aware that telecommunications legislation is a reserved matter. However, we have sought always to take a proactive approach towards supporting online safety. While the policy and legislation is developed and led by the UK Government, the Minister remains fully committed to playing her part in addressing this issue where she can. Online abuse and harassment is completely unacceptable. Everyone should be able to enjoy the positive benefits of online engagement without being subject to vile, abusive and harmful content. A number of recent high-profile cases have shown the devastating impact of online abuse and the potential to lead to further harm. During the passage of the now Online Safety Act of 2023, the Department of Justice sought to influence its content, urging more to be done to address the lack of accountability of anonymous account holders, which is a key issue when seeking to prevent and detect online harms and offences. The Minister also met with Ofcom representatives, which is now the regulator for online safety under the 2023 Act, on the implementation of the Act to discuss their plans and for it to be put into practice. Ofcom was a key co-designing partner in the development of the Executive's Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework. The framework will be agile in its delivery to ensure it can respond to evolving and changing culture and practices, such as expanding forms of online harm and technological abuse, including sexually explicit deepfake imagery. Ofcom is developing draft guidance for protecting women and girls online, which is a requirement of the 2023 Act, and that draft guidance, which is due to launch for consultation in February, will focus on the content and activity covered by the Act, which disproportionately affects women and girls, such as online harassment, online misogyny and intimate image abuse. Executive Office and DOJ officials have been liaising with Ofcom through the 2 UK-wide workshops as they develop this guidance for consultation. Members will also be aware that roundtable forums were held to take views on tackling online abuse and intimidation, particularly in light of incidents during the last Assembly elections. Some alarming and distressing experiences of online abuse were shared, and the Minister subsequently wrote to the Home Secretary to express her concerns. Those who seek to harass, bully, intimidate or otherwise cause harm should be aware that such activity, whether perpetrated directly or online, may constitute a criminal offence. I strongly encourage victims of such abuse to report all of these instances to the police. However, a criminal justice response, as we've heard today, alone cannot improve online safety. So we must take a holistic approach that is focused on prevention and education, as set out in the cross-cutting Executive Online Safety Strategy, which has been put in place to assist children and young people to participate in the online world in a positive, safe and responsible way. The Online Safety Strategy, which is coordinated by the Department of Health and which involves a number of other executive departments, aims to educate, support and involve a wide range of key stakeholders, including parents, carers and the wider family, as well as schools, colleagues and youth organisations and practitioners working with children and young people. The launch of the dedicated Online Safety Hub in April 2024 is also a welcome development to help parents, carers and young people be more safe and secure online. I'm sure members will agree with and support me in calling out the perpetrators of this despicable behaviour which is unfortunately increasing in prevalence within our society. We must do all that we can collectively to protect our community from the harm this causes and to seek to address the wider issue of misogyny and violence against women and girls, which is all too prevalent in Northern Ireland. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that the officials in the Department of Justice will review the members' comments today and will pick up on any specific issues that I have not been able to respond to. So for now, I commend the motion and the amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. This debate will continue after question time, and the first member to be called will be Sean Mulholland to wind on the amendment. So the sitting is by leave suspended.
Order, members. We resume, and this Minister is for the Communities question time. I call David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, Casement Park is the third and final project of the Regional Stadia programme, and funding was agreed by the Executive 14 years ago. I met with Jarlath Burns, President of the GAA, alongside senior representatives from Ulster GAA, including Brian McAvoy, Director and CEO, on the 31st of October 2024 to discuss how the redevelopment of Casement Park could be taken forward. However, the executive commitment from 2011 remains.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank you, Minister. That meeting happened back in October. Has the Minister met with the UK Government since that to discuss the level of funding the Treasury might make available? And if that meeting's happened, can you give us an update on that?
I haven't met with the UK Government, but I have written to the Secretary of State asking for an update on the Government's view of the project.
Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Just in relation to that, Minister, we know that last year was a very, very busy year for teams involved in the Casement Park project and so on. But have you any meetings scheduled in the diary for 2025 with the Ulster GAA and other key partners as part of your department's duty to support the Casement Park redevelopment?
Sir.
Well, look, let me make something very clear when it comes to Casement Park, is that I have fulfilled the requirements that are upon me. I have certainly met with the groups that are involved in this, and the pledge that the Executive made in 2011 remains. But it is worthwhile remembering that this has been a very long process, and there are some in this chamber that have repeatedly tried to lay the blame for the lack of progress at the feet of Unionist ministers. I would remind the House once more that it was not me that took a judicial review in order to get the planning permission quashed. It was not me or my actions that resulted in a committee inquiry around safety certificates for Casement Park. It was not the actions of myself that led to a 2015 Cabinet Office report that revealed chaos behind the stadium project. But that report did say that problems have been exacerbated by the fact that relationships between key stakeholders are broken. It was not me that said, we will find the money, don't you worry about that. So I understand the frustrations that many people feel in relation to this project. However, the fact remains that there is a funding gap between what is on the table and the money that has actually been pledged. Our commitment from 2011 remains, and I remain willing and open to meet with and work with those that want to see the project progressed.
Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of sports clubs in my constituency are looking forward to the potential of having their grounds redeveloped and improved. To that end, could I ask the Minister for an update on the Northern Ireland Football Fund?
Minister.
Yes, the Northern Ireland Football Fund was another key element of that executive agreement, and I'm pleased to tell the House that we will be opening applications very soon. This is a key milestone in this programme. I want to see that happen and believe we will be able to open applications by the end of this month, and I hope that that sends a message to all clubs that we recognise the need that exists and that this fund is just the beginning.
Justin McDulday.
On Casement Park, the Minister will know that the period between now and the end of March is critical for this iconic bellwether project. Yesterday it was 4 months since the HM Treasury announcement. You met Uachtaráin Cumann Lucas Gael, Jarlath Burns and us GA in October, and it appears we are no further forward. Since Casement Park is a priority for your department and a flagship project for the Executive, can the Minister list the organisations and people he has met or corresponded with regarding the funding of our new world-class stadium in the heart of West Belfast, and when he believes the project will be moved forward?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have already outlined who I've met with and the meeting that took place in October and the correspondence that I have had with the Secretary of State. But we do need a little bit of realism here. The issue is the funding gap that exists. That is the problem. So there either needs to be an additional contribution of funds, or there needs to be a more modest proposal, or we need to look at both. I'm happy to have those conversations and discussions, but as I've said repeatedly, the commitment that remains from 2011 still stands.
Colin Crawford.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far? Minister, can I ask how much has been spent to date, both on the redevelopment of Casement Park and also the Northern Ireland Football Fund?
I don't have the exact figures for Casement Park at this time. I'm happy to provide that information to the member. And of course, there's been very little spent in relation to the Football Fund, though we have been able to give some financial support to those clubs who are developing business cases. I've no issue giving the member that information. I just don't have it in front of me.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, will you give a clear commitment here today that the GAA will not receive more than its fair share of funding when compared with the money already awarded to football and rugby?
Mr.
I think I've said on a number of occasions that there was an agreement made in 2011, and that was on the basis of fairness. That was on the basis of all of the sports who had identified their needs getting a share of that money. And certainly Windsor Park has received the money that it was promised, the same for Ravenhill. I look forward to distributing the money for the football fund, and as I've said, the commitment remains for Casement Park as well. And I think it is important that when we are allocating resources, that it is done on a fair and on an equitable basis, and that's what I will do during my time in office.
Andy Allen. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my officials are continuing their work on the development of the Executive's anti-poverty strategy, which will aim to minimise the risks and impact of poverty, including child poverty. My department is currently engaging with officials from all departments to discuss the development of the strategy, and I'm encouraged by the reports of progress to date. Discussions have focused on the delivery of a range of key actions which will help mitigate impacts, reduce the risk of falling into poverty and support all those impacted, including children and their families, to exit poverty. I will bring a draft strategy to the Executive in early 2025 for their consideration, and following executive agreement of this paper, the strategy will be subject to public consultation prior to its final publication. Of course, in addition, my department plays a vital and ongoing role in providing social security and housing support, as well as supporting people through our work with the voluntary, community, culture, heritage, language, arts and sports sectors.
Mr Allen. Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you'll no doubt recall the Public Accounts Committee recent report where it highlighted a number of stark failings on the child poverty strategy. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that those same failings aren't repeated, such as it not being fully costed, not being sufficiently targeted and not properly working with all stakeholders?
That's why I have been doing the work, and my officials have been doing the work with other departments over the last number of months to make sure that that's not a situation that we fall into again. It's why we have taken our time to try and make sure that we get the strategy right, that we have actions that are actually deliverable, and most importantly, make a real difference in the lives of people that we all represent. I am pleased I've gone farther than any minister has in the past in terms of progressing an anti-poverty strategy. It was a promise that was made in 1998, and it's one that I look forward to delivering and bringing through the Executive so that we can actually make a difference.
Thank the Minister. Minister, almost 1 in 4 children now live in poverty, and many families continue to struggle to afford basic essentials. Can you referred to early 25 there, can you give us the very latest date by which the Executive will have an anti-poverty strategy to consider?
Well, it's my hope that this strategy will get out as soon as possible, and that's what I am trying to do. However, for me, the most important thing is that it is something we can actually get buy-into, and that we have all executive departments signed up to with actions that we can actually progress. But certainly I want to have this passed by the Executive and out to consultation by the end of this financial year, but certainly the sooner the better.
Johnson Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Every form of poverty is a stain on any nation. So would the Minister agree with me that a Labour government whose policies have made pensioners poor, made farmers poor, made businesses poor and killed growth in the UK economy in the meantime will do absolutely nothing in regards to creating the sustainable, healthy economy that we need to tackle these major issues facing our society?
Absolutely, Mr Speaker, I do agree, and I think you only have to look at the policies of this Labour government to realise that it will not do anything to help with poverty. We have policies that are damaging growth. That means less money for public services. We have policies that are driving up inflation and driving up costs, which will make it more likely that people fall into poverty. And we are also damaging business as well. And it is through business that we have job creation, and that is what is going to be so important, and that's what's going to be central to the anti-poverty strategy, is the ability for people to get into work, because work is the greatest tool that we have to combat poverty in Northern Ireland. And unfortunately, the actions of this government have meant that it's more difficult to create jobs and to create wealth. Not only that, the policies are also targeting the voluntary and community sector as well. Organisations that do so much to stop people from falling into poverty and to give people the skills and the abilities that they need in order to get out. For my part, I will do what I can to make sure that we have growth, to make sure that we have prosperity in Northern Ireland, but the government should seriously rethink the policies that it is putting in place, which is so damaging to the economy and therefore so damaging to people, not just in Northern Ireland, but right across the United Kingdom.
Just going to get in. Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. I would just be grateful if you could confirm if the anti-poverty co-design group has been involved up to this point and what role you would see them playing going forward over the next few months. Thank you.
Sir.
Of course, the co-design group had a very important role to play as the strategy was developed, and certainly before I came into office. I look forward to being able to consult with them again throughout this process. However, for me, what is important now is making sure that we finalise the draft strategy, get it to the executive, get it out for consultation to ensure that people can have their say, and then importantly, implement it, get on with it, and deliver for people in Northern Ireland.
Matthew O'Toole. Mr. Speaker, Minister, you want to get on with it? I would encourage you to get on with it. We've now been back for nearly a year. We haven't seen the anti-poverty strategy yet, but I'm encouraged that you say it's going to be published, you say, before the end of the financial year. Can I ask, if it's so important, why wasn't it mentioned in the programme for government, and will it be included in the final programme for government? Minister.
Well, certainly I don't agree with him that the issue of poverty isn't found in the draft programme for government. I think that you only need to look at a number of the actions that the executive have put forward, which will have a real and meaningful impact in terms of tackling poverty, whether that's creating more jobs, whether that's improving our education system, improving access to healthcare, which is actually a huge drag on people getting in to work, and therefore combating poverty. But we have listened to what people have said. I understand the need that many have expressed to have that in lights up front within the programme for government. We look forward to being able to finalise the programme for government and show the commitment that the executive has to tackling issues like this.
Question 3.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, universal credit can support claimants in self-employment when this is their best route to financial independence. The minimum income floor is broadly a notional amount of earned income that is used to calculate a person's UC award. It applies to those in gainful self-employment and whose business has been running for more than 12 months. It does not apply in all cases. For example, it doesn't apply to claimants who are in the 12-month start-up period, who are not gainfully self-employed, and during the first 12 months of having been moved to UC from legacy benefits. Universal credit work coaches and case managers provide support to those who are self-employed to make and maintain their claim, and the support provided includes information on work allowances, taper rate, the childcare element, and my department's advisor discretion fund, which provides a non-repayable grant of up to £1,500 to help unemployed and self-employed people overcome the financial barriers to starting or returning to work.
Your response. Minister, do you accept that some individuals and farmers rely solely on seasonal work for their income and as a result earn less than the minimum income floor? What can the Minister do in such cases to support those individuals whose income may fluctuate over a period of time? Minister.
Yes, I am aware of this issue because I've had correspondence from the member and from Mrs Erskine as well, so I assume that there are many people in Fermanagh and South Tyrone that have been affected by this. The member will be aware that this is a result of policy change in the Department for Work and Pensions, and in many ways our hands are tied. However, I will be continuing to express concern over this to the Department for Work and Pensions and stand ready to help in whatever way I can, but we do need to recognise the rules that are applying to this across the United Kingdom.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Like the Minister, I know the value of farmers within our rural communities and throughout Northern Ireland, and the labour policies that they have put in place are really driving farmers into poverty. And it's very simple: no farmers, no food. And I would just like to know, in terms of the practical support that would be coming from the Minister's department and what he can advise farmers can do in relation to the breadline that they are facing.
Minister. Grateful to the member for raising that issue with me as well. She will be aware of the cross-nation approach that is taken in regards to benefits and welfare. However, I want to make sure that we are as helpful as possible, and senior officials have met representatives from the UFU and Rural Support to offer them any additional help or support that they can, and they certainly remain willing to engage and meet again if that would be helpful. I'm more than happy to link my officials up with the member and her constituents, or in any way in which that might be beneficial as well, and I'm also happy to work with the members so that we can increase awareness of the support that is available to claimants.
I thank the Minister as well. Minister, just in the instances of people who are self-employed, such as those in the farming community, that bridge of 5 weeks, which can be until eligibility is established for UC, can be indeed very painful, financially very painful. So could you advise just here of the elements of welfare support that are available in those instances to help people with that bridging gap of 5 weeks?
Yes, well, there is help that is available from my department, and I've already raised the issue in relation to the Advisor Discretion Fund and the money that is available there to help those that are both unemployed and self-employed. I'll be happy to share the details directly with him. And again, we are largely constrained by the rules that are set down and in place by DWP, but where we can give additional support, assistance, guidance, and sometimes just advice, we will of course do that.
Andrew McMurray. Speaker, and thanking the Minister. Has the Minister considered targeted exemptions or adjustments to the referenced minimum income floor, again to the self-employed, rural farmers and seasonal workers?
Minister.
Certainly something that we're happy to raise directly with the Department for Work and Pensions, but he will be aware that any way in which we deviate from the rules that currently exist does come with administrative and other costs for the Department that can be very hard for us to bear. But certainly this is an issue we'll continue to raise with DWP and see what additional support they may be able to provide or what adjustments they could make to help in those situations. I think that when it comes to such a large and complicated welfare and benefit system, we should always do what we can to try and make the process as simple and as straightforward for people, and I'm happy to work with the member on that.
Keith Buchanan. Please, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Musical Instruments Programme is a capital investment programme delivered by the Arts Council on behalf of my department. It's designed to increase the quality of music making in Northern Ireland by helping musicians replace older, worn-out instruments and purchase new and additional ones. The programme has 3 strands: for individuals, for bands, and for professional and non-professional performing groups. In December, I was pleased to be able to allocate an additional £323,000 to support the programme, and with this additional investment, all eligible applicants were able to be supported. That was 119 grants to 75 bands, 13 professional and non-professional performing groups, and 31 professional musicians. That involves over 4,500 people in total. And the range of recipients this year, from marching bands and school groups to traditional musicians and musical societies, is impressive, and I hope that the grants will support and inspire the next generation of musical talent across the genres.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, so far for your answer. Minister, I want to thank the Minister for your efforts in supporting these bands and individuals, for this support is greatly needed. And can I ask you to ensure that this support will go further in the years that follow ahead to give a continued support for this, the marching bands and individuals? And can you provide a more accurate update on the impact this has had on marching bands and individuals?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the member for his comments, and I do want to make sure that we can continue the funding of this programme for the simple reason that I want to make sure that more people in Northern Ireland get involved in the arts, stay involved in the arts and benefit from the arts, because I believe that the arts can provide a huge benefit for our people, especially younger people as well. And I also want to make sure that we get arts funding right across Northern Ireland, that we don't limit it to the same places as regularly get arts funding. And to that end, I'm pleased to tell the member that in the Mid-Ulster constituency there were 13 bands and 2 professional and non-professional performing groups that were able to receive funding, and that was over £100,000 of funding for the member's constituency.
Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I think no one can deny that musical instruments from bands has been very successful, but I was wondering if you could confirm if there's the potential to allow charities who work with groups of musicians, for example, the charity Beyond Skin, who make musical instruments available to people, for instance, like the Afghan Women's Solidarity Group, who escaped the Taliban, who barred them from music, if that type of group would be able to apply.
Minister.
Certainly I want to make sure as many people as possible are involved in the arts, take part in the arts and have the financial support to do that as well. I would have thought that groups like the one that she would have mentioned would have been eligible under the professional or non-professional group element. If that is not the case, I will certainly confirm that with her, and I'm more than happy to work alongside the Arts Council to make sure that we're getting more funding into these sorts of programmes that actually do make a difference and, importantly, allow more people to take part, and that's what we should all be wanting to see.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
As the principal funding and development body for the arts in Northern Ireland, the Arts Council is tasked with distributing funding on behalf of my department and is also a distributing body for National Lottery monies. It is my assessment that despite the constrained position in the current financial year, the Arts Council continues to make a positive difference across a range of areas such as social inclusion, health, education, regeneration, justice, place shaping and tourism. I'm also going to continue to make the case to executive colleagues to recognise the benefits the arts provide to them in delivering on their responsibilities. It is my assessment, however, that government cannot wholly support the arts sector by itself, and there are a range of funding sources that need to complement government funding, and we're also exploring options for private and philanthropic investment opportunities. In short, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the arts get the level of funding that they deserve or that they require, but I am working on that to increase the level of funding because I know the impact that the arts have right across Northern Ireland and how it actually helps other government departments in how they are delivering public services as well, because I believe that funding of the arts is actually an investment in people and our services across Northern Ireland.
Ms. Nicholl.
I thank the Minister for his answer and wholeheartedly agree that our arts are underfunded and the wide spread recognition. Akin to how the Department of the Economy has funded other arms-length bodies at their year-end total with in-year monitoring rounds, is this something that the Minister would be agreeable to looking at in terms of the Arts Council to put in place a similar agreement so that we can adequately allow the Arts Council to plan and budget for programming for the year ahead? Thank you.
I certainly have used the monitoring process over the course of my time in office to make sure that additional funding is made available to the Arts Council. I did that both in terms of resource and capital this year, and I think that we do see the results of that. And I'm certainly always keen to ask for more in the monitoring rounds and make sure that we have the resources that we need. But I think that we need more than just that funding within the arts right now. I think what we also need is a very clear policy framework. That's what I'm bringing forward under the new arts policy. I have protected the budget allocation that we had last year. We are in an environment where I had to find savings of £119 million, but the Arts Council budget was maintained. Now I know that compared to other regions that's still small. That's why I have been able to bid for and receive money in monitoring rounds where I have allocated additional capital funding as well. I have also been exploring philanthropic avenues for investment as well, and my recent visit to the US has actually opened a few doors there which I look forward to exploring. I was pleased to have the Arts Roundtable also where we could set out some of the issues, challenges and how we approach those, but certainly I have the commitment to continuing to fund the arts and to highlight to executive colleagues the benefits of proper funding of the arts.
Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, last November we attended, like yourself, with Equity, and we heard from Equity members on the huge challenges, particularly within the North West, and we heard from local artists within Derry how it's really, really difficult now to be able to remain in the field and be an artist and likewise live at home. We are exporting our local talent, and I welcome here today where you have mentioned that you are working on and exploring a range of options to increase the funding. Within that process, how will the Department seek to ensure a regional balance for funding opportunities within Derry and across the North West? Thank you.
I think that regional balance is very important when it comes to the arts, and that's why I have been so keen on the musical instrument fund, because that has gone to communities right across Northern Ireland and hasn't been limited to particular geographical areas. So I look forward to working with the Arts Council to ensure that we can make sure that that funding is getting to where it is needed and to where it will make the most difference.
On for South.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, there has been a feeling for a long time that the arts has been very Belfast-centric, and building on the previous answer, would the Minister agree with me that regional balance right across Northern Ireland is important within the arts sector, especially in areas of the country that are very rural, like my constituency of South Down?
Yes, that's absolutely the case, and again, I'm happy to tell the member that part of the extra allocation that we made in terms of musical instrument funding went towards her constituency, and in the Newry, Morning Down council area we were able to allocate between bands and between professional and non-professional groups and individuals funding of over £110,000. I often feel that rural areas have missed out when it comes to arts funding in the past. It's a key priority for me, coming from a rural area, and I've asked officials to begin work to identify programmes and activities that can ensure that we are supporting rural areas like South Down.
And further to that last answer to my constituency colleague, maybe I'll take up the guitar or something if there's money for instruments in South Down. But to the question before that, would the Minister be aware of what percentage of the Arts Council funding goes to Belfast City Council area as in compared to other areas?
I have recently seen those figures, but I don't have them with me, so I can certainly provide those. But I have to say it is a significant amount of money. I am a fan of Belfast, do not get me wrong, but I want to see other areas get money as well, and that's why I'm looking for additional resource in this area. I'm happy to provide that information for him, but hopefully he will be glad with the extra investment that I have made in the South Down area. On his comment in relation to taking up the guitar, if the comments from behind me were anything to go by, I don't think he would have universal support in the House for that, but certainly if he would like to make an application to the Arts Council, it will be open to him as well.
Daniel McCrossan.
Speaker, question 6.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, plans to change the Universal Credit Contingency Fund name are currently being taken forward by officials within my department.
Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you agree with me and the Cliff Edge Coalition that given the spend has increased from 1.4 million in 2020 to 2021 and then 3.4 million in 23 to 24, that this shows a significant increase in the amount of need? What are your department doing to tackle this issue and to ensure that those needs are met?
Minister.
Well, the figures that the member has indicated are stark, and this is something that we are keeping an eye on. The managed migration of claimants to universal credit through Move to UC has, as expected, led to an increase in claims. However, so far from what we see, that has increased in line with forecast demand.
We now move to topical questions, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, we are in a housing crisis, it is well noted, yet we have 21,000 homes across Northern Ireland that are empty. As the Minister for Housing, what are you doing to reduce the number of empty homes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member will be aware that I have published the housing supply strategy, and part of that strategy will deal with the issue of empty homes. It's something that I raised very early on in my tenure in this place. We obviously need to build new homes, but there are other homes out there that are not currently being used, and we will explore all options to see how we can bring those back into use, but not just current homes, but also other buildings that could potentially be transformed into housing as well.
Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister. You know, earlier the Minister referenced music. He's good at blowing his own trumpet, but we don't quite agree with the tune. Minister, this issue has worsened on your watch. You gave a commitment to this House in May that you'd tackle this, yet the problem has worsened. More and more people are struggling, more homes are empty. What are you actually doing to deliver a measurable plan that we can hold you to account on and see a change in this crisis? Minister.
We have one, Mr. Speaker. It's called the Housing Supply Strategy. We have a very clear plan, and we can see already the difference that is being made, and I look forward to sharing with him some of the latest statistics around housing in Northern Ireland. But not just on this, but a number of issues. He will see how we have been able actually to deliver in this department. The measures that we have put in place in terms of housing have been significant. Intermediate rent, loan to acquire, move on accommodation, the housing supply strategy, actually getting all departments to work together, greater use of financial transactions capital, movement on the revitalisation of the housing supply strategy. All measures that I have taken, measures that were not implemented by other ministers in the past, but moves that I am making to improve access to housing and housing supply in Northern Ireland. But I'm pleased that it's not just housing that I've been able to deliver on. The member's leader in this place said that from this executive we have only had warm words, waffle and lack of delivery. Well, I'm more than happy to point to the achievements once more within this department. The Defective Premises Act passed, the Social Capital Loan Scheme introduced, the voluntary and community sector budget increased, protection for private tenancies implemented, £100 emergency fuel payment secured, 1,000 jobs delivering services for DWP created, the Housing Selection Scheme points review delivered, housing supply strategy published, our Olympic and Paralympic heroes celebrated, debt advice funding increased, intermediate rent launched, anti-poverty strategy progressed, sign language bill soon to be introduced. We've established the USNI Cultural Working Group. Charity regulation is being made easier. We've got more money for the arts, for homeless prevention, for supporting people, for the Job Start scheme. That is real and tangible delivery for people right across Northern Ireland.
Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, can I ask, how is your department working to improve access to recreational facilities and youth services, not only in Northampton but throughout Northern Ireland?
Sure. Point to the your school, your club, where I've worked closely with Paul Given in the Department for Education to improve access to facilities. You can look at the Northern Ireland Football Fund and how that is being progressed, the work that we are doing through Sport NI to help with the provision and of facilities as well. Collaboration with councils and with other public sector agencies to improve access to facilities. So good work has begun, but I am aware that there is much more to do, but I look forward to delivering on that issue as well.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Minister. And can I ask, how do you gather input or feedback from young people themselves when you're actually planning these services?
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware of the current consultation processes that are in place, but I agree with him that involving and hearing the voices of young people are very important, and that's why next week I look forward to doing just that with the Youth Participation Group.
Don Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, can I ask you for an update on the United States Northern Ireland Cultural Working Group?
Mr. Speaker, the working group continues to develop a programme of events working with US partners to promote events in Northern Ireland and North America leading up to the 250th anniversary commemorations. My officials recently met with the Library of Congress to discuss practical ways they can cooperate on links between people, places and collections as part of the America 250 commemorations. So I look forward to making a number of announcements around this important work with the US in the coming weeks and months.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister. And would you agree that the 250th anniversary of the United States is an excellent opportunity for Northern Ireland to showcase our rich historical links? And of course, being parochial, I think on my own constituency in the Ulster American Folk Park, and where you did visit last year, but also given that the 12th of February is the centenary of the Ferguson System master patent which revolutionised the world's agriculture sector, has any consideration been given to commemorating this historic event to the possibility of a Harry Ferguson museum, given that the Ferguson Belfast black prototype tractor built in 1933 is now back in Belfast?
Minister.
Yes, of course, and I recently was able to see that at the Ulster Transport Museum, and I encourage others to do the same as well. I always look forward to seeing how we can promote events like that and anniversaries like the one that he mentions. He also highlights rightly West Tyrone and people from West Tyrone as well. He may well be aware of John Dunlap, who printed the first copies of the Declaration of Independence, and he was from Teebane. Maybe the most famous person to come from Teebane other than Mr. McCrossan. But we also have the Mellon family from Omagh, on whose land the Ulster American Folk Park is built, and of course Thomas Mellon was born in Omagh, and his son became United States Secretary to the Treasury and United States Ambassador to the UK. So there are many local connections that we seek to promote, and hopefully that will increase the number of visits, tourism and interest in West Tyrone and Northern Ireland as a whole.
Andrew McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. What is the Minister's assessment of the impact the reduced value of thank you payments issued to Homes for Ukraine hosts from April 25 will have on the demand for social housing?
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware that the Department for Communities previously had responsibility for the Homes for Ukraine refugee resettlement scheme. This included a voluntary and community sector consortium which was funded and provided support to people arriving under the Homes for Ukraine scheme. From the 1st of April 2024, management of the scheme has been undertaken by TEO along with the Afghan and Syrian schemes to consolidate the work on asylum seekers and refugees. The Executive Office is the strategic lead for refugee resettlement and asylum seekers in Northern Ireland, and the transfer of the work to a single department was undertaken to facilitate a more cohesive approach to the vital work of resettling and integrating refugees into Northern Ireland society. In terms of removal of the £350 payment that the member mentions, I do not have any evidence to indicate the impact that that has had.
Mr. McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Minister. Just in a follow-up, do you think, does the Housing Executive expect any increase in demand, or preparing for any increase in demand on this removal? Thank you, Chair.
Sir.
That's not something that, to the best of my memory, has been brought to my attention, but I am aware that the UK Government's policy in relation to the processing of asylum seekers has moved a considerable number of people that would have been under the care and responsibility of mayors and the Home Office to the responsibility of the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, and I'm happy to furnish the member with those figures.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. I want to raise my frustrations with the current Housing Executive points-based system, which is clearly failing vulnerable people. Victims of domestic abuse can and they do receive less points than their perpetrators. So, Minister, in terms of what can your department do to ensure that those in genuine need get the support when they need it?
Look, first of all, Mr. Speaker, can I say the member is absolutely right to raise this issue. It is something that has been a source of frustration to me for many years as a representative in her constituency, and so I'm happy to tell her that changes to the housing selection scheme are underway, including exploration of options for the future of intimidation points. Currently, the award of intimidation points is subject to a very specific criteria, and under the current scheme, someone who leaves their home as a result of domestic abuse can be allocated points for homelessness and primary social need points for violence or the threat of violence. However, they are not eligible for intimidation points. So I'm keen to ensure recognition for all victims of violence and those at risk or under threat of violence, including victims of domestic abuse within the selection scheme. The Housing Executive and my officials have brought forward recommendations from independent research for my consideration, and I am giving this consideration as a matter of urgency, because in my view, the intimidation point scheme needs review, it needs reform, and I'm determined to reform it.
Brownlie.
Thank you, and here. I think we've been waiting for that for quite some time, so it is certainly welcome news from yourself, Minister. But you'll know in our constituency of East Antrim, Citra provides fantastic support for women fleeing domestic abuse, but we have no safe spaces for males fleeing domestic abuse. What has your department done, or what can your department do to meet this need?
Minister.
The member raising this issue as well. It's absolutely right that we have support for all of those who find themselves in need, regardless of their gender, and this is something that I obviously will continue to work on and raise with officials, and if there are particular issues or particular geographical areas that she wishes to bring to my attention, I'm more than happy to make sure that's explored.
Minister, what discussions have you had with the Minister of Finance and Treasury to secure a portion of the Affordable Home Programme for Northern Ireland?
I'll have to come back to the member on that specifically. I have had much correspondence with the Department of Finance in relation to many areas in relation to housing, but I don't have the details on when or how often I would have specifically raised that with her.
Mr. McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response, and that will come back to me on that. Minister, what actions are you taking to ensure the 100,000 homes outlined in the housing strategy includes a planning requirement to be able to be connected to town and city centres by public transport, reducing the amount of reliance on private vehicles?
Minister.
Obviously, we want to make sure that we are building homes where they are needed. We need to make sure that we are building homes that are accessible as well, and accessible by public transport is obviously a benefit. I would be reluctant to put additional conditions on where houses can be built. We're currently in a situation where we're wanting to increase housing supply. There are a number of limitations imposed, for example, or in place, for example, around water capacity, and I wouldn't want us not to build homes simply because they may not be connected to public transport routes. I sense that Mrs Erskine behind me is in favour of what I am saying, because in many areas in her constituency that would rule out the building of houses altogether, and I think that we have to be cognizant of the differences that exist between an urban constituency that he represents and rural constituencies that myself and Mrs Erskine represent. So what I want to do is make sure that we make it as simple and as easy and as straightforward as possible to build homes. Yes, absolutely, that should be accessible by public transport as much as possible, but what I wouldn't want to do is create a drag on building homes, because unfortunately there are far too many drags in the building of homes already. We need to make it as easy, as simple and as straightforward to build homes.
John Mahal.
Would the Minister consider increasing the repayment term for in universal credit advance payments to 36 months and setting a minimum income floor below which a claimant's income cannot fall due to deductions?
More than happy to explore that and see what is possible within the boundaries that are set by the Department for Work and Pensions.
Thank you very much, Minister. Are there any other recommendations of the independent welfare review that you're considering for the upcoming budget?
Minister.
I don't think that there'll be anything that we'll be able to include in terms of the upcoming budget. There are significant proposals that are in there that come at significant cost. I look forward to sharing that information with executive colleagues shortly, and hopefully committee members as well. But I think that we need to be aware of the significant costs that some of those proposals would entail, and I think that if we look towards how we combat poverty across Northern Ireland, all of this should be taken in to consideration, and we should be looking at this in the round when that time comes.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Communities. If members would take their ease. while we change the table.
Okay, members, we're just going to resume the debate on a motion from the opposition on tackling online violence against women and girls. And our next speaker is Sian Mulholland to wind on the amendment, and to advise Sian that you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll try and speak fast. I wish I had more time. I just want to echo my colleague Connie's personal thanks to Cara Hunter. I know that we know only too well the abuse that comes when a woman speaks out about her personal experience, as my colleague Saoirse Eastwood is unfortunately experiencing this week and probably every week since she's become an elected representative. We know that artificial intelligence holds great promise, but when it is abused, it can cause such immense harm, and the rise of AI-driven deepfake technology is so rapidly evolving a mediatising problem. It's spreading across platforms, creating really serious societal challenges, and this isn't just a technological issue. It is deeply tied, as others have said, to the broader issues of misogyny, harassment, and ultimately control. Deepfake imagery, when we look at AI, is particularly alarming. These are such hyper-realistic images, leaving women completely vulnerable simply for existing online. And the issue isn't just hypothetical, it's not just pie in the sky, it's happening now and on a massive scale. If we look bigger than us to the case of Taylor Swift, whose AI-generated pornographic images went viral, garnering millions of views before they were deleted 17 hours later, and then the AI-generated image that falsely showed her endorsing Donald Trump, it completely distorted that public discourse. And those examples illustrate how deepfake technology can destroy reputations, it can manipulate public conversations and inflict serious emotional and psychological damage, or sinister and viral acts that are happening virtually, as Deirdre Hargey used that term. And I do welcome the UK Government's announcement of a new criminal offence for creating those sexually explicit deepfake imagery, with those penalties of up to 2 years. And I welcome the call to liaise with the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. Legislation must do so much more than just keep pace with technology. It has to get ahead of it, and which is why we've put in our amendment around urging the Executive Office to engage with that Secretary of State, but also the First and Deputy First Minister and all Ministers to engage to ensure these changes are implemented quickly and effectively in Northern Ireland, as outlined by Connie Egan and mentioned by Diana Armstrong as well. The fastest way that we can get to here is by working with Westminster. Whilst we would love to see further legislation, we just are not going to get there in this mandate, I believe. It's not solely a justice issue, it's cross-cutting, whether it's education with young people, health with victims online requiring robust mental health, whether it's economy, looking at those cyber skills, regulation, Ofcom have to hold those platforms accountable, as referenced by Maurice Bradley. We need telecommunications legislation that's reserved by the UK Government to move forward. Deepfake imagery isn't just an online violence, it is violence, full stop.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Durgan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And to advise you, Mark, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, a world where anyone can impersonate you, steal your image, have you do and say outrageous things, would have seemed closer to some sort of sci-fi horror film just a few years ago than it was to reality. When combined with entrenched misogyny, this technology becomes a recipe for the worst types of abuse and amplifying harm. The use of deepfake imagery disproportionately targets women. Over 90% is a staggering statistic, often using their image to create exploitative content. This abuse not only invades privacy, but leaves lasting emotional scars. Social media remains a Wild West, where harm goes far beyond deepfakes, but the anonymity it provides to some makes it an inherently dangerous arena to be utilised by perpetrators of abuse, whether through the spouting of racist, sectarian or misogynistic rhetoric. This digital harm ultimately stems from the toxicity and violence that is embedded within our society. Social media exposes abuse to a global audience, providing perpetrators with the means to tighten their grip on victims and creating a sense that nowhere or no one is truly safe. All too often, bystanders watch as lives are torn apart online, fueling harmful behaviours, addictions, and the real-time unravelling of human beings. In some cases, there's a deliberate and orchestrated effort to silence and suppress the truth. We've seen this repeatedly with victims of abuse who have bravely taken the decision to share their story. And Maria Cahill is one such case which does come to mind. Pylons from Twitter trolls who thrive on spreading misinformation and using online platforms as yet another avenue for intimidation have become par for the course. And it's not just the playground of bullies from the far right. And while it's encouraging that some prosecutions have been made against those who issue threats and misinformation on social media, legislation has clearly failed to keep pace with this rapidly evolving medium. We need to tackle all forms of online violence, yes, against women and girls, but also against children and society's most vulnerable, who remain inadequately protected within current frameworks. What a person does and says online remains forever. It can have profound and lasting consequences. Think also of the tragic case of Joe Cox MP and how that reminds us all of the real-world impact of online hate, urging us to consider the weight of our own online behaviour. 8 years on from her murder, little has been learned. Social media giants have not done enough to protect, and legislation continues to fall short. I stand in solidarity with women across the North, across the world, in this chamber and across the political spectrum, including, of course, my own party colleagues who've been the targets of horrific online abuse, and I commend Cara, the proposer of this motion, who has spoken out so bravely about it. The courage it takes to step into the world of politics, especially in today's climate, cannot be underestimated. And if we're to foster a safe, more inclusive space for all, we firstly need to be mindful that words are combustible. What's said on this floor or what is shared online has the power to ignite, and sadly it's a power more often used and more often seen for bad than good. I regret that we'll be opposing today's amendment from the Alliance Party. We do recognise that this is a reserved matter, and I think the motion itself does recognise that, but that's not to absolve, and I don't think we can absolve the Executive of its responsibility, or rather the Justice Minister of hers as well. We've heard from Alliance today that the Minister has shown great leadership on these issues, and I would dispute for a second that she has. But you can't take responsibility for all progress that has been made, but at the same time seek to be resolved of responsibility for any further progress that is required. To conclude, while we welcome a strategy to tackle violence against women and girls, it's null and void without the necessary funding to support it. The Executive needs to put its money where its mouth is. Existing criminal law must be reviewed here and in Westminster to offer proper protections to victims of online abuse.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Connie Egan, Sean Mulholland, Paula Bradshaw and Stuart Dixon be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. Country of any noes? Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I think they're going to have to. Order, members. Order, members. Okay. So the amendment standing in the name of Connie Egan, Shamble Holland, Paula Bradshaw, Stuart Dixon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Okay. So the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease.
Members, order, members. Members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on relationships and sexuality education and healthy young adult relationships. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly affirms the importance of relationships and sexuality education, RSE, in fostering healthy young adult relationships and mitigating against violence against women and girls. Acknowledges the findings of Ulster University's Healthy Young Adult Relationships Project report, which highlights that RSE is not currently fit for purpose, particularly in addressing coercive control, and calls on the Minister of Education to work with the Minister of Justice to establish a task force with the purpose of enhancing RSE to include healthy relationships and ways to prevent violence against women and girls, and to review and implement the recommendations of the Healthy Young Adult Relationships Project report no later than December 2025.
Thank you. I call Cara Hunter to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 16 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank members across this House who have given us their attention and enthusiasm throughout previous debates, and thank them for being here and contributing. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to address an issue of critical importance, which is how we educate our young people on establishing and maintaining healthy relationships. Relationship and sexuality education, also known as RSE, should equip our young people with the knowledge and skills to foster healthy relationships, understand boundaries and recognise harmful behaviours. Yet as it currently stands, we know that historically RSE in Northern Ireland, to some, including myself, has been seen as definitely not fit for purpose, and encompassing things like consent, and I think that's really important to mention here today. The findings of Ulster University's Healthy Young Adult Relationships Project are stark. They reveal significant gaps in how we teach our young people about coercive control, consent, and the dynamics of power and abuse in relationships. These gaps are not just academically recognised, but they have real-world consequences, some of which have been highlighted in our previous debates. And across this House, we know the statistics. 1 in 3 women worldwide will experience either physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, and most often, sadly, at the hands of their partner. In Northern Ireland, we've seen domestic abuse crimes reached a record high last year, with over 35,000 incidents reported. And each and every one of us in our constituencies hear and see this happen all the time, and it's absolutely devastating for those who are a victim of this. A 2021 study found that 71% of our young people across these islands have experienced or witnessed coercive control in their relationships. For years, our curriculum here has been woefully outdated. The Minimum Content Order of 2007, which sets out what should be included and discussed around RSE, didn't once mention the word consent, not even once, and I think that's crazy. Consent exists in all aspects of our lives, and I feel strongly, how can we expect young people to navigate the complexities of modern relationships when we fail to teach them about this fundamental concept? And of course, at a committee level, we're working through the RSE developments there about coming to a sense of agreement, and thankfully we are agreeing on more than we're disagreeing on, so I think there is that wide acknowledgement and importance of recognising we do need to educate our young people, and we've been listening to young people as well, and I'd personally like to thank the team at SSUNI, particularly a young lady named Lauren, who has put together a document called Let Us Learn, which explores things like the importance of consent, understanding what coercive control looks like, and most importantly, I think, educating our young people about if they are experiencing abuse in relationships, to have the words to describe it, to understand what it looks like, and to know who to go to and speak to if you are experiencing harm, intimidation or threat. But I also spoke with young ladies at Thornhill in Derry, and they had talked through the importance of including things like the dangers of spiking in our RSE curriculum, because that also, they've talked about that they just don't feel ready for the world, and they think that RSE can be an answer in preparing them for real life situations, preparing themselves to go out into the world and feel the most confident when it comes to establishing and maintaining relationships. Consent is not just a box to tick. It is the cornerstone of healthy relationships, and without a clear understanding of consent, young people are left vulnerable to coercion, abuse and harm. This is particularly urgent when we consider the rise of online abuse, image-based sexual violence, and the normalisation of harmful gender stereotypes in digital spaces. And I also think it's really important that we talk about things like rape myths when it comes to RSE, and ensuring that that is part of this conversation. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not just about education, it is about prevention. And comprehensive RSE has shown to reduce rates of sexual violence, improve relationship satisfaction and empower young people to make informed choices. It's about giving them the tools to recognise abuse and also arming them with the confidence to know where to go to seek help and to speak up. That's why I'm calling on the Minister of Education to work with the Minister of Justice today to establish a task force dedicated to enhancing RSE. And this task force must address the gaps identified in the Healthy Young Adults Relationships Project and implement its recommendations by December of 2025. And the reason I think this is so important is, it's a tangible target, it's got a timeline, it's very topical at the moment. We've been doing extensive research at a committee level, and I really think establishing this task force will bring a lot of justice to this topic. Why? Because we cannot afford to wait. And every day we delay, I believe firmly that we fail another generation of young people. We fail to equip them with the knowledge to build respectful relationships, and we fail to protect them from harm. So I would urge every member across this House to vote for our motion.
Hear, hear. Thank you. I call David Brooks to move amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And with the shortened speaking times, to
move the amendment.
Oh, sorry, move.
You've moved, and thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the second time. I think with some of the constrained speaking times today, the Chair of the Education Committee and other colleagues from the committee may wonder whether I'll get past the preamble in this debate. But, Mr Speaker, I think in the context of this debate, although the term RSE often invokes both passionate and often diametrically opposed positions, and certainly, as we may see, differences even in how we should approach such education, I think it's important that we outline that on which there is agreement. I don't think there is any member of this Assembly who would not argue we have work to do in addressing the trend in violence towards women and girls in our society. We will all have been part of debates in this chamber, often following another horrific attack or murder. Many will have had to engage with families or individuals affected, speak to police or press about incidents in our own constituencies. Indeed, there are many aspects of concern that have been brought to the Education Committee during our mini RSE inquiry, an inquiry that I think probably has taken, in general terms, disproportionate priority and perhaps more time than I think many of us would have liked, but nevertheless has produced some useful sessions and information. Many sessions have found broad agreement on issues around violence against women and girls, online harms, ensuring young people have some age-appropriate tools to understand when someone has been inappropriate with them and how to report that. It's important to recognise that on an issue often defined by either polarising points or finer nuances that we disagree on, and we do and we will continue to disagree at times, that we often share similar concerns around the issues at the heart of the discussion. In terms of the University of Ulster report, the curtailed time doesn't really allow for an in-depth discussion, but in general I will say that I feel much work in this area is worth considering, but I do feel at some point we need to step beyond theorising and focus on forward movement and action. I would also express some concern around the weight given to reports, and this is not the only report in this regard, but it does apply in this regard as well, that seem to be based on a relatively small and potentially quite unrepresentative sample. In any case, the Executive now has an overarching strategy agreed which outlines their range of commitments to addressing violence against women and girls and to promote healthy relationships with collaboration from departments across the Executive table. It shares the report in some instances will share synergy on some of these issues, as said, that we are all increasingly, sadly, more familiar with. The executive strategy is to be actioned through a delivery plan. That is to say that the ministers already have a blueprint for action. I know the Education Minister is committed to doing his part in this regard. That blueprint, rather than regularly published academic or interest-group papers, should now provide a plan for action and progress that should be the focus for executive ministers. I am not arguing that this and other reports and submissions should not be duly considered, but I do think it is one of a range of contributions on this issue, many which will have helped shape and inform the thinking of both members and ministers, and it should be considered in this manner rather than adopted as an alternative action plan to the executive's own. Again, addressing the changes we proposed to the original motion, personally I am not convinced of the ask for a joint departmental task force to be assembled. This feels like a proposal that will simply take up more time. There is already a commitment to the cross-departmental action plan. I think both departments, and I'm sure ministers, are more than aware and informed of the issues at hand and are more than capable of collaborating and considering necessary steps that they can collaborate on. They are best placed to put forward any further proposals and any further structures required, and I'm sure the Minister will touch on that. I have and will listen to the opposition's arguments today, but my initial thinking is that such a proposal in the context of this motion and the existing work that departments have committed to seems arbitrary, and I'm not convinced would necessarily lead to expedited or additional meaningful action in this area. Our amendment also gives a commitment to parental consent. I have expressed before that I do not believe that there would be many cases in which parents would wish to have children excluded from such teaching. Even representatives of groups who may normally be stereotyped as being resistant to elements of RSE have expressed their lack of issue with many elements discussed during the RSE mini-inquiry, and it was noted that rates of potential parental opt-out have been exceptionally low even among people of faith. That having been said, the right to exercise parental rights should remain. This party continues to support the right of parents to parent their children, that they should have primacy and the right to raise their children in accordance with their own beliefs and principles within the law. To be fair, the importance of parental binding. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you, Mr. Brooks. I call Kate Nicholl to move amendment number 2. Moved. Thank you. The Assembly should note that amendments are mutually exclusive, so if Amendment 1 is made, the question will not be put on Amendment 2. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 3 minutes. Please open the debate on Amendment number 2.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the proposers of this motion. I think we all welcome any opportunity to talk about tackling violence against women and girls, and RSE being such an important part of this. I want to start by paying tribute to my colleague, Saoirse Eastwood, who made such a personal and moving speech in the House of Commons earlier this week about her own experience of domestic abuse. It takes so much bravery to talk about these experiences, and what she has faced since on social media in particular has just been vile. I have moved off education onto the Economy Committee, but have always been really passionate about RSE, and I've spoken in this House before about how educating our young people is safeguarding and will play such an important role in changing the toxic attitudes that make Northern Ireland the most dangerous place in Europe to be a woman. So the sentiment of the motion is really good and we welcome it, but the Alliance amendment is concerned more with the how. We were surprised to see an RSE motion on the order paper in light of the fact that the Education Committee is just weeks away from wrapping up the inquiry into this very topic. The inquiry has heard from a wide range of experts, and I have been watching, including the excellent Healthy Young Adult Relationships project, which is referenced in the motion and has received a huge number of reports and submissions. Our amendment challenges what additional benefit requesting yet another task force would yield. When we have the Gillen Review, the committee's ongoing work, the ETI report on preventative curriculum and the executive strategy and action plan on violence against women and girls. So whilst we agree that we can't afford to wait, we are concerned that a further task force risks disrupting and possibly delaying actions which should be well underway. Ultimately, policy around RSE reform is a matter for the Education Minister, and the inquiry has heard from a diverse range of stakeholders who agree on the pivotal role of RSE, which it plays in challenging dangerous mindsets, but also, as I mentioned, safeguarding, so our young people are able to recognise the signs of abuse. And it's that latter point in particular which galvanises support from organisations such as the NSPCC, Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, and the Children's Law Centre, just to name a few, that a standardised and mandatory RSE curriculum is necessary to protect our children and young people from harm. Acknowledging the specific duties of the Education Minister in relation to RSE is not to abdicate the Justice Minister from any role in this space when talking about violence against women and girls. And on the contrary, the Justice Minister has been extremely proactive in this regard, including bringing forward the first standalone domestic abuse legislation in Northern Ireland, which included criminalising coercive control. Of course, preventing the behaviours that result in convictions is vital, and recognising that fact. In 2021, I remember this, Minister Long met with the then Education Minister, Peter Weir, to understand how the RSE minimum content order could better support work to prevent offending and tackle toxic ideas that some people have around sexual relationships, and that can be promoted online. Minister Weir agreed that the Department for Education would take the lead in the subgroup of the Gillen Education and Awareness Group to look at the provision of RSE in schools, including a review of the minimum content order. Unfortunately, Minister Weir nor his successor took forward this, partly due to the collapse of these institutions, which inevitably sets back vital work across a range of priorities. But saying that, I am very encouraged by responses to written questions by the current Minister, who has said his department are considering how curriculum, and specifically RSE, can support violence against women, support the violence against women and girls strategy. So our amendment therefore requests an update from the Education Minister on completed and planned actions in relation to the Gillen Review, as well as responsibilities under the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. I hope members will endorse our amendment, which is still welcoming the spirit of the motion and the original intention, but that seeks to ensure that the focus on RSE that this motion has is directly directed appropriately. The time for task forces and reports has passed. Our focus must be on delivery now, and to deliver a fit-for-purpose RSE regime, and that includes necessary support and training for teachers and schools. Ultimately, this is going to be how we deliver societal change, and that's what's needed to grapple with this issue, which is not only ruining the lives of so many young women and girls, it's ultimately costing lives. So we hope you'll support this amendment, and we support the intention of the motion. Thank you.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Sinn Féin fully supports the need for a relationships and sexuality education curriculum that is age appropriate, that is fact based, and that is delivered consistently across all schools. If we are serious about issues such as child safeguarding, supporting young people to have happy and healthy relationships, consent, and tackling violence against women and girls, then giving our children access to proper RSE in our schools is vitally important. I've sat in the Education Committee here now for a number of years, and one thing that has come up time and time again is inconsistency of provision, and often lack of provision of RSE in schools. Young people themselves have told us this. Many are telling us they go through their entire educational journey without receiving education on this topic. And while it's important to commend those schools who do deliver high quality RSE to their pupils, the issue here is consistency, or in this case, lack of consistency. Many schools are not grasping this as an issue. Some are being led by external influences, and this is not serving the needs of our children and young people. Teachers need to be empowered, they need the proper training, and they need the proper resources in order to be able to do this effectively. New legislation is welcome, but does it do what's required in terms of the actual delivery? I'm not sure that it does. This is a topic which needs to be underpinned by fact in its teaching to young people and delivered in a consistent manner across all schools. There can be no equivocation in that regard. The need for proper RSE as part of the curriculum is clear. It's a child protection issue, in my view, and according to the NSPCC, all school-aged children and young people should receive whole school, comprehensive and inclusive RSE across all years. RSE can play a vital role in the safeguarding of children and young people. A whole school, comprehensive and inclusive approach to RSE has the potential to prevent harm to children. By supporting children to recognise abuse, know how and where they can ask for help, understand consent and healthy relationships, and by enabling more adults to identify concerning behaviour and know what to do if a disclosure is made. It's organisations like this that are the experts, and they should be listened to. I've been clear in previous debates around education that the child should be central when it comes to policy development. I've also said countless times that we need to be led by the evidence.
Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Members, our children and young people are growing up in an increasingly complex digital world where they need to know how to stay safe and be healthy. Like other members here today, I want to make sure that young people understand what healthy relationships look like and how they can navigate their personal lives in a positive, safe and healthy way to embrace the challenges of creating a happy and successful adult life. RSE can support children and young people to develop healthy relationships and to keep themselves and others safe, both online and offline. Members, whilst we know that many schools are already teaching these topics, and in some cases are doing so very well, it's important that we ensure universal coverage and improved quality for all pupils. We believe that the focus of RSE in primary school should be on building healthy relationships, including friendships, family relationships, and dealing with strangers with the ultimate goal of staying safe. As children move to secondary school, they should start to develop their understanding of healthy adult relationships in more depth, and this should include different types of relationships. Young people should be taught how to recognise, understand, and build healthy relationships, including self-respect and respect for others, tolerance, boundaries, and also how to recognise unhealthy relationships, including coercive control. It is evident that wider concerns around the safety and well-being of women and girls relate to the types of topics this subject can cover, such as online abuse, sexting, sexual harassment, stalking, and ways to prevent violence against women and girls. The Healthy Young Adult Relationships report carried out by researchers at the University of Ulster puts forward evidence-based recommendations for the teaching of age-appropriate knowledge and information to build healthy and safe relationships. RSE is a multidisciplinary subject, and any improved working relationships involving the Department of Education and Department of Justice should be welcomed to enhance RSE as a method of tackling violence against women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. You call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll be brief in my comments this afternoon, and I want to address how violence against girls is dealt with within relationship and sex education. Given the history of the issue in Northern Ireland and the position of parties in this House on the matter, it will come as a surprise to some that this House has had to wait until my contribution for anyone to highlight the world's biggest killer when it comes to girls, and that is abortion. It is estimated that in 2024 some 14 million children were issued out into eternity before they could even be born. In many countries, abortion means that girls are vastly more likely to perish than boys. It is shameful that there isn't more openness on this issue. In October last year, I asked the Health Minister to detail the number of abortions that have been carried out since the change in legislation, broken down by Health and Social Care Trust. He still hasn't answered. And tellingly, no other MLA has asked. The last MLA to get a reply was Jim Allister, who was told in May 2024 that figure stood at 8,490. If you are concerned about violence against girls and want to address that in the context of a motion about RSE, then it should attack the fact that RSE must, by law, teach pupils about how to access services which result in the end of life.
Gary Carroll.
If we want to end gender-based violence for good, we need to prevent it from happening in the first place from the earliest possible stages. We need to change the cultural attitudes that allow gender-based violence to spread across society, as well as the home. And the best way to teach about this is through the classroom, in the classroom. Standardised and inclusive RSE should be taught in every single school, right across the board, helping to fight harmful stereotypes about gender and promote relationships based on respect, equality and consent. High quality RSE can stamp out sexism, misogyny, victim blaming and rape culture. And the DUP amendment, if implemented, would effectively allow pupils to skip essential, as the member from South Belfast indicated, life-saving education and life skills. But instead, really, the reality is young people are living in a postcode lottery of RSE, varying widely in quality, quantity and content, if it happens at all. And we need to fight back, Deputy Speaker, against racist, far-right myths about the role of so-called grooming gangs in child sexual exploitation. These myths are being peddled by some in this House. The perpetrators of abuse and violence against women are usually males who are white. Child sexual exploitation and violence against women is, in the vast majority of cases, perpetrated by people known to the victim and their family. We can't allow people's justified outrage at violence and child exploitation to be weaponised by far-right agitators who are only out for their political gain. We also need to critically examine the role of churches and religious bodies in RSE. Churches shouldn't have a veto on what's taught in schools or educational settings, especially when it comes to teaching young people about consent and healthy relationships. And organisations who have anti-trans, anti-LGBT agendas shouldn't dictate school policy on what's taught either. The DUP, Deputy Speaker, talks about the importance of parental choice in education, especially for RSE, but in practice their actions show a shocking lack of respect for parental choice when it comes to school integration. They cannot have it both ways. I think we're also missing an important opportunity, Deputy Speaker, by not having a school-wide rollout of the NSPCC Talk Pants programme. This is an age-appropriate programme to make young people aware of what abuse can look like, protecting them, safeguarding them in cases where they could be at risk of abuse. And really, disappointingly, the Department doesn't even have the figures on the number of schools who have availed of this possibly, I would imagine, life-saving resource. So I would urge the Minister to get that data, get that research and ensure that this is rolled out in schools right across the north as well. Thank you.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I recall a meeting I had as Minister of Justice a number of years ago, and it was with a group of young people, probably 14 to 16 years old. And I recall it, and it stays with me, about the conversations that we had about what was felt was appropriate, or indeed what wasn't inappropriate. And it's shocking to understand and to know what young people are thinking and saying to one another. And 8 years later, young people are still telling me troubling stories about life online. We heard it in the last debate. WhatsApp group of hundreds of boys and young men saying the most inappropriate things, influence of harmful figures on social media, and the deep hurt and fear that young women and girls are having. The world that our children are navigating today is very different from the world that we all grew up in. As a parent, I recognise my own limitations. I do not fully understand the challenges that children and young people are experiencing today. And I would suggest that most of us in this chamber do not understand. I'm self-aware enough to know that in 10 years from now, when my child will become of that age, that I will know much less. And I want my daughter, all young people, including boys and young men, to be equipped with the knowledge and skills to navigate, regrettably, one of the most dangerous regions in Europe for young girls and women. And that is why RSE matters. And I do appreciate that parents are worrying that RSE will overstep into their role. But RSE is carefully designed to be age appropriate, and I would fully expect that our current Minister of Education will ensure that. RSE for younger children is about kindness and boundaries, and for older children it's about consent, respect and recognising abuse. It is not a displacement of parental or family rights, but rather complements what we teach at home, providing young people with the tools that they need to thrive in relationships and society. It's important to note that babies don't come with a manual, and perfect parents are not born the day their children are. So why do we assume that all parents don't need help in this area? Why do we assume that parents don't need to be guided in how to become parents? We don't do well in Northern Ireland in supporting our parents. I think we teach women how to give birth. I don't think we teach men or dads anything. So I would suggest that RSE is a way of complementing our parenting skills and not a way of interfering in it. Of course, we must deliver it well, which is why we propose a task force to ensure that teachers are trained. And the Minister himself will know that teachers are asking for this, parents are asking for this, and young people are asking for this. This is not about preventing harm, but it's about creating a culture of respect where consent is understood, harmful norms are challenged, and everyone can thrive in healthy relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our list of speakers. I'm going to call now on the Minister of Education to respond. And Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond to the motion and also the amendment. Let me begin by placing on record that relationships and sexuality education is an important part of the curriculum, particularly in developing our young people as both well-rounded individuals and as contributors to society. And effective RSE encourages children and young people to value themselves and to make responsible and well-informed decisions about their lives. Education about healthy relationships can help address very serious societal issues such as violence against women and girls, understanding and respecting consent, dealing with misogyny and addressing coercive control. Violence against women and girls, and indeed violence in all forms, is a systemic and deep-rooted problem in our society. Addressing it is a key priority for our executive, and schools are well placed to help shape the behaviours and attitudes of our young people and to support future generations to develop healthy, respectful relationships. This is both through RSE itself, but also more widely across the curriculum and in their culture, policies and practice. Indeed, a recent report by the National Youth Agency stressed that young people need more than just RSE in the classroom to develop healthy relationships. It emphasised the vital contribution that role models play throughout the different aspects of young people's lives, including parents, grandparents, youth and community workers. Young people need long-term, trusting relationships with adults who they can talk to about the challenges and issues that they experience. I note that the Healthy Young Adult Relationships report from the Ulster University referenced in the motion, and this report is an important contribution to understanding the issues surrounding coercive control and its impact on young people. And I want to pay particular tribute to the young people from the Lagmore Youth Project who played a key role working with the research team to develop this report. And we do need to listen to the view of those young people and our young people, their families, and to be informed by them. I want to emphasise that learning about healthy relationships is currently an important part of the school curriculum. Children and young people begin to learn about the importance of relationships as soon as they start school. From foundation stage, pupils should be enabled to explore themselves and their personal attributes and their own and other feelings and emotions. Some of the issues to be explored as children progress through school include initiating and developing and sustaining mutually satisfying relationships, human rights and social responsibility. And in post-primary school, young people are also given opportunities to explore the qualities of a loving, respectful relationship, developing coping strategies to deal with challenging relationship scenarios and strategies to avoid and resolve conflict. To support schools in effective delivery of the RSE curriculum, SIA has developed its RSE progression framework to provide a sequenced pathway in priority areas of RSE from foundation stage through to post-16. This includes the important area of domestic and sexual violence and abuse. It's also my priority to learn from and disseminate examples of excellent practice that we already see in our schools. And some of these were highlighted by the Education and Training Inspectorate in their 2022 survey on the preventative curriculum. So, for example, one post-primary school identified a group of Year 10 girls who required a time-bound programme on healthy relationships in response to a recent incident. The impact of the intervention resulted in greater understanding of respect, positive decision-making, and a decrease in behavioural incidents. 15 teachers also volunteered to mentor Year 10 girls to support their emotional well-being, and training was provided in trauma-informed practice. Teachers know best how to teach, how to convey knowledge effectively, and how to unlock understanding. In order to bring the curriculum to life, teachers need the space to create lessons which engage their pupils, and children need the time to develop their thinking and to retain and apply knowledge. I would be wrong, therefore, not to note that my concern about the growing tendency, not just in Northern Ireland but globally, to place unrealistic expectations on schools to solve every issue facing society today. Our rapidly changing world places new demands on society, and especially the education sector, from tackling poverty to addressing family breakdown, to the challenges of the digital age, to violence against women and girls. There is an increasing pervasive belief that schools alone can and they should provide the solutions. Interest groups, politicians and governments put increasing pressure on the school curriculum to change in response to these multiple issues and the competing demands. At the same time, the school curriculum lacks the space to easily add new content without causing overcrowding. And while schools have a role to play, and an important role it is, we must be careful not to burden them with being the sole agents of change. The Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development has raised particular concerns in this regard. An overloaded curriculum can put pressure on teachers to teach an excess of material, potentially risking superficial content coverage. Students also may feel stress and pressure due to a lack of time to consider issues thoroughly. This in turn can undermine their ability to engage in deeper learning. Curriculum overload can be a stressor to both students and teachers, and even serve as an impediment to learning. I'm not going to give way to the member because thank goodness he does not have responsibility for RSE in our schools. Never would I want my children to be subject to the kind of approach he would take to RSE, so I'll not give way to that member. The OECD is also very clear about two issues. Students need to learn deeper and not more, and subjects should not simply be independent blocks, but rather interdependent pieces of puzzle to create a coherent whole with communities or with opportunities for cross-curricular learning on key concepts. That is why I am keen not to isolate RSE from the reality of the wider school curriculum, but establishing a separate one-issue task force. Rather, I wish to consider it coherently as an integral part of my wider review of curriculum. Members will know that I've engaged Lucy Crehan to carry out a focused review of the design and delivery of the Northern Ireland curriculum. Our current skills-based curriculum was introduced in 2007. Areas of the current curriculum lack clarity on the core knowledge and skills to be developed. Critically, in every area of learning, pupils' experiences of the curriculum may therefore vary significantly from school to school, depending on the leadership approach to curriculum development. And I want to ensure that every child is taught a broad, ambitious and knowledge-rich curriculum that develops their learning in a well-sequenced and explicit manner. Such an approach will also support our teachers with high-quality resources. We need a new approach to curriculum in Northern Ireland, which continues to limit unnecessary prescription, but specifies the key knowledge and accompanying skills which every child should expect to master in core subjects at every key stage. This revised approach is vital for RSE, as well as all other areas of the curriculum. Focus, rigour and coherence are key curriculum design principles in all top-performing nations, with key topics identified and ordered in a logical way to create well-structured progression for educational experts. not long lists of contemporary issues that are identified by politicians and interest lobbies. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this brings me neatly to the proposed amendment, and I note the committee's inquiry, and it will no doubt gather important evidence from stakeholders. However, I am concerned that the best approaches to both curriculum and pedagogy do not come from politicians, but from educationalists who are well informed about the development of well-sequenced, cumulative and thoughtful learning experience. I'll also highlight in relation to the Gillen Review, my officials have been part of that implementation group since 2020. 3 out of the 4 actions assigned to my department have been completed. Work on addressing what are commonly referred to as the rape myths will be taken forward under the leadership of the Department of Justice with input from SIA as needed. And I'm also fully committed to supporting the delivery of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. This will be reflected in the plans and actions that my department will take forward. So in conclusion, relationships and sexuality education is a crucial part of promoting healthy relationships, and I am committed to ensuring that we have a fit-for-purpose curriculum for RSE and indeed across every subject area. A curriculum which carefully builds and sequences children's key knowledge and understanding on these important issues as they progress through their education. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call Nick Matheson to wind on amendment number 2, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And look, very conscious that time is short here, so I'll keep my remarks as brief as possible and probably won't have the opportunity to refer to individual members' points. I do just want to make reference to the Minister's points, first of all, very, very briefly before I go any further, and I really welcome the Minister's confirmation that he considers RSE to be a crucial part of the curriculum in Northern Ireland. That's certainly a very different tone than the last time we debated RSE in this place, where I think he referred to sex education as a pet project of the Alliance Party. So it's good to see that the Minister has moved on from that, and I think the debate in the Chamber today has reflected that it is certainly much more than that. I want to emphasise just a couple of things. I think firstly, the motion itself, while welcome, I think the timing of it is just odd. The Education Committee is very close to concluding its inquiry. I know some members had suggested perhaps the inquiry had run longer than they would have liked, but we've heard evidence from the Healthy Young Adults Project, but from a whole range of expert witnesses, and while many of those recommendations in the report referenced are very welcome, I think it would be good to deal with this in the round and bring some recommendations to this Assembly and to the Minister that take into account all of the evidence heard at committee. I also want to make it very clear, as my colleague Kate Nicholl did, that the Justice Minister is very keen to work with all departments in the space of promoting healthy violence, healthy relationships and tackling violence against women and girls. But this motion's stated purpose was around enhancing RSE, and I think it's very clear the responsibility for that lies with the Education Minister, and we definitely don't need another task force to do that. I think we simply need an Education Minister who is going to listen to young people and ensure that we have an RSE curriculum that is fit for purpose and that meets the needs of young people, rather than the inconsistent and patchy provision that we see across Northern Ireland at the moment. Very clear from the Minister that dealing with violence against women and girls is a whole executive challenge. It is a whole society challenge. I don't argue with that at all. But RSE is critical to that, and that does lie with his department. So it's important that is not sort of pushed aside to say, well, look, it's for everybody. I think in terms of delivering the right curriculum, it is for the Minister. So look, I hope on that basis the amendment will receive support. It lets the committee process run its course and deliver a full suite of recommendations in relation to RSE in due course. But it does further ask that the Minister sets out updates on his work in relation to the Gillen Review and the strategic framework, which we've heard a little bit today on, but I would like to have heard a bit more detail on that. And just very briefly on the DUP amendment, I think regrettably it fails to acknowledge something really crucial, that RSE is failing our young people. It doesn't acknowledge it is not fit for purpose, so from that starting point it's just not something that we can support. We do need to see change in this space. So to conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't need to be focusing our energy on a new task force. We need to be sorting out the reform of the curriculum and RSE delivery that we all know is so desperately needed.
Thank you. Call Diane Dodds to wind on amendment number 1, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I suppose if we are to look at the positives from this debate today, we can say that we have a chamber that is committed to a society where violence against women and girls is a thing of the past. And I do think that there is an understanding and a broad consensus around the helping young people to understand what are loving, healthy, respectful relationships and how they can be part of that. And also to the proposer of the motion, and I think it is important to say we do need to help young people and indeed adults. When we spent some time in the Health Committee talking about older adults, about the issues of consent and coercive control. No, I'm sorry, I don't have any time. So I think all of those things are hugely, hugely important. However, I do think that when we are here as a body of politicians and we are deciding on a motion and even on legislation, that the evidence that we use should be wide-ranging and broad-based. And I do thank the young people who are referred to in the text for their contributions. Massively important to hear from young people, but we also need to hear the outcomes of, for example, the RSE inquiry that the Education Committee is taking forward, and from many other groups. And in this, I think that there is consent among some in the chamber as well. It's really important to talk to young people. I've said that, I've emphasised that. I think that that is massive. But also, it is also important to talk about and acknowledge the role of parents, teachers and governors in developing the RSE curriculum. In a recent consultation exercise that the Department of Education conducted into the teaching around abortion within the RSE curriculum, over 13,000 people responded to that consultation. It was one of the largest consultation responses, I'm sure, that you will get anywhere. And that confirmed the need for the RSE curriculum to be developed and consulted upon in a local setting and in partnership with parents, teachers and school governors. And I think that that is also important. And to Mr Carroll, who talks about the issue of the DUP, the parents in that consultation response also argued for the right to opt out if they want to. And that is important that we acknowledge parental choice and the issue. We've talked a lot about the issues of consent and how we deal with them. And I do think that we should all be encouraged that in the wider review of the curriculum, the Minister has confirmed that these issues can be integrated across the curriculum. And I think that's the exciting and innovation that we need for the future.
I now call Colin McGrath to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and the members up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And indeed, in every society and in every age, I think there is an injustice that everybody feels that they must come together to try and overcome in order for us to have a peaceful and civil society. And I think in the last number of years we could certainly highlight how the issue of violence against women and girls is something that has really come to the fore and has needed to be addressed by ourselves. And it is in that spirit that the opposition has brought forward today the suite of debates, of motions that we can discuss in this place. And I think it is giving us an opportunity to be able to try and test where there is consensus and where there is agreement in order to see how we can progress and move matters forward. And I think that today this debate has been a positive debate. I get a sense in this room that there is more that we agree on than we disagree on. And if there's one thing that's really important for that, I think, is that it sends a message to people that we are trying to work together to try and achieve a programme that will work within our schools, that will help our young people. There are undeniable facts in there. We have one of the highest rates in terms of murders against women, and that is not something that we as a society should just sit back and just acknowledge. It is something that we must do something about it. And in order to do something about it, I think there is a fair recognition that there are amongst some a value base or an approach that is inconsistent with the sort of peaceful society that we want to see. And the best way to be able to support young people is first and foremost within the family, and then we get the opportunity within our education system to be able to reinforce that and to be able to educate young people. And also it allows us within an education sector to be able to address the balances and the imbalances, if there are any, where families aren't teaching the correct sets of values for society. We get that opportunity to be able to do what we can to try and address that imbalance that is there. Yes, go on ahead.
Excuses why not to introduce a standardised RSA across the board. And obviously teachers are under pressure, all education workers are. Does he agree with me it'd be worth looking at the amount of time teachers are spending on examinations, homework, because obviously it puts a lot of pressure on them, young people as well. That could be a way to look at the issue of RSE. Thanks.
Members, next.
You know, I'm in the popular the job of trying to get votes. I'm not going to say there should be more homework. I think it's something that should be addressed. But I think in the context here, we should be prioritising the type of education that we want to give our young people that shapes them best for the future. And I think within the context of what we're discussing today, there is that opportunity to have an approach within RSE, within our schools, that helps our young people to be shaped to be the best citizens for the future, which would be of a good help to them. In terms, just very, very briefly, I'm enjoying the fact that more and more we're having members that are saying that the debates are too short and we're not getting enough opportunity to participate. Well, that's good. Turning up to these debates is good. Whenever we first had a round of opposition days, this chamber was empty and we had them all done in about 2 hours instead of the 4 hours. But suddenly when we've condensed it, everybody's jumping up and down now saying they don't have enough time. So that's good, that's positive, and that's what this opposition brings to this chamber. It brings us an opportunity to be able to examine issues as important as RSE and other motions that are presented today, and I like that people feel that they're under a little bit of pressure for the time to do that. We have in front of us 2 amendments. I'm going to struggle a little bit with the DUP amendment, and it's not out of the overall context of it, but it is just the fact that it doesn't acknowledge the lack that what we have at the minute isn't fit for purpose. It's the fact that it removes those references to that academic research, which is the experts, not the politicians. 1 or 2 people said it's not for politicians to set the agenda. This is the experts out there within academia. They are the ones that have come up with this report, and to remove the references to that we don't think is very good. And also it removes the sense of implementing recommendations to reviewing them, and I think that's taken a bit of our foot off the pedal a little bit. And we're happy to support the motion from the Alliance Party, although we do believe that all ministers should be doing it, but Justice has got a really important part to play, and we'd love to see the Justice Minister doing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McGrath. Members, before I put the question on Amendment 1, I would remind members that the amendments are mutually exclusive. If Amendment 1 is made, I will not put the question on Amendment 2. So the question is that Amendment 1, standing in the names of David Brooks and Diane Dodds, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Order, members. Members resume or find seats. Order. The question is that Amendment 1, standing in the names of David Brooks and Diane Dodds, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do the noes have it? Okay, do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are David Brooks and Cheryl Brownlee. Tellers for the noes are Cara Hunter and Matthew O'Toole. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. secure the doors. Members. Members. Could members resume their seats? Clerk, please read the result.
77 members voted, 32 members voted aye, 45 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
The amendment falls. The question is, therefore, that Amendment 2, standing in the names of Nick Matheson, Michelle Guy, Connie Egan and Sean Mulholland, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Think the aye. Okay, members. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)AB that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3-minute rule and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? So we're straight to this then, yeah?
Yep, that's exactly what we're doing.
Members, order. Order. Members resume their seats. Members, the question is that the Amendment 2, standing in the names of Nick Matheson, Michelle Guy, Connie Egan and Sean Mulholland be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Okay. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Nick Matheson and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Cheryl Brownlee. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. secure the doors. Members, order. Members, resume your seats. Order, members. Clerk, please read the result.
76 members voted, 52 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. The question is, therefore, that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease before we move to the next item.
Matthew, good to go? Quiver, good to go? Okay, thank you, Minister. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on gender-responsive budgeting. Clark, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the role of gender-responsive budgeting in addressing systemic gender inequalities, enhancing the effectiveness of public expenditure and improving public scrutiny. Notes with concern that previous budgets and programmes for government have not adequately supported the advancement of gender equality, resulting in missed opportunities to address and reduce gender disparities, and calls on the Minister of Finance to work with executive colleagues to introduce comprehensive gender-responsive budgeting measures for the 2025-2026 budget, including the introduction of thorough gender impact assessments, the allocation of resources to proactively address and reduce gender inequalities, and the use of transparent monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to assess measures aimed at improving gender equality.
I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion. For this debate, a proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Matthew, please open the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is the final motion in today's series of debates in on our opposition day, focused on violence against women and girls, but the broader urgent crisis we face in this society around tackling violence and abuse of women. Our motions today have been constructive. The debates that have taken place have been rigorous and I think constructive, and I think we've made progress. There's been a significant amount of consensus, but also a thorough exchange of views, and I hope that there is progress that arises out of today's opposition day. The final motion is about gender-responsive budgeting. The motions today have been a mix of dealing with, as it were, the downstream consequences of misogyny and the tolerance of hateful attitudes towards women, and tolerance of misogyny and awful behaviour, particularly among men. But we've also dealt with and discussed upstream policy interventions to stop those outcomes. The final motion today is about one particular form of upstream policy intervention, which is gender-responsive budgeting. Now, what does gender-responsive budgeting mean? In simple terms, it's making sure that all budgetary, financial, significant expenditure decisions are made or at least analysed through the lens of the impact they have on gender equality. It's important to say, first of all, that this measure is not some abstruse left-wing preoccupation. This is actually something that is normal practice. The majority of OECD countries now practice some form of gender-responsive budgeting. It's also important to say that gender-responsive budgeting can feel a little bit like a relatively abstruse, slightly academic framework that interests people who pay attention in close detail to public expenditure, those of us who serve in the Finance Committee and take a close interest in these things. But actually, it's about the delivery of the most urgent policy priorities that our society faces and that Stormont confronts, and that our people want delivery on: childcare, the health service, economic inactivity, crime. All of these have hugely, vastly differential gender impacts. Bluntly, the women of Northern Ireland deal with every day the differential consequences of policy priorities and policy delivery that has not properly prioritised them and their needs. We know, for example, that a disproportionate burden of caring responsibilities, whether that is in relation to children or elderly or elderly parents or disabled family members, disproportionately historically has fallen and still does fall on women. We know the consequences in terms of their career prospects, their financial position, and indeed their mental health also disproportionately falls on women. So when we're talking about childcare, we're talking about a gender-based issue. We're also talking, when we finance that, we're talking about an issue that should be looked at through gender-responsive budgeting. But it's also true to say that in a specific number of areas there will be areas where analysing policy outcomes through a gender lens will also require a look at specific differential impacts for example, Protestant working class boys when it comes to educational outcomes. That is something that gender responsive budgeting would be able to uncover and analyse and unpack. So this is a hugely important development in terms of rigorous and impactful policy development in most developed countries. I won't go through all the details, but there is a whole range of toolkits and frameworks that have been produced by organisations like the OECD that advise countries who wish to pursue gender-responsive budgeting. It's also true to say that the UK, of which we are a devolved part, is an outlier in that it hasn't pursued it, but gender-responsive budgeting is pursued in Scotland in a devolved context. So we think this is a hugely important way that we can improve addressing the inequality and gender inequality in our public policy outcomes here. We also think, and our motion says, that the executive should introduce this promptly. It may not be possible now to do it for the 25-26 financial year, but we hope to hear from the Finance Minister about how she wants to make progress on it. We have some concerns, to be honest, or very many concerns about the amendment, which seeks to, although I understand some of what the amendment's doing, it does seem to seek to render or negative entirely the motion. So we think gender-responsive budgeting is a hugely important and significant opportunity for us in terms of addressing significant gender inequality issues across a whole range of policy outcomes. We commend this motion to the House and look forward to a constructive debate on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Diane Forsyth to move the amendment.
Moved.
Okay. Thank you. Diane, you will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to recognise the importance of addressing systematic inequalities in our society, including in respect of gender, and I thank the opposition for tabling this. Our DUP ministers have recognised these inequalities and taken actions to date. Our Communities Minister, Gordon Lyons, has paved the way for gender pay reporting to be operationalised as part of the employment bill coming forward from the Department for Economy. And in education, Paul Gibbons' childcare subsidy scheme is benefiting many female parents who would otherwise struggle or to return to or stay in the labour market, as was referenced by the Leader of the Opposition. Our budget process is one way which we can enable better informed decision making with respect to the impact of policy and spending on gender inequalities in the workplace, at home, in society, or more generally. But to make this happen, we do not see a need for separate budgets for men and women. However, there is clear merit in seeking to improve the evidence base available to ministers and the executive as a whole when agreeing allocations. That can, of course, extend to examining whether previous decisions have had positive or negative gender impacts, and our amendment seeks to introduce this improvement. As a member of the Finance Committee, as many others here in the Chamber today, we know that our Northern Ireland budget process has much room for improvement, with inconsistencies in reporting and the lack of completion of key procedural documents from departments, and we are concerned with the motion's introduction of further procedural requirements at this time to the 25-26 process. Departments should be encouraged to bring forward information examining their gender impact of their budget proposals to support fairer, better informed and more impactful budget decisions. That must not, however, be to the detriment of existing equality assessment and screening carried out in the context of the Section 75 processes. Ultimately, if the executive is to go down the route of gender budgeting pilots or practice, it will require a joined-up approach from senior civil servants with policy and finance responsibilities. We need to look at others and learn from their experiences. Worryingly, in 2021, the Gender Equality Strategy Expert Advisory Panel, commissioned by the Department of Communities, indicated that the civil service locally lack competence and capacity to deliver on the aims through the existing Section 75 process, and this illustrates the challenges ahead, and it would be wrong, therefore, to rush or to set artificial deadlines for scoping this out. The Scottish Gender Budgeting Pilot was evaluated by the OECD, which reported formally in July 2024, and it underlined a range of challenges to implementing gender budgeting, which are relevant to the situation here in Northern Ireland, not least the need for significant investment, upskilling, potentially additional staff headcount, tensions between some departments in the way they tackle cross-cutting gender goals. And therefore it's important that Northern Ireland takes stock of the experiences elsewhere to ensure that any changes that are brought forward provide tangible improvements in terms of promoting gender equality in our society. And the proposer noted the OECD, and the OECD reported in 2023 that 32% of countries who currently operate gender budgeting rarely use the evidence collected in policy and decision making, and this is not a precedent that we should be looking to replicate. Therefore, whilst we understand the sentiment of the motion, it is crucial that any reforms are evidence-based and command widespread support from our politicians, our ministers, our civil servants. A whole-of-government approach is essential, and it will be the co-design and development of a gender equality strategy for the Executive as the best vehicle for taking forward these proposals. Our DUP ministers are committed to continuing under this work and this mandate, and our amendment seeks to secure the support across the Executive to bring this forward, and I commend the amendment to the House.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Emma Sharon.
I speak today in support of this motion and commend those who have brought it before the House, and I suppose in welcoming the motion I must also make reference to the work that our Minister, Keith Archibald, has done on this already. We know that it is vital that policies are created with regard to the entire population. Our society across the north is not a homogenous group, and when you create policy with just reference to one homogenous group, that ultimately means that people are going to be excluded. And on the contrary, when you consider the specific needs of different demographics within society, you're ultimately going to have a more inclusive society. You're going to have more access to public services. You're going to have a budget that better works for people, and obviously Dr. Archibald has reflected that in the work that she's done on this thus far. We know that gender responsive budgeting and taking account of the specific challenges that women face in terms of unpaid care, in terms of the health implications that women have to deal with, allows for a more productive workforce. It allows for more efficiencies within our public services, and it is better all round. So I commend the motion to the House. I would urge people to support it and thank the Minister for her work on this.
Thank you, Emma. I call on Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Opposition for bringing this motion forward today. Recognition of gender-responsive budgeting is a vital tool in addressing systemic gender inequalities. Gender-responsive budgeting, as explained by the UK Women's Budget Group, is a way of analysing the budget for its effect on gender equality. It aims to increase focus on assessing the impacts of spending and revenue-raising decisions on gender equality and adopt practices that can bring about equality between men and women. This approach raises awareness of the different impacts that publicly funded policies and programmes have on women and men at all levels of government. This strategy assesses the impact of government budgets and policies while striving to achieve social and economic gender equality. At its core, gender budgeting leverages fiscal policy and administrative procedures to address gender inequalities and promote the social and economic development of women. In Northern Ireland, the statistics are stark. The Northern Ireland Statistics and Research Agency found that 67.9% of women are in part-time employment, and around 31% of working-age women are economically inactive, often due to caring or family commitments. In contrast, the main reason men are economically inactive is sickness. Northern Ireland has the highest rate of economic inactivity among women in the UK, yet we lack a comprehensive childcare strategy to support women returning to work. The Good Friday Agreement committed to improving women's public life and promoting equality of opportunity between men and women. However, Section 75, which is open to interpretation by the Executive in each department, does not guarantee equality in social and economic development. Despite being one of 9 grounds considered within a budget, gender equality remains elusive and deeply embedded inequalities persisting. To move towards gender budgeting, our executive departments must collect gender disaggregated data to develop evidence-based policies. Stormont has the institutional and legal architecture to implement this, yet none of the departments currently practice gender budgeting freely and willingly. Additionally, yes, certainly.
Thank you very much to the member for giving way, and I appreciate the member wasn't here in the last mandate, but I absolutely agree with what you're saying. As part of International Women's Day on the 8th of March 2021, this Assembly, in another motion by the Women's Caucus, has already identified that we need to have a gender-sensitive Parliament, and part of that would be the budgeting process. So I absolutely concur. We've already decided this. All parties agreed to it.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you to the member for the intervention. Yes, thank you. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, gender-responsive budgeting requires collective engagement and consultation. By introducing comprehensive gender-responsive budgeting measures for the 2025-26 budget, including thorough gender impact assessments, proactive resource allocation and transparent monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, we can make significant strides towards gender equality. And I will be supporting the amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Paul Bradshaw.
To also support the motion. I don't wish to use the brief time I have to speak about the points that have already been made, but I do think that there are three broad points about why gender-responsive budgeting is helpful and how it would fit into wider equality work. Firstly, despite some significant strides, in some cases there are identifiable areas where we are further from gender equality in Northern Ireland than in neighbouring jurisdictions. The most obvious, which we are of course hoping to tackle effectively as a priority in the programme for government and in the Executive Office, is that the scale of violence against women and girls is considerably worse than in comparable places. Another is the lower participation of females in the workforce, particularly at and after middle age, where there is a marked discrepancy between Northern Ireland and neighbouring jurisdictions. There are, of course, others too. Secondly, and tied to this, would be the absence of a single Equality Act in Northern Ireland. That, of course, brings us to the work of the Committee for the Executive Office, where we are coming to the final stages of our inquiry into addressing gaps in equality legislation. There seems no doubt that one area of investigation would be whether equality impact assessments should include gender-responsive budgeting and potentially gender equality action plans. I would add that it would also be necessary to improve our data gathering to ensure that such assessments can be carried out effectively and with purpose. Thirdly, and that this is not just about equality in a rebalancing sense, there is also a question about how we ensure equality and fairness are embedded in policy in the first place. Some of you will be aware of the example cited from Sweden in the work of Caroline Criado and Perez, where they found that policies and practice put in place by committees dominated by men had led to snow clearing on roads taking place on roads predominantly used by men, often ring roads and roads leading to factories and offices. However, roads more commonly used by women, notably to schools and care centres, were not prioritised. Footpaths and cycleways were cleared last. This led to a scenario where 69% of winter pedestrian injuries on Swedish roads were women because the roads were more commonly used. Bearing in mind the locations they were likelier to want to access and the fact that they were less likely to have access to a car in the first place, were not prioritised for snow clearance. So once the authorities switched this around, clearing footpaths and cycleways first and leaving ring roads and such to a later stage of the process, overall casualties in wintertime fell by half and the gender imbalance amongst victims disappeared. In other words, we should not be just looking at the dry bureaucratic process behind this. It is in fact about how we develop and implement policy from the outset and about the practical outcomes of that policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Paul Frew.
And it's very clear that part of our role here is to create a balance and to end the inequalities that lie within our societies. So it is incumbent on every one of us to work to that end and to achieve something in our time here, no matter how short that may be for some. And so it is very important that there's ministers who take this on board individually and collectively as an executive, but also this Assembly. And in my time here, since 2010, there have been opportunities through legislative process where changes have been made and can be made, sometimes dragging a department to a place. I cite some examples: the laws on upskirting, downblousing, the child aggravator clause in the domestic violence legislation, which the department did not want to touch, the stalking laws that I pushed so hard for, campaigned so hard for, and then, of course, the Child Protection Disclosure Scheme that I implemented in one of the Justice Bills a long time ago. It seems like an age now. So there are opportunities for us to make a difference in this place, and each MLA should value that place in this Assembly, because they individually can make a change. Don't leave it up, don't let it be that the executive have to do this, or individual ministers have to do that. MLAs in this Assembly can make change. Yes, I will. Yeah.
I agree with the member, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think this is the reason why the original proposal that has been put forward is key, because to be honest, we can talk about it all the time, but unless we actually take action, not to consider, but to actually take forward actions within, just, for instance, gender budgeting, we can actually make that change. Everybody has to apply to it.
And the member has an extra minute.
And for fear of consensus, Mr Deputy Speaker, I agree totally with the member, because it's easy. It's so easy to rhyme off phrases like gender-responsive budgeting. Doesn't it sound so great? But why are we not doing it already? We have something in this place that's unique. That's Section 75. Surely this is covered. So why is it not being done in practice? That is the question. And I think it's a valid question. This will be helped by the fact that if we had a budget that was aligned to a programme for government, and the programme for government had this as one of its key objectives, then the budget would fund the programme for government and we would get outcomes. It's okay speaking in terms, in fluffy words, but what about outcomes? This place doesn't look at outcomes nearly enough, and it's about time we did. And that's why I'm glad that the Minister for Communities is looking at a gender equality strategy. There will be opportunities in this term. The Employment Rights Bill. Let's see all the MLAs bringing forward amendments that will help create equalities going forward. And one of the biggest pieces of work that we've done since we've returned is the child care strategy. And that is, I'm glad to say, coming from my party and enabling women to go back to work and afford child care. That's one of the greatest examples of this term that will lead to equalities. So I applaud the ministers for their endeavours, and I hope that this Assembly and the MLAs within it will be able to make real changes and real differences in the term ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Call on the Minister, and Minister, you've got up to 10 minutes.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important area. As others have said in the debate today, there are significant merits, in my view, to be gained from implementing budgets with a specific gender lens. I too fully recognise the potential for gender-based budgeting. This is an area that I am keen to see further advanced. Gender budgeting has the potential to ensure equal access to public services, opportunities and resources. It can be a tool that enables us to analyse and address the impact of public spending and income generation policies on genders, identifying gaps and disparities and making adjustments to address these issues. When women and marginalised groups have access to resources, the workforce becomes more inclusive and more productive. It leverages the untapped potential of women and ensures their active participation in the economy. It also improves policy effectiveness. By integrating a gender perspective, policies are better tailored to serve all segments of the population. It ensures targeted interventions in critical sectors like maternal health, childcare and gender-based violence prevention. Gender-sensitive policies lead to more inclusive and sustainable outcomes. Gender budgeting also creates a more equitable society by enabling public services such as education and healthcare to become more accessible and inclusive. Gender-responsive programmes target issues like income inequality and lack of access to opportunities for women and disadvantaged groups. By empowering women economically, it helps uplift families and communities from poverty, contributing to reducing the overall gender pay gap and employment disparities. We currently implement budget policy through the lens of equality, looking at impacts on all Section 75 categories. Gender impacts of budget proposals are therefore captured as part of equality impact screening and assessments completed by departments as part of the budget process. Sorry? Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Apologies, Minister. I know you're in flow, but this is something that, as a former member of the Women's Caucus, it's very important. One of the things about Section 75 is that it outlines equality, but equity is the key. And one of the things that gender budgeting can bring forward, as you have said, is equity. It can ensure that investment is made in the places where people are the most vulnerable and need the most help. So therefore, would it be worthwhile having when Section 75 reports are coming forward under the Equality Act, should they also be asked to confirm where that equity has been brought in?
And I thank the member for her point, and I don't disagree with her. And I do think there is potential for us to build on Section 75 as it exists, and as I'll come on to outline in terms of the rest of my remarks in relation to particularly gender-based budgeting, which is something that since I've come into office I have focused on, because I fully recognise the potential for gender-based budgeting, and I'm keen to see more done in this area, given that it can contribute to better budget outcomes for everyone and not just women. This is part of my aims for the improved budget process in the future and will be part of the ongoing work on the Executive's Budget Sustainability Plan. I met with the NI Women's Budget Group and also experts from Ulster University in May 2024 to discuss gender budgeting, and my officials have continued to engage with Ulster University, most recently having attended a training event for all public spending group staff within my department. I recently agreed and published a budget improvement plan roadmap. That roadmap includes gender budgeting as a key action, confirming my commitment to consideration of this matter for future budget processes. I remain committed to advancing financial sustainability and, as I have just indicated, exploring gender budgeting. These initiatives are not just about managing our finances better, they are about building a more just and equitable society. The work that my officials are doing is crucial to the well-being and prosperity of our citizens. Equality and gender budgeting and financial sustainability are not just technical processes. They are about shaping the kind of society that we want to live in. They are about ensuring our financial policies reflect our values of fairness, equality and responsibility. This is not something that can be done quickly if we want to do it correctly. There are barriers that we face, and some of these have been referred to. These include systems, metrics, practical and cultural barriers. Our current budgeting system is not set up to record budgetary data in a way that identifies gender outcomes or costs. I'm hopeful that through engagement with experts in this area, it will enable us to put in place the necessary systems and processes. There is also a matter of data collection. One of the key issues that was identified by the team from Ulster University is the lack of available metrics to appropriately assess the impact of policies on gender. It will be imperative that we consider how best to collect the relevant data. We also need to understand how gender budgeting operates in practice by seeking pilot programmes that will help to identify the issues and benefits related to gender budgeting. And perhaps most crucially, we do need to grasp the nettle and address any scepticism about gender budgeting, fostering a gender budgeting culture within and outside government that is driven by ministers right through organisations. It is my ambition that we will address these issues and consider, along with my executive colleagues, how to put in place the building blocks for gender-based budgeting in future budget processes. But it's my view that we don't have to wait for that. There may be specific areas in which individual ministers may wish to implement gender-based budgeting sooner and potentially even in 2025-26. The development of the Executive's social inclusion strategies, including the gender equality strategy, will be crucial in enhancing our gender considerations in budgets and help drive long-term benefits of equal participation of women in all aspects of society. In conclusion, gender budgeting is not merely a financial exercise, but can be a powerful tool for social transformation. By prioritising equality in the allocation of resources, it has the potential to strengthen economies, enhance policy impact and promote social justice. That's why I am committed to exploring gender budgeting as part of future budget processes and bringing this matter to the Executive for consideration.
Thank you very much, Steve. Philip Brett to wind. And Philip, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing forward this motion, and to quote his words, I will hopefully offer constructive opposition to his Opposition Day debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think this entire House is united in wanting to end gender inequalities. When I look at my constituency of North Belfast, why is it that a woman born in the New Lodge, Rathcoole or Taggers Bay has a life expectancy of 8 years less than her counterpart that lives somewhere on the Antrim Road? Why is it the same young boy born in those communities are less likely to achieve any success at the GCSE level and condemned to a circle of vicious repeating those examinations? So it's something I think that this House is all united in. But the motion before us is very clear. It states that the Minister for Finance will bring forward comprehensive gender-responsive budgeting measures for 25-26 budget. Does anyone in this House seriously believe that the Minister for Finance is going to do that? In the remarks that have been made by the Minister and by her party, there has been no commitment to do that. And I think it's a disservice that we simply sit here and vote through this motion, pat ourselves on the back and say, job well done. We passed a non-binding motion which the Minister in her remarks made clear that she has given no commitment to do. We put forward an amendment because passing a motion here today trying to get the Minister to do something which her party has clearly made clear that they're not going to do, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, does this House a disservice. The Leader of the Opposition who brought this motion is Chair of the Finance Committee, and I have no doubt that he will hold the Minister's feet to the fire, because today her party are going to vote for a motion which I believe that they will willfully ignore. But I will leave that in the hands of the Leader of the Opposition and the Chair of the Finance Committee. But members, when you come to vote on this and pat ourselves on the back that we passed a great motion here, I'll happily give way.
Given what he, like me, shares a frustration with this place voting through motions which are then not acted upon. I certainly intend to hold the Minister to account for delivery of this. She has indicated broad support for gender responsive budgeting, so he can take my assurance that we, in our role as opposition and my role in the committee that he is also a member of, will be holding her and the rest of the executive accountable for it.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome that commitment, and I will too. We will obviously be voting for our amendment, but let the record show clearly that the Minister and her party are making commitments that they will bring forward a comprehensive gender-responsive budgeting measures for the 25-26 budget, a budget that is currently out for consultation. And I'll leave it to members to judge if they think the Minister for Finance, for what she's about to vote through, whether or not she will deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Sinead McLaughlin to finish the debate. And Sinead, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank all of those who contributed to the debate this afternoon. The contributions have clearly illustrated that gender responsive budgeting has a long way to go. In the Good Friday Agreement, a commitment was made to the full and equal participation of women in public life. More than a quarter of a century later, we can't credibly say that that has been achieved in our society. Women still face systematic barriers when it comes to achieving their full potential, not just in public life, but in our workplaces, in our communities, and right across all sections of society. Government policy has not recognised the impact of failing to put gender-responsive budgeting at the heart of government. Being gender-blind in budgeting has led to the gender pay gap, more women and children moving into poverty in Northern Ireland, no anti-poverty strategy. 1/3 of women here are economically inactive, very poor women's health outcomes, no healthcare strategy for women, women undertaking 60% of unpaid caring responsibility, no coherent and responsive childcare strategy, an epidemic level of violence against women and girls, high levels of maternal mental health problems. This list is not exhaustive. None of the above happened by accident. They all happened by design, by the failure to recognise the gender policy gaps and the lack of urgency to prioritise gender policy, including
responsive budgeting and investment. All of these challenges are surmountable, but it will take deliberate design and a focused effort from this executive to reverse these inequalities. Gender-responsive budgeting has taken root in over 80 countries worldwide, and almost half of OECD countries are either planning to or actively considering gender budgeting tools. Those are countries that recognise budgets are never neutral and that the way we allocate our resources has vastly different outcomes for men and women. Members also refer to, or can I refer to the research by the Joseph Rowntree Trust that identified that while the architecture to provide for gender budgeting may exist, but pointed to the high level and the lack of high-level commitment from the Northern Ireland Executive to actually commit to gender budgeting, which needs to happen to effectively enable it to be progressed. Those researchers recommend a specific commitment to gender budgeting in the programme for government, and of course we know that no such commitment has been included. So today's motion is an opportunity for the Minister of Finance to commit to put that right, and I welcome your very positive remarks today and that commitment to that process. Previously, members during the debate have referred to the Equality Impact Assessment and the new Gender Equality Strategy, but we know from the Communities Minister that the timings for its development are still vague and undetermined. We also know that Section 75 exercises are simply insufficient, and unfortunately too often those exercises represent a tick box exercise and happen too late in the decision-making process. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's be clear, none of the above is a gender-responsive approach to budgeting, and to think that they are is perhaps not understanding the concept. Gender budgeting starts from the very start of the design of policies, initiatives and plans, and that is why the DUP amendment is not acceptable, as it waters down our motion and confuses the policy intent. We also need the architecture to be fit for purpose, and this point was well made by Diane Armstrong and Paula Bradshaw, because we need the right data. As chair of the All-Party Group on Women, Peace and Security, I have been told time and time again that the right data does not exist. And on that note, can I commend the work of Alex Brennan from the Northern Ireland Women's Budget Group for her work, for her engagement and her clarity in shining a light on gender budgeting. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, gender-responsive budgeting can address inequalities, improve effectiveness, enhance public scrutiny. Gender budgeting should have started here a long time ago, and the failure to introduce it earlier is a significant missed opportunity. I accept it will be challenging to put this right in the 25-26 budget. However, introducing it and starting it, a gender approach to next year's budget can only be a useful tool to improve equity and efficiency. It can also be a powerful signal of intent from this place that we take gender equality seriously. Mr Speaker, it's time to put our money where our mouth is.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the debate. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Diane Forsyth, Paul Frew and Stephen Dunn be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Order! Members will please resume their seats. Matthew? Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Diane Forsyth, Paul Frew and Paul Dunn be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? Aye. Do we have tellers? Order! Order! Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Maurice Bradley and Diane Forsyth. Tellers for the noes are Daniel McCrossan and Patsy McClone. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Ladies and gentlemen, can you resume your seats? Come on, Danny. Come on. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the results?
71 members voted, 28 members voted aye, 43 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
Unfasten the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is, the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Mr. Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, public trust in these institutions is something that all members should strive to achieve. The Clerk of the Assembly has just provided all members with a 40-page report into the employment practices of Sinn Féin and of Mr. Michael McMonagall. The report concludes that Mr. McGonigal was employed for up to 80 hours per week at public cost. in clear breach of Assembly rules. Have you, Mr Deputy Speaker, been informed that this report will come before this Assembly so that members can have their say and ensure that public trust, truth and transparency is at the heart of this Assembly?
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that point of order, Mr Brett. I will relay that to the Speaker and we will take notice of that as we do. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. Wait. And in conjunction... Steady. Paula, you ready? Paul? You ready? Okay. Here we go. Matthew. Settle down, please. Okay. Item 5 in the order paper was the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Paula Bradshaw to raise the matter of integrated education provision in South Belfast. Paula, you will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you.
Deputy Speaker, I won't need anywhere near that, but I appreciate people taking the time to join me in the chamber this evening to debate this motion. I wanted to focus specifically on the issues regarding integrated education provision facing South Belfast. I do not believe that we need to rehearse what recently happened with the schools in North Down during this debate. MLAs of this chamber can return to this at another time. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important to emphasise that successive surveys reinforce that integrated education provision is inadequate in Northern Ireland and also clearly specifically in South Belfast. To be clear, no one in my party is talking about enforcing integrated education. Many parents choose state or maintained schools for very good reasons. Indeed, I was among them and sent my children to Belfast Royal Academy, for example. What we are talking about, however, is parental choice. And when it comes to parental choice, integrated education provision in South Belfast falls short in terms of availability. Take Lagan College, admittedly based just over the constituency boundary in Strangford. It has a huge intake from South Belfast, and every year it has nearly double the applications for admissions than places to fill. This has been the case for many years, and yet progress on securing a site for the proposed 600-pupil post-primary school for the North Down Integrated College area is still yet to be publicly announced. And we also need to see a firm commitment from the Minister that he will proceed at pace when it is found. Noting that back in 2018, the Community Conversations report focused on the Castlereagh and Carryduff areas, produced by the Integrated Education Fund and Ulster University, stated it was considered that an additional integrated post-primary school could help meet the demand for post-primary places of that sector. 6 years on, I note that the last update from the Minister was in September 2024 to my party colleague Nick Matheson, which stated that Land and Property Services have conducted a site search and have identified 2 sites, and my department has been working with stakeholders to determine the scope of works for the appointment of an integrated consultant team for the project. On completion of this work, the procurement process will be initiated. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that today the Education Minister can provide us with an update and also indicate whether he believes that given the ongoing growth of the population in that area of South Belfast and that 250 pupils will be joining from Blackwater Integrated College, whether a 600-place school will actually be big enough and meet the current and future demand. Moving now to primary school provision, I should note at this stage that pressure for primary school places has been eased to a small degree through the triumph last year with the conversion of Cairnshill Primary School to integrated status. I know that the principal and the school community worked so hard to achieve this result and delivered for the parents who voted for this conversion in such high numbers. Not to underestimate these efforts, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to highlight the challenges that the principal and the school community of Forge Integrated Primary School have faced and continue to face in making their move from the current site on Caroline Road adjacent to Wellington College And as a side note, I mentioned the proximity of the two existing schools, as I'm sure that Wellington College would no doubt be able to expand with minimal disruption onto the Forge site when and if it becomes available, thereby addressing some of their own challenges with huge demand on their confined site. But turning back to Forge Integrated Primary School, in 2016 it was announced that the school would be taking forward plans to relocate to the former Knockbreda High School site along the Knock dual carriageway. I know since this time that the principal has tried to keep this project moving forward at pace despite many of the challenges along the way, not least the COVID pandemic. But the two most enduring of these is the issue of the significant delays in getting planning permission, now moving into its 5th year, and also in trying to ensure that all aspects are ready for the development so that when the opportunity for funding arises, everything is in place. It should be noted, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is envisaged that the new build will include an autism support centre for Key Stage 1 and a general learning support centre for Key Stage 2. And no one in this chamber will not appreciate how much demand there is and would be for these new learning units in South Belfast. Therefore, Minister, I appreciate you coming to the chamber today. I would like to know what support you can and will provide to this school to progress its proposals, and hope that you can help it to address the long-standing queries with the road service and help this scheme progress at the pace that it deserves after 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. All other speakers, you will have approximately up to 7 minutes. And I call on Deirdre Hargey.
Thank you to Paula for bringing this important debate, particularly discussing this issue in South Belfast. And I think it's clear that we all know that forward planning to meet school pressures is essential, especially in nursery and primary places, and we know that challenge in an area like South Belfast. Our schools do an excellent job despite the pressures and challenges that they are currently facing. And indeed, we know that all schools should be open, inclusive and safe environments for all of our children to learn, develop and enhance their outcomes, no matter their religion, their social class, their gender, their ethnicity or their sexual orientation. Sinn Féin worked with other parties in this Assembly and supported the introduction of the Integrated Education Act in the last mandate. And indeed, we know the Good Friday Agreement places a duty on the Department of Education to encourage and facilitate integrated education, and that's now been enhanced to include support the development of integrated education. Sinn Féin are a champion of integrated education, but we often find that the main focus when we're looking at this issue here is always around religion and religious integration, be that through the media, be that through debates, be that through campaigns, or indeed endorsements. And of course, I understand the need to look at integration in terms of the history and the legacy of conflict, looking at our divisions in the past in terms of the conflict that impacted on our communities and on our people here, in terms of children being taught in different schools on the basis of their religion. But if we are looking at this issue in terms of true integration and what we really want in terms of better outcomes for our children and young people, those who are consistently being failed and being segregated is on the basis of social class. And indeed, all of the educational outcomes show that it is those from a certain social class are being impacted more than others. And indeed, that is demonstrated in an area like South Belfast, where that is really stratified on the basis of social class. And I do believe that if we're talking about this issue of integrated education, that has to be a key component of the type of schools, the type of society, and indeed the type of outcomes that we want to achieve for all of our children, and not just for some. And I suppose that's reflected in wider debates in this chamber. You know, when you're looking at the division of conflict as well, it's often easy to look at the issues, you know, with our hardened interfaces, but it's often the invisible barriers, again, around social class, depending on where you're living. We can see that in the pressures that are being debated in this chamber, whether that's within our justice system, whether that's within our healthcare system, whether it's within our education system. The issue of social class and the segregating of social class factors in all of those areas of work has an impact on the citizens from lower social class or working class backgrounds. And if we're serious about the issue of integrated education to provide better outcomes, then that's what we need to look at. There's no doubt that the biggest division in our education system and in those outcomes are social class. So again, I want to work with other parties like we did in the last mandate in terms of bringing forward the integrated education. I do want to see more support. We have excellent integrated schools within South Belfast, and when you meet the Board of Governors, when you meet the young people, and I know many of us MLAs in South Belfast got together last year in some of the primary school settings, you can really see the drive from the teachers, from the Board of Governors, from the parents, but importantly from the children themselves. So obviously we want to enhance that, but we want to make sure that it's integration in its truest form, which again includes those children from working class backgrounds as well. So again, I'm happy to see the debate. I look forward to what the Minister says, and hopefully, to expand on integration in terms of looking at social class for working class communities and children as well. And I hope that we can all continue to work together to deliver better educational outcomes for all of our children and young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. I'll call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased that this debate has been brought forward by Paula Bradshaw to the Assembly, and I hope we can hear from the Minister about some of what he is doing to support integrated education, specifically in South Belfast. Like Paula, I won't use this opportunity to relitigate some of what we've been debating fairly robustly yesterday and the last few days. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to debate it again robustly in the days and weeks ahead. I should declare, I guess, an interest, first of all, in the sense that I am a parent at an integrated primary in South Belfast, indeed one of the primaries that's been mentioned, Forge, was mentioned by a previous speaker, and there is a specific issue there, which I hope the Minister will be able to talk to. I may not be able to, unfortunately, be here for his remarks because I have a pressing engagement elsewhere, which involves said pupil at that primary school. That primary school was expecting funding under the Fresh Start arrangements, without, again, because we're in adjournment debate and trying to, it's a little bit less heated at this time of day. For one reason or another, which we have discussed in this chamber before, it no longer has Fresh Start funding. It has been placed on the list for future capital funding, but it is no certainty over when that money is going to be received to build a new school, and it was expecting new money and had been expecting that and told to expect that for a decade. But it also, as Paula Bradshaw says, has this outstanding challenge around securing a site. It is agreement for the site, the old Knockbreda High site on the dual carriageway, the A55, but there are outstanding issues regarding traffic management and, frankly, the DFI getting on with doing what it needs to do around there's an obvious solution around that, but I think sooner rather than later, because of the school community there, frankly, have been waiting for over a decade now, for nearly a decade, to progress that. That's one issue. But more generally, the issue about integrated education provision is a hopeful and positive story in South Belfast. I'm someone, I guess, in a relatively unique position in this place, in the sense that I was away for 20 years from this island, from the north, and came back. And I'm one of those people who bloviated an opinion and had lots of opinions about Northern Ireland and what was wrong about it while I was away. And one of the things people often talk about is our education system and the fact that it's that kids are educated separately. And we often in this chamber get into debates about there is context and there are reasons, there are complications, but just as a sort of, and I said this whenever we passed the Integrated Education Act as it became, it isn't normal that our education system is segregated as it is. It just isn't normal. No, I will never be coaxed into saying that it's normal that our kids are educated separately as they are. Deirdre Hargey is right that there's a huge challenge around social class, and I'll come on to talk about that. These things do intersect, and that's really critical and important, but we can't kid ourselves about the role that a fundamentally segregated education system has in terms of reinforcing the sense of abnormality between broad communal identities in Northern Ireland. It just does. I'm happy to give way to the member.
Perhaps he could provide a wee bit more clarity. In segregation, does he mean different sectors? Because as was noted in the debate yesterday, and I think it is appropriate that we put it on record today, so many of our schools from those different sectors have naturally integrated, in fact, as was pointed out by the Minister yesterday, in more elaborate ways than some of the integrated sector itself.
Because he is right. This debate gets into the mud so quickly, and we end up either looking like we're virtue signalling or we're offending people or we're talking around it. There are amazing, so a few doors from, I shouldn't be so specific where I live, but near me there's a brilliant maintained primaries. Holy Rosary is an amazing primary. It has lots of kids on free school meals, lots of kids who are from ethnic minority backgrounds whose English is their first language. It would be ridiculous if I was to say that Catholic maintained primary somehow needs to feel guilty about the fact that it isn't formally integrated. Rosetta Primary is an amazing maintained primary, which also has it's a controlled primary. It has a huge number of kids on free school meals. Talking about the aspiration to have a less divided education system should in no way be read as criticism of those schools, and I think it's frankly a bit sterile when we get into that territory. But I think you can acknowledge the brilliant Catholic maintained, controlled, integrated Irish medium schools, those schools that exist, while also saying it's not a good thing that so many of our kids are educated separately and come to think of one another as different. And I'm afraid that is a reality, and it's a reality that I think crystallises when you leave this place and you realise how bluntly abnormal it is. So that's just a simple truth, I'm afraid. Anyway, South Belfast has amazing schools in all sectors, but there is huge demand for and growing support for integrated education. Cairns Hill began the transformation process last year. Harding has begun the transformation process. Those are all good things. There is a particular pressure at post-primary. As was previously said, Lagan is an amazing school. It's the exemplar in many ways because it was set up 40-odd years ago. And people from all backgrounds, I think Claire Bailey, our former colleague, was one of the first people who attended Lagan in the first intake. But Lagan is oversubscribed. There just isn't enough post-primary, there aren't enough post-primary spaces for Lagan. There are, of course, other amazing schools in other sectors in that part of the city, but many parents do want to choose an integrated option at post-primary. At the minute, Lagan is the only option in the southeast of the city. Malone is a great school kind of in the southwest of the city, and a significant amount of its intake will be from West Belfast. So those are two great schools kind of at the either end of the constituency. But as was said by Paula Bradshaw, in the Carryduff Castlereagh area, there definitely is capacity for an additional school. Mid-Down Integrated hopefully will provide some of that and take some of that pressure, but we need clarity over when that school is going to be built and completed. I think there's a huge positive level of support for integrated education in South Belfast. We are very proud in South Belfast of our diversity, yes, in terms of traditional identities in the north, but also in terms of newcomer communities who we welcome and celebrate and integrate. But also, I do think it's important to say that when we talk about the education system, Deirdre Hargey is right to say that we do sometimes slightly miss a trick when we talk about how we have our education system is divided along two fundamental axes. One is on traditional communal identities, and that's in no way to diminish or criticise the amazing schools we have in the controlled and maintained sectors, but it is too divided. Too many kids are educated separately in that context. But it's also too divided by class. We fail working class kids at an heroic level in this society. Kids, if you look at every serious education has looked at it, recognises that the kind of selection we do at 11 simply fails working class kids. I slightly got dragged off into that debate, but it is a critical one. Let me just say, huge progress in terms of integrated education in South Belfast. We'd like to see more, so it would be helpful to hear from the Minister about Forge and what's happening there, having declared my interest, and also Mid-Down, because that's going to be critical to taking some of the post-primary pressure off Lagan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. And you had an extra minute, but I just didn't know what to say it as we went through. There you go. Kate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my constituency colleague, Paula Bradshaw, for bringing forward today's motion, and it's really good to have the Minister here. Thank you. South Belfast is one of the most diverse constituencies in Northern Ireland, and it's an honour to represent this community. In South Belfast, we know that our diversity is our strength, and I think that's why we've always had such a special and close connection with the integrated education movement. As colleagues have already outlined, we have so many wonderful integrated schools. Cairns Hill Integrated Primary, which recently underwent the transformation process. Forge Integrated Primary, that was founded in 1985. Lagan College, the first ever integrated school, technically not in South Belfast, but we like to claim it as our own. And many families and children from South Belfast are part of that school community. We have brilliant primary schools. Harding Memorial, Cranmore, also like to claim Lochview as ours as well, and Malone Integrated College at post-primary. And it's important to recognise that other schools that are not within the constituency, although will be with the boundary changes, Millennium Integrated and others further afield. you can recognise the excellent work that's being done by schools across the board and still have policy aspirations. And for Alliance, we've always believed that children should be educated through a single integrated education system that delivers equality of opportunity so that every child can develop their unique ability, personality and potential. We've always championed integrated education as a core part of our party DNA and as part of that pathway towards creating a more united community. And I think you can talk about integration and diversity within schools, but what is different about integrated schools is the ethos. It's at the core of it, and that's something that we really want to champion. There's no doubt that the integrated Oh, who was that? Yeah, go ahead.
It's a genuine question and probably comes out of some of the discussions that have been taking place this week in terms of, and something I haven't quite grasped yet, what exactly is it about integrated schools in terms of their ethos that is explicit? They talk about tolerance, encouraging understanding and respect for the other, and that's something that I feel like at my school, I feel that other schools do. And it's not just about saying there's wonderful schools in every sector, because I think we do all think that, and in the same way I believe that there are wonderful integrated schools as well. But I do think it's something that probably the integrated sector has to grapple with in terms of defining itself, and if it's not about a certain amount of people from the traditional Protestant and Catholic.
David, it's an intervention, not a speech. But if you would wish to be added to the speaking list, we
No,
will have
I'm
no
okay.
difficulty whatsoever.
Thank you very much.
And Kate, you have an
Mr.
extra minute.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to think of the best way to answer it. I would love for you to come with me to Lagan sometime and meet some of the pupils, and they'll talk to you about how everything is intentional. Like integration ethos it's through everything. And I really love how, I think it was in the last local government election, every party had a candidate who had run, who had gone to Lagan. So it's not like it's this like people are proud and confident in their identities and having difference. It's not a conflict. It's just they're just so at ease with the difference there. So yes, we want to create a more tolerant, inclusive society. But when you speak to children who've been to integrated schools, they champion it better than I ever could. I didn't. I mean, I went to Methody, a very mixed school and very privileged, and had lots of great opportunities. I'd never even heard of Gaelic football until I met my husband. You know, there were so many things that are part of our society that you're just not exposed to. Whereas we're in a divided society, but within integrated schools, it's so intentional, and I think that really is the difference. There has been so much progress that has made within the landscape, but there's been a huge surge in the number of schools seeking to transform. I think that's wonderful. The number of successful parental ballots, no secret that we were disappointed with the recent decisions. But the rise of 8% of pupils in Northern Ireland attending an integrated school is positive. 26 years on from the Good Friday Agreement. Like, is that progress as fast as we want it to be? I don't think so. My colleague Kelly Armstrong brought forward the Integrated Education Bill Now Act in the last mandate, and that's welcome, and there's a lot within it that is really positive. But the demand and support is consistently outstripping supply. Like we need to do more here. There are things within the Integrated Education Act that I'd like to hear more from the Minister about how he's taking certain sections forward. So Section 5 places a duty on the Department with regards to identifying, assessing, monitoring and aiming to meet the demand for the provision of that. What's happening within South Belfast? How is he aiming to identify and assess demand in South Belfast when Pearland consistently shows a majority of parents are in favour of integrated education? What mechanisms is being taken forward to assess the demand? Also, just to outline when he intends to publish the next report on integrated education, which is required by Section 10 of the Act. And they're not just things that would be nice, they're within the Act, and we'd like to know constituents within South Belfast have a real interest in it, and we've been getting so many emails as constituency MLAs about what's happening here. In terms of future development, it's already been mentioned, but the community-led campaign for the development of mid-down integrated college. I'm out of breath. I'm 30 weeks pregnant, I can't breathe. I'll try and slow down. The community-led campaign for the development of Middown Integrated College has been really inspiring, and I've met with the people who are driving that, and it's going to be an invaluable resource to help meet the growing demand for integrated education in South Belfast and beyond. And it's only through developing a school of this size and scale that we will even come close to meeting the demands for integrated education from parents in South Belfast. So any more information, any reassurance we can get around that, and as mentioned, speeding up developments at Forge would be really welcome. We're really proud of our education provision in South Belfast, but we know that parents would like to see more provision of integrated education, and it is something that we'll continue to champion. Thank you.
Okay, Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Members, I think we would all agree that children deserve a fair chance to go to school, to learn and develop the skills they need to thrive in their adult life. It's a priority that all children and young people in Northern Ireland are educated together. The journey toward understanding and the shared purpose begins within the walls of the school classroom. I would like to pay tribute to all those schools within South Belfast who provide an inclusive approach where all children and young people within their care are valued and accepted on a daily basis. And I'd also like to thank the member for bringing this debate to the Chamber this afternoon. We as a party support the education of our children and young people together in inclusive and diverse schools. We believe this can be done best through a single education system, a system that fosters an environment where children of different backgrounds and beliefs learn together, grow together, and develop a sense of community that transcends division. As the member quite rightly says, diversity is not a barrier, but it's our strength, an advantage that enriches young people's lives and the society that they will one day lead. For years, our education system has operated in silos, reflecting historical divisions that have left deep scars on our society. Schools should be open to all, welcoming children and young people of all faiths and none, richly diverse and inclusive, reflective of and embedded in the communities they serve. When asked what is the most important element in selecting schools for their children, parents and guardians consistently respond by stating a good standard of education. Members, together we can build a future where our children are educated not just to pass exams, but to understand each other, to value each other, and to rise as leaders of a peaceful and inclusive society. It is therefore vital that all schools are supported to serve their local communities and build the best schools they can be. Thank you.
Colin Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to this debate, and I thank my colleagues for bringing it today. And my colleagues have spoken in detail, and others have, about the South Belfast specific issues, so I don't pretend to be able to add very much on that, but I do want to put it on the record from the outset of my support for growing integrated education in South Belfast, and I hope we'll get a positive update from the Minister in that regard. As it turns out from this debate, there are quite a few things that have crossed over with my own constituency, which I'm very pleased about. So yes, we do house Lagan College in Strangford, and that's something that maybe not everyone is aware of, so I'll get that on the record. But also with the growth of Middown, I am very, very hopeful to hear a positive update from the Minister. I know we know that there are 2 sites identified, and wherever that ends up, I know that it will certainly serve many of my constituents as well, and I would want to put on record my appreciation for the unbelievable levels of work and the vision and the ambition that those parents had to get that school established. That is no small feat at all, and I think they deserve immense credit, and really do look forward to that developing. I've had occasion to visit Blackwater College on a couple of occasions very recently, and that is a school that is bursting at the seams, and they certainly can't wait any longer for that school project to develop. But much has been said over the last week or so around integrated education, and I hope that this debate maybe could be a bit of a positive reset, and that we can maybe get the discussion onto a more positive footing. And I think that it is really important that whatever we think about the decisions that have been taken over the last week, that we do just remind ourselves of the two, in the context of this debate, the two really important duties that the Minister has in this space, and that's, it's been mentioned already, to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education, and secondly, to take those steps to ascertain the demand for integrated education and to aim to meet that demand. So there may well be differences of opinion around what an integrated school is, particularly around that notion of reasonable numbers. But this evening we're talking about whether or not the provision that is available in South Belfast meets the demand, and the Integrated Education Act is very clear about that. So I'm looking forward to the response from the Minister that is mindful of that context of those duties. So hopefully we can maybe move away from some of the party political stuff and get on to the sort of just pragmatic discussion of how those legal and statutory duties can be met. I did just want to pick up on a couple of other things that have been mentioned in the debate, so I mean I'll put that out there. Looking forward to seeing what's coming from the Minister in relation to growing the provision in South Belfast. David Brooks asked the question around what is it that makes a school integrated, and I think people will have different views on that. The Integrated Education Act provides a very clear definition of that, but I think for me the critical bit is the intentionality. And I have schools across my constituency that are open, welcoming, diverse spaces. So I'm not here to criticise any sector in our education system. Every single principal that I meet, every school that I visit, and the teachers in them are working at absolute capacity to deliver the very best education in nurturing environments they can for the children in their care. But for me, integrated schools, why I think it is a sector that we need to really get behind to support the growth of, not to the detriment of anybody else, but it is around that intentionality of ethos, that intentionality of bringing people together from different community backgrounds, different faith perspectives, different socio-economic backgrounds, and that intentional attempt to bring those children together in the classroom. I would give away, yes.
I suppose leading on from Mr Brooks' former point in relation to what is special in terms of ethos, because the ethos that Mrs Nicholl was describing, I could apply to so many of my schools. In fact, so many of our parents choose those schools based on the ethos that's provided. But in the specific example that the member, in terms of his view about what is unique and special about an ethos of an integrated school, would he also accept that that is applicable across the many different sectors, and in terms of their representation proves that?
Agree to a point that in many sectors there are schools that provide great examples of a really diverse offering and a welcoming school community. I don't think anybody's suggesting any school is closing its doors to anybody, so not suggesting that. But I think the next level of integration is the very explicit intentionality, and that for me is the key point. And I think then, just to speak to some of the issues that you raised as well, Mr Buckley earlier, just around the diversity that exists in our school system. For me, in many scenarios, there is still segregation in the majority of our schools, and I'm not saying that's an intentional thing. I'm not suggesting anybody's trying to segregate our system. What I am saying is that that is the reality, and some of the examples where there is real mixing, as were highlighted in some of the debates this week, do not represent the norm. The academic research that the Ulster University have produced on this would say that still 93% of children attend schools that are largely segregated along religious lines. That's a pretty big number, and 69% of those of our schools, they use the phrase are strongly segregated, and then they move on to 47% as being almost entirely segregated. So that's not a comment around anybody's trying to engineer a system that segregates children. It is a product of our history. It is a product of our conflict. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't set our ambitions higher to do more about that, to try and address that segregation. And I will give way.
Debate that we're now having on this subject, but by that very theory and those numbers that have been quoted in relation to sectors and segregation and the numbers of traditional communities, going by those statistics, many of the integrated schools that the Minister quoted yesterday in terms of their numbers, they would fall into that category too, that they're segregated in themselves, because they do not demonstrate the diverse community that the member claims that should be the case.
And the Minister has an extra minute.
Yeah, I appreciate time could beat me here. But no, I mean, I understand the point. I think for me, the key point that follows from that is that when you make the decision to transform to an integrated school, you're making a decision to go on a journey to try and address that segregation. So there's an intentional decision to recognise we don't want to continue in that segregated context. But I do think we need to move beyond head counts. This is not about counting numbers of different communities. It is about creating school environments that have an intentionality around creating diverse and inclusive spaces. Now, as again, I'm not here to bash any sectors, but I do believe in my mind that integrated education plays an absolutely critical role in that process. So I did just want to speak to those points, and I think it is good to be able to have an adjournment debate. Gives us an opportunity to maybe have a debate in a slightly different context with taking some of the heat out of it. But I think to not take away from my colleagues' adjournment debate, I think we're here to hear about what's going on in South Belfast, and I do look forward to what the Minister has to say in that regard when he speaks.
Very much indeed. And over to you, Minister, for a chilled response, taking the heat out of it, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member for South Belfast, Paula Bradshaw, for bringing the adjournment debate and for setting the tone for the nature of the debate. It was refreshing to have some of these conversations that we've engaged in outside of the heat of yesterday around specific decisions. And I know Mr O'Toole has left, and I was reminded of Paul, and the conversion on the road to Damascus, and it was quite remarkable from yesterday's commentary, because I agree with him. There are amazing Catholic maintained schools. There are amazing controlled schools. I only wish some had said that yesterday in articulating their point around integrated schools. But there's been a much more, I think, nuanced debate around that today. So I want to address, and if time permits, I'll pick up some other issues, now, both in relation to South Belfast, but also some colleagues have touched on the wider issues of integration and how my department is developing that. So let me just turn to South Belfast. And there's now 6 integrated schools, and colleagues have mentioned them in South Belfast. Cranmore, Forge, Harding Memorial, Lockview, and most recently Cairns Hill Integrated Primary Schools, as well as Malone Integrated College. And at the outset, if I can ask all Assembly members to join with me, as you have done, in paying tribute to each of these schools and to integrated schools across Northern Ireland for their work in educating children and young people from different backgrounds together. In June this year, I was delighted to approve the transformation of Cairns Hill Primary School, creating over 500 new integrated places and increasing the number of integrated primary places in the South Belfast constituency by no less than 47%. I know no one mentioned it yesterday. That's the nature of the to and fro of politics. But I approved Cairns Hill. I went to the school. I met with the principal. The only school that has had RAC and had to go through a pretty traumatic experience of dealing with RAC. And in that meeting, I was able to then give the news to the boards of governors and the principal that I had approved the transformation of the school to integrated status. Demand for integrated education, it is a complex issue, and we see that in South Belfast. So for September 2024, there were 180 applications for 165 places in the 4 existing integrated primary schools, but only one school, Lockview Integrated Primary School, was oversubscribed. The transformation of Cairns Hill Primary School will create another 83 primary integrated places annually, meeting this unmet need. However, Lockview may of course remain oversubscribed. At post-primary, there are places available at Malone College, and I note that there were 129 first preference applications for 130 places this year, indicating demand in line with supply. There are also integrated schools outside South Belfast which enrol significant numbers of pupils from that constituency, notably Lagan College, as the Chair of the Education Committee has claimed authority on, sits within the Strangford constituency, but it does have a large catchment area which includes South Belfast, and again it is regularly oversubscribed. The approval of the new Mid-Down integrated post-primary aims to address this unmet demand for integrated education. Yet we all know parents make school choices for a range of issues, and it's not simply a choice of sector, but rather popular high-performing schools with strong reputations in all sectors are frequently oversubscribed. So demand for a particular school does not necessarily equate to demand for a particular school management type, and my department is therefore committed to gathering more comprehensive evidence that will inform a detailed report on demand for integrated education, and this will provide the foundation for informed decision making. Before turning to the wider issue of developing integrated education, just some of the accommodation issues for integrated schools in the South Belfast constituency. In recent months, I touched on it earlier, we've addressed the issue of RAC in Cairnshill Integrated Primary, and I'm delighted that all the required works have now been completed. Other integrated schools in the constituency have also been prioritised for investment. And following the removal of Fresh Start funding by the UK Government, I did demonstrate my commitment to Forge Integrated Primary School. I know Mr O'Toole is not here. He made remarks yesterday how I had taken money away. I think very unfairly characterised the outworkings of UK Government decisions on Fresh Start. But I demonstrated my commitment to Forge Integrated Primary School and to other integrated schools by moving them into my department's major capital works programme. So the project for Forge aims to provide a new build school at the former Knockbreda High School site in Belfast. Design of the new building is progressing. Discussions are ongoing with Belfast City Council as part of the pre-application process for submission of a planning application. And earlier this year, I was pleased to lift the pause on planning for 7 of the highest priority new build projects announced in 2022, including the project for Malone Integrated College. So the appointment of a design team for this project is now almost complete. The integrated estate has benefited from and will continue to receive significant levels of capital investment, and I know that members are particularly concerned about the development of the mid-down integrated post-primary, and my officials are taking a proactive approach in regard to this school since the approval of the development proposal late last year, and have been liaising with both NICE and the mid-down steering group. A site search has been completed by LPS. 2 potential sites, including one in the Carryduff area, having been identified. A project brief is being prepared now for the appointment of an integrated consultancy team to complete the feasibility studies on the suitability of these 2 sites. And my department has never before led on the capital development of a newly established integrated school, as schools previously had to demonstrate capital viability before receiving investment. Some other issues members have raised specifically about the schools, and I will come back to members on that in more detail. I do want to turn to the wider approach to developing integrated education. Over the last 10 months, I've been out visiting schools of all types from all sectors, both in South Belfast and across Northern Ireland, and I've witnessed the excellent work that they're doing. In recent months, I've visited Methodist College in South Belfast, and whilst not designated as an integrated school, they educate a diverse range of children from a wide range of community and ethnic backgrounds. And such visits have cemented my view that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to delivering a high-quality education. Education in Northern Ireland is based on the guiding principle set out in law that children are educated as far as possible in accordance with the wishes of their parents. Diversity and choice are a strength of our education system, not a weakness. So every child, every school and every sector are important and valued in our education system, and all have key roles in building a reconciled and a shared society, which is a key priority for me and our government. Integrated education is designed to provide opportunities for children and young people from different community backgrounds to learn together, and it has an important role to play in that process. The number of pupils accessing integrated education does continue to grow. Over 27,000 pupils are now enrolled in 73 integrated schools. This is over 6,000 additional places in the last 10 years. And I assure members that I take my department's statutory duty to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education extremely seriously. And so my officials are currently developing an updated integrated education strategy and action plan in collaboration with key stakeholders. A consultation on the updated strategy and action plan will be launched in coming weeks. It will set out a clear vision to create a vibrant and supported network of sustainable integrated schools, providing high-quality integrated education to children and young people. The vision is underpinned by 5 strategic aims, in turn supported by clear targets and actions. However, there's also an important question to ask about the nature and direction of integrated education, about its unique USP in the changing world of the 21st century. And the current legislation is clear that integrated education includes the education together of reasonable numbers of Catholics and Protestants. This has been a defining legal and indeed core principle and feature of the integrated movement since its inception. The aspiration for 40% of pupils from each of the main community is enshrined in the NICE Statement of Principles. These numerical targets are not arbitrary and are rooted in a commitment to equality of status between communities within the integrated school. And in keeping with equality criterion and contact theory, this helps create the conditions for positive interaction and an improvement in intergroup relationships. I'm conscious of time. 10 minutes is the limit. Okay, so there's some other points I was going to make, but for the purposes... Well, I appreciate that, so thank you. Hopefully that will conclude it. Integrated education has and it continues to achieve a balance of religious backgrounds at system level, yet increasingly there's new questions to be answered. If a school is overwhelmingly drawn pupils from one community, what should be the considerations for it transforming to become an integrated school? If integration is now to be primarily about ethos, not bringing two communities together, what does that mean in terms of the current law? And in turn, what does it mean for a school with children from largely one community background to be in an integrated school? And they're important questions for us to consider. That's why the Department is committed to conducting a wider review of the operation of the transformation process to ensure that it is working effectively. So, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, can I just thank members for allowing us to talk about these issues outside of the debate yesterday, and I'm sure we'll do that in other forums. And I think it's important because these things, I think we can all find maybe not entire consensus on, but I don't think there's going to be a lot that we will differ on in terms of that inclusive schooling environment that we want, that is open to all, irrespective of the official sector that it comes from. That sharing and inclusivity is something that I think we all subscribe to. Certainly I do as a Minister, and I'm happy to continue that conversation with colleagues in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, everybody, for this adjournment debate. The Assembly is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much indeed.